Hello, friends and traders. If it's Wednesday, it must be TopstepTV, and if it's 8, it must be Opening Call, your one-stop shop for futures education, commentary, live trading. But once again, remember, trading is risky, so be sure to read that disclaimer we had up. And generally, just remember not to listen to anything anyone says on the internet. I am Jack Pelzer, joined by powerful futures warlock, John Hoagland. Mr. Hoagland, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing okay. Feeling okay. Probably not the best. I went out and had a couple of rum and cokes last night, so feeling a little bit more of it than I think I probably should. I don't know why, but I'm excited to be here. Looking forward to another interesting, challenging, and hopefully profitable trading day for everybody. It is Wednesday, December the 6th, and as always, I'm going to be focusing on seeking accurate context, good risk management, and always remaining patient in my trading.
Well, where'd you find the tiki bar, Hug?
Well, there's a place not too far from the house. My wife and I decided to go have a pub cheeseburger and a couple of club sodas last night. So wasn't late, wasn't much. Feeling it a little bit this morning. I don't know why. I must be getting old.
You're losing a step.
It's out of practice.
So before we dive into the charts, thought we could round up a little news, and then Ho, you can take your numbers. Stocks are mostly up this morning, mildly, after ADP came in at 103 as opposed to a 130 forecast, which is further signs of cooling labor market. But remember, big show this Friday, 7:30 a.m. Central, will be the non-farm employment report. So get ready, get a good night's sleep on Thursday. Other things making news, Vladimir Putin is making a rare foreign trip to meet with the leader of the United Arab Emirates. He will also be heading to Saudi Arabia to meet with MBS in hopes of creating the worst hypothetical blunt rotation ever assembled. Now, that's for Eddie. We miss you, Eddie. All right. Yeah. The trip is ostensibly to highlight friendship between the countries because that's what friends do. Fix oil prices and such. So,
yeah.
Bitcoin is also surging near 44,000, which is its highest price since May. So dust off those apes if you got them. It's 2021 again. And Hoag, what do you got as far as numbers?
Well, as always on Wednesday, the mortgage applications and rate comes out from last week. Applications jumped to 2.8% last week from 0.3% the week before. The mortgage rate dropped from 7.37% to 7.17%. That's just a huge break for those that are looking for mortgages. It's unbelievable how much that we have to pay for that. As you mentioned, Jack, the November ADP employment number came out. They were looking for 130K, 103K is the actual number. And again, it looks like bad news is good news for the markets. They've taken a nice look to the upside after that number came out. We also had international trade. The expectation was for a minus 64.2 billion, came out minus 64.3 billion. Probably not going to be all that impactful. But we also had productivity and costs. Productivity is actually higher with costs lower. 9:30, we're looking for the EIA petroleum status report. They're expecting a drop of 1.3 million barrels, but the API announced a 594,000 barrel increase in crude stocks last week. So we'll have to see how that comes out. We've got the VIX lower this morning at 12.76. The dollar index also lower at 103.93, and the yield on the 10-year lower on the day at 4.14%. So we got, our kind of maps. Hopefully you're all ready for the trading day, and we're going to take a look and see what we can do here today.
Yeah. Once again, we got some very special things coming up today. We got Fast Markets, where MP, Andre, and Deanna will be joining us. We have Tim Parrott coming for Power Players. And then at 1:30 today, we're actually doing Ask Trader Support. So if you have questions, we're going to submit a form where you can put those questions in there. And one of our trading Support mavens will come on and answer those for you.
That's awesome. I love that. I love that bit.
It is good, definitely, right?
Yeah.
So with that, I remember I have one more thing. I do have the winners from the last 3 days of Top Quiz because I do have the code now. So Hoag, I was thinking when we switch to the charts next, I could flash those real quick.
Sure thing. Whatever you want to do. It's a pretty long list, isn't it?
It's just 3 photos that will go quickly, and then I will send out the emails once I get off the air here at 8:30. All right, so let's hit the charts.
Yeah, let's hit it. All right, so we are always starting with the dailies. With the dailies, here's the S&Ps. You get my notes here. Well, our equities are in rollover, so make sure you keep that in mind. That's going to make things a little bit more blurry, and the market always acts a little bit different during rollover. For discretionary day traders, it just changes things a little bit. So I think, we've seen our little area of balance expand a little bit. We looked up below it last week. A weekly kickoff low has held both Monday and Tuesday. So we're kind of expanding our area of balance upside, right? The potential for long time frame accumulation that we've been seeing in some of the delta and overall in the open interest, which did increase by 30,000 contracts yesterday off that low, indicating maybe some longer time frame traders are still adjusting inventory to the long side, which has a tendency to get the shorter time frame speculators and even medium time frame speculators a little bit too short. And we've been kind of seeing that in the delta. We saw it yesterday. We saw it the day before. So just kind of keep that in mind when we're looking for opportunities in these markets. It's really pitting time frame against time frame. We know that there's an even number of longs and shorts in the market, the difference being the time frames. The longer time frame isn't as price sensitive as the shorter time frame, and if they have an accumulation, the tendency is for the speculators to end up all one direction or largely in one direction. So we've got open interest again higher yesterday on negative delta, indicating a potential continuation of an increase of longer time frame longs in the marketplace. We've got, again, 2 days testing weekly kickoff low here. Every time the markets come down there for the last week and a half, it's been rejected. Now we're seeing some possible continuation in the daytime frame to the upside. Are we holding any overnight inventory? This is now the 30-minute chart. We are holding some overnight inventory that was long and getting longer. Or are these some more of the shorter time frame traders that are too short already bailing out of those positions? Jack, did you have a question?
No question yet. How did your trade turn out yesterday afternoon, Hoag?
Well, we didn't get the jump that we were hoping for, but it ended up being profitable. It wasn't a very big profit, but when it got up to this 100 session moving average, that's where I got out of that trade. We were looking for another situation similar to the day before with the negative delta pushing us to a new high at the end of the day. That, of course, we know did not happen, but I wasn't all that worried about it because I was, kind of looking at the idea that we may see the market kind of give us that push at the end of the day. It just didn't play out as we'd hoped. But look what happened, after the close, we pulled back a little bit. But last night, as soon as the market opened, those buyers decided to come in and probably liquidate some of those shorts. That was the move we were looking for during the regular trading hour session. Didn't happen until after the reopen after 5 o'clock last night. So, here's where the market opened. Here's where the market is. Are we covering shorts or are we getting too long? Do we have an overnight inventory to the long side? I'm going with yes. We're going to be opening with a gap. So now we have gap rules that are in play. If we can't close the gap relatively early, we're going to be looking for opportunities for this market to continue this move to the upside. This also creates the possibility for a value area special situation play. If we reaccept value from yesterday, that could bring price back down to the low of value from yesterday. But right now, the main nuance is going to be the fact that we're opening with a gap, and if we can't close that gap and show signs of reacceptance of range from yesterday, we're going to be looking for opportunities to try and look for longs here.
And I would be surprised to see to see too big a move in either of these indices, given that it's December and we have unemployment on Friday.
Yes.
I know if I had a lot of money, I would not be positioning until then.
Right. And what we might be seeing somewhat is traders kind of positioning themselves in a hedge or exiting positions prior to Friday's employment number.
Yes.
Right. So the NASDAQ has tried to break out below the area of balance, and it has failed 2 days in a row. I mean, we did close below it on Monday, Tuesday, back above it. We're back in range. We're back in value. We did see an additional 5,800 in open interest and accumulation, possibly of longs. We don't have the same delta divergence. We don't have that same information in the NASDAQ, which has been presenting as weaker. But we did again add 5,800 in open interest on a rejection of lower pricing yesterday. So the market is really right back in balance. Remember, it's rollover, and the market tends to balance during rollover. The longer time frame traders are really working on getting a cheap rollover, making money on the rollover instead of focusing on directional activity or really kind of longer time frame positioning. A little bit of contrary to what we're seeing as far as the delta and the open interest in the S&Ps. Doesn't mean they won't get directional there, but their real focus is getting a cheap or rollover or making money during the roll. So it makes sense that we're still in balance, in the same balance we've been in for a couple of weeks now. It just seems to make sense. So the attempts to close below and see directional activity below that weekly kickoff low, last week's low, have now, of course, obviously failed. We're back in range, back in value. We're centrally located now between last week's high and low and the weekly kickoff high and low. We're going to be looking at short time frame levels to look for our opportunities. And again, this is the 30-minute chart. We're holding overnight longs. We are opening with a gap. That's really the prime nuance for early opportunities this morning is, are we going to see an inventory adjustment, maybe come back, close the gap? If we can't close the gap relatively early, then there's probably more upside to this market. If we do close the gap, I'll be monitoring for reacceptance of range and or value from yesterday. That could take us right back down to the value area low on this platform is putting us down to 15,850. We know we've got weekly kickoff here at 15,872. It was a little bit magnetic during the session yesterday, but it did end up supportive as price continued to try and push to the upside. We do have a weak high in the NASDAQ. In other words, the even highs here. Some people probably on shorter time frame charts would look at that as a double top, but it's an unfinished upside auction. And look what the market is trying to do now. It is attempting to continue this upside auction. So, I mean, the main nuance so far is the gap. Market is opening out of balance from the previous session. Better trade locations may come earlier in the session. What are we looking for as far as shorter time frame information? Well, I mean, we've got a potential demand or supply zone right up against this consolidation area. So I'm going to probably be patient, look for a pullback to see if we can't close the gap before really trying to get into anything, which may mean again, that I might miss the best opportunity, because that may come early in the session, as again, we are opening out of balance from the previous day, but still in balance in the longer time frame.
And Hoag, when is the roll coming again?
So the roll is, I believe, going to be next Tuesday. Tuesday. We will, of course, be monitoring the volume and letting you know when we should be switching into the March contract, March 2024 contract. Unbelievable.
Future is now.
It gives me a hope that spring is in front of us here, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take a quick look at crude oil, which continues just to get smushed. So we've got volume has been pretty good. I mean, it wasn't great yesterday, but we did add 9,000 in open interest on the breakout below the weekly kickoff low. We're one time framing lower. In multiple time frames. I mean, the medium time frame, we've got quite the trend to the downside here. I think JD kind of pointed out that we've got a head and shoulders. We broke the trend line here, and now we're seeing a little bit of range bound activity, but more continuation to the downside here. What I'm looking at is this swing low here. I mean, this is the next visual that we're looking at, and that's 67.30. 67.30 might be time for the U.S. to start maybe refilling the strategic petroleum reserve down at these levels, unless they think they're going lower. Why not? So the volume was okay yesterday. Open interest, a nice increase on a close below the weekly kickoff low. We're seeing continuation already here this morning. Here's the 30-minute chart. All right, here's kind of a good example of kind of gap rules, right? We opened with a gap. We had overnight inventory to the short side. We opened with a gap. It looks to me like the opening range is the dead-ass high of the regular trading hour session. So with this information, being unable to close the gap with the opening range, the dead high of the regular trading hour session, I'm still looking for opportunities to find shorts in this market. It's hard to believe, with OPEC saying they're going to cut production. A lot of this has to do with weakness in the Chinese economy. And we'll see what the EIA has for us today, but I think the eyes of the traders are back down to that 67.30 swing low. We'll see how that plays out. What else do I have here? As far as the profile yesterday is a normal variation, extreme day, and another weak high. These weak highs like we had in the NASDAQ, sometimes they are good areas or good levels for execution. Sometimes a weak high just means the price has gotten too expensive and time puts in that weak high. Sometimes it means that the auction process is taking a break, and it's probably not likely to hold for very long. I think this is the prior. I think this is the first thing where the price just kind of got up there a couple of times. Buyers just wouldn't take that next step, and now we're seeing at least a degree of excess on the daily chart, but a weak high on the 30-minute and on the profile. But that's only going to be important when it becomes important. We're seeing a pretty substantial opening range. Well, opening range is the high of the session. We're already building a pretty decent initial balance. So it's going to be fun to see how Deanna treats this market today. I'm going to be really kind of keeping an eye on her thoughts on this, because she is our crude expert, right?
She indeed is. And you mentioned the weakening Chinese demand, but the second portion of it is the increased U.S. supply. So keep an eye on that. A lot of oil coming out lately.
What did we say in the API was an additional just under 600,000 barrels, but still, that's an increase, and I think we've been seeing those lately, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. We got gold now.
As you switch to gold, I had a question, Hoag. So, I've seen you take the opening range trade quite a bit in the ES.
Yes.
Do you use that in other markets you trade? For instance, is that a valid concept to use in, say, oil or gold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And when the market opens and one side or the other takes control right away, that can be one of the first signs of a trend day. And as long as that opening range remains at the high or the low of any of these markets, that kind of gives me a tilt, if you will, as to what I'm going to be looking for as far as opportunities are concerned. Now, the opening range in crude oil is huge. It's 96. So it's 34 ticks. That's a pretty big opening range, and that kind of expands the risk of taking it. But
Sure.
when we have, taking a quick look here, gold Monday, no. We'll take a look through some of these. I think probably during fast markets we can take a look and see. The thing about the opening range trade, Jack, is it can be really streaky because a lot of folks look at it, and when it starts to provide opportunities with some sort of regularity, everybody jumps onto it. And when everybody jumps onto it, there's a tendency for the algos and the HFTs to recognize that there's a lot of short time frame executions at those levels. They know where those stops are going to be. So the more people that trade it, the less likely it is to succeed. So you're going to see streaks where it's going to happen 8 out of 10 days, and then it won't happen. It won't work for the next 2 weeks. As soon as everybody abandons it and you get some directional activity, then all of a sudden it becomes a viable trade idea. I like it because it just gives you an easy, recognizable way to limit risk. And that's the first thing that I think of in any trade is, okay, where is my risk in this? If I were to take that opening range trade in crude oil, I'm looking at 40 ticks of risk. I'm probably not going to take that. Although it might be the right thing to do, but I don't like that amount of risk. Not comfortable with that. So I'll look for the next opportunity. All right, let's see what we've got now in gold. We had our big excess high, all-time high on Sunday night. We've seen volume slow ever since. That was that high volume day here. We just did move into the February contract here. So yesterday we saw a lot lower volume. We lost 7,200 in open interest. So while we lost 14,000 in open interest on this, we lost 7,000 here. This does seem more like a long liquidation event than any new selling coming into the market, which kind of leads me to believe that eventually we may kind of be able to view these bars as a bull flag, and we might see this market continue to the upside. Of course, we're going to have to keep an eye on the dollar. That is going to be, of course, something that's going to be important. But today, maybe we're going to get our hangover day. We've got an inside extended trading hour range so far. Take a look at the 30. All right. So overnight inventory, maybe a little bit to the long side. We got a very small range here so far for the regular trading hour session. Yesterday's range high seems to be kind of in the way of continuation to the upside. That might be somewhat pivotal for us this morning as we kind of lean on shorter time frame information for our kind of levels here. Now, outside of this big spike to the upside, we're seeing lower highs, lower lows, and I'm just kind of looking to where this market might find new buyers at higher levels if we can just get past Maybe it's that 200 session moving average. Maybe. I don't know. Right now, I'll be watching the overnight high and overnight low for early opportunities as the market is largely, not totally, but not really trading much outside of yesterday's range. So overnight high, overnight low. We'll see if there's opportunity at those. And so take your deep breath, everybody. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading. Don't forget, please, pray for peace, and let's have a good trading day.
And not so fast, my friend.
Got it.
First, let's put these winners up there real quick. You can rewind and take a look at them if you want. I'm going to send out the emails today. But here are Friday's winners. I'm not going to read them all because we got to get to fast markets here. Go back and take a look at it. All right. And then we got Monday's winners.
Guppy.
I
won. Look at that.
Yeah.
I won. Lastly, both won.
Yeah. These are the winners from yesterday. Spazdak, 100. FTMO agent. All right. There you go. I will be sending out those emails at some point today behind the scenes. So congratulations. And you already signed off. So what do you say we take a quick break and get the fast markets?
Let's get going. We got a few minutes here before the open. All right, it's time for fast markets. As we know, Eddie is out today, so I will introduce everybody. We got Michael Patak, Deanna, and Andre all here for the fast market session today. We've got under a minute, actually seconds before the open, and here we go.
Okay, here we go.
That
works.
There we go.
All right, John, NASDAQ traders want to know. I know they were in there this morning, but want to know, or I want to know, point of control. Excuse me for the day.
Well, yesterday's point of control is considerably lower than where we are right now. And Michael, we're opening with a gap, which means
Gap rules.
we're probably looking at earlier opportunities here. The point of control, TPO point of control is 870. I'm sorry, 887. 887. All the way back down to that 8720 or that 872, 87. Yeah, 887. So that's here.
Okay. All right, we got to sell off out of the gate.
Yes, we do.
We do.
What's your play? What do you always look at, John? Right out of the gate. Morning,
Out of the
everybody.
gate, looking at the opening range trade.
Okay, what's the opening range trade?
It's not quite finished. Yes, it is. So we just took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. Opening range low was 06. We're still in the opening range in the S&Ps. I'm going to get ready to take that trade here.
Yeah.
Nasdaq is opening around the average daily range fixed level high. And when I see that, there's usually a higher chance of the market going all the way back to value high.
Yesterday.
It's one of the only times, one of the only times when I would be looking to get involved earlier if I was an equities trader, but I'm not.
I went on TV.
What are you looking at right now in crude oil? Deanna's a crude oil trader. Everybody who's tuning in, Deanna is a crude oil trader.
Yes.
I'm trading
let me find the chart. There it is. Okay, so crude oil is actually opening with a gap down. So at the moment, I would like to see a move back to value because it's actually opening inside its own daily fixed range too. However, I do have the average daily range high, which is a slightly different measure at 70.28. So ideally, I want to see that touched before I do anything. But basically, the first scenario would be that the market goes back up to the value high, value low, in fact, which is quite far. It's actually 234 ticks away from where we are right now. And this is the value low from yesterday. Right here where my crosshair is. So that's 72.72. It's a very nice number. So yeah, if we get there, that would be nice. If I don't manage to get a trade until that point, I'm going to be looking for potential shorts as my second scenario in and around this zone where we have yet again some stack levels. We have value low at 72.72. Then we have average daily range high, which is a 24-hour range at 72.85. And then also the average session high at 72.94, which is very close to the round number. So stack levels.
What will you do if we don't even get a gap close?
If we don't get a gap close, then I might be looking for a failed auction. Or if this is the third scenario, if the market ignores the average daily range and closes with a sustained auction below the initial balance, that would signal to me that we have a higher volatility day and that the average ranges are getting ignored, in which case I'm going to be looking for a directional move down, usually either via the volume profile or single prints if we have any at that point. So scenarios for all sorts of conditions.
Deanna?
Yep.
Deanna?
Yes, Michael.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
No.
Thank
Happy
you.
birthday.
Thank you.
My son's birthday pulled
Yes.
up on my notification, and I remember yours is the same day.
Yes, that's right. And happy birthday to your son.
Yeah, not some creep that just like, I don't know. But yes, happy birthday.
Happy
Thank
birthday.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Hey.
And
All right,
and to my sister watching and my nephew. Well, no, my nephew doesn't watch. He's too young. That's the one whose birthday it is. There's another December 6th.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, my nephew, my son, and you.
A lot of Sagittarius people around.
Sagittarius.
Is that what it is? Wow. Yeah. All right. So, how do you? What tips do you have for us trading on your birthday?
What tips do I have for do you want, well, as always, we need to stay patient, make sure that we identify the day type correctly, not jump into trades just because, keep the FOMO under lock and key, you know, all the usual stuff. So patience and restraint.
I like it.
Little tilt, little heavy, not a lot. 70% on the S&P. What levels do we have down here, John, again?
Well, I took the opening range trade. I'm short right now at 94.25. Just really kind of looking for a gap close. The gap close in the S&Ps is down to 45.85. In the NASDAQ, what are we looking at? We've already closed the gap in the NASDAQ, so the play that I'm looking for in the NASDAQ in the S&Ps is already played out to the NASDAQ. Now the question is, do we reaccept inside range from yesterday, or do we reject it?
Can I tell you guys? I just got one handle off the low. I got 50s, one lot. Just a little one lot on 50 quarter. That's like I'm feeling very good about this.
That's a good idea.
After all that sell off, the low is 49.25. So I'm going to get out with that one. So that's a quick 450 on a one lot. Yeah.
Nice job.
I just feel really good about it. It's not even about the money. It's about the entry.
Trade location.
I'm an addict when it comes to great trade location. I feel like I traded so well. So, yeah.
You're the man.
I mean, thank you, John. So you were saying, because I had a position on a couple of the things, you have a short on right now, right?
I do right now, yes.
Guys, put that up on the very top on the price. What price is that?
Where am I? 45.94 quarter.
95 quarter. You got quite a bit of handles into that one. Handles, guys, 45.90 to 45.94 is 4 handles. John's short from 94, so he's got.
Right.
And it also has a good chance of going all the way to value high. So Nasdaq has already touched the session high from yesterday. Right. ES hasn't, but whenever we're opening at around this daily fixed range that I have, which was in Nasdaq around 16014, there is a good chance that it goes all the way down to value high. So we'll see what happens.
And that would take us in the S&Ps to 77. 76, 77.
Yeah, 45.77, let's say. Yeah.
Why did I pick that level? Somebody just asked me that question. Tilt got a little tilty to the short buys, and I just watched the dome and I waited for flush outs. And flush outs are when stops get run. What does that look like? It looks like when your dome goes, vroom, vroom, and that's a noise I just used, but it's like when it goes 10 handles down, 10 handles down. And right there's 20 handles in like a second. And I always think that's a pretty good, if you can see that. Jeez. Yeah, no, I got to wake up. If you can see that and you can see that, then I hit it, especially when it was already a little bit heavy short. I just had said it was heavy short, a little bit heavy short. I figured a one lot, dip your toe, and then the market just a little bit of luck in there on finding that too.
I'm going to try a long in crude oil.
What's up, Johnny?
Did you catch that opening range trade?
I did not. That's your trade. It's nice though.
Well, yeah, so far.
We'll line the weeds for that closing trade, but no, it was nice. Short from 94s. I like it.
All right, I'm long crude oil from 70.75.
That's off your fixed daily range, right?
Yes, that's it's actually slightly below it, but the fixed day range is 70.95. However, the market is turned around on a 5-minute chart, and because of the location where the market opened, like I said, there's a higher chance that we go all the way back to value, or at least until settlement from yesterday.
So like an overnight inventory.
72.34. Yeah, that's right.
I got a lot of like on the 30. I watched the 30-minute guys, and you can get to my chart at some point. A lot of moving averages down here and a lot of settlement. So if tilt gets fairly short down here, I'm going to see that as an indicator. People get a little bit too like it's going to keep going feeling to the downside short. And then you have all these areas of importance that the market had traded at prior, or a moving average that is an indicator I like to use. I keep it so damn simple. We should have a question. What indicator? What was your first indicator? Your first love? Your first indicator? Because everybody got stuck to something like, oh, this is it. This is the one.
For me, it would be the average session and daily ranges. They've served me really well.
That's pretty advanced because mine was like a Bollinger Band.
Yeah, I would say moving averages.
Yeah. I went to institutional order flow pretty quickly. I think I messed around with the moving averages for about maybe 4 or 5 months. And then my trader friend was like, yeah, you need to use this.
Well, we got MACDs coming up. Thanks, Dolby. We got Nathan's MACD, RSIs, VWAPs.
Oh yeah, RSI. Yep, I like that one.
Stochastics, VWAPs, Bollinger Bands. There's some Bollinger Bands.
Yeah,
Bollinger Band. Love it.
Yeah, this is John Bollinger. Ooh, John.
As long as we're talking indicators, we could show our tip of the day for today. Eddie has blessed it to us while he's out.
Awesome. Oh,
Adaptability. Be flexible and willing to adapt your strategy based on market conditions.
Do you know what I call it?
Yes.
Michael, what's your version of that?
Flexible bias. Because we watch the bias all day long bias, short bias. Just be flexible with it. You get married to a bias and you get stuck with it.
You know how John and I always talk about different scenarios. Oh, this could happen, and then if this happens, then we're going to do that. Well, that's what that is. You need to have contingency plans for everything that you're saying. But obviously, having some sort of a systematic way to work out what sort of a day type we might be looking for or looking at, that's usually a good starting point. Because flexible bias is what it's all about. Definitely.
Yeah, biases should be, what is it? Loosely held. What's you're saying?
Everything is a hypothesis.
Strong opinions weakly held. That's another one I try to do at work. It scares a lot of people because they come on with strong opinions, but they're so weakly held. Just poke a hole in it, man. Just ask a question.
The more poetic way is the Bruce Lee. Be water, my friend.
There you go. Yeah, didn't he die of drinking water?
Among other things, I don't think it was.
Yeah,
No, I literally thought he died of over drinking water. That's what I heard.
yikes.
I could be totally wrong. Everybody in chat, help me out.
Bail him out on this one.
Yeah, they're like,
it could happen because if you drink too much water and you're on some substances, apparently that can put your electrolytes out of whack and kill you. So it is possible.
83%. It just was 83%. I got long 3 or short 3.
I would be more concerned about drinking too much rum.
Yeah.
Yes, me too. Especially because I don't like drinking water. So yeah, but rum.
I keep hydrated because the ice melts in my drinks.
Yes, exactly. That's one way to do it. Yeah. If I didn't have my coffees, I would have no liquids. All right, let's see what happens around 71. There's some orders sitting right at 17.99 in crude oil.
I'm growing very impatient.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm watching my DOM. I'm short. It's up on the moving averages a bit. It's long, pretty long, heavy long. I got short 3, 861s, right at the 5 minute, weak ass moving averages on the 5 minute. Taking one off, it's dancing too much. Short 2, 61s. Light and tight still. Long 72%.
My impatience got the best of me. I got out.
It took profits though, yeah?
It took profits.
Yeah,
A couple
it's
$100
great.
bucks. Get on the board.
Right.
Nice one. All right, let's see what happens.
All right, NASDAQ is trading. It's big sell-off, falling knife today. First little bounce. This would be selling a tip for me, a rip to higher.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel okay about it. There's a lot of longs that came in here, so people are getting a little long bias. So this could be the reason why I like this one a bit. I could get my ass run right now, but is the fact that it sold off like a knife, falling knife. It bounced, and then if you think it's going to continue to sell off, and it's still really early, still early in the day, then selling tips on a downtrend is good. And then now I'm seeing people get long but bias here, so that is an indicator too sometimes of a continuation of a downtrend because people start picking bottoms. So if people start picking bottoms, then that will be really, really, really great for my 2 lot that I'm holding on to, that I'm already in the money on. That I'll take one off. There's one off, and I'll let this one run. So that's why that's a talk out on a trade. I'll take this one off too. All right, up 800. that's a talk out on a trade on that one, on using bias and moving average and selling a quick tip. Now that was, I don't know, 12 handles, but that's it's still, for me, and now it's more than 12 handles, 20 handles. That's kind of me talking out a trade, just so anybody who's like, why did you
get to before you got short?
Till was like 75%. Long.
Right.
Long. And so there were some longs up there. So just remember this. There were some longs right up here out of the gate. And it was on our first little pop. So people are feeling a little long on this sell-off. And look at this. I mean, this is a whole 22 handle sell-off while we're talking. So this is a good talk out of a tilt indicator being just a part of my decision making.
We have international singing sensation and international spy Max Maserati here. He says the market's going to go higher.
Okay.
So, Michael, we had a question in the chat about how exactly tilt is calculated. So I thought I could explain that really quick via example.
Yes.
So take the ES tilt. It's all of the open positions in ES in the trading combine and simulated the XFA accounts. And then it is the percentage of those traders, not of the total contracts, that are long or short. So it's not getting skewed by just the people that are trading 15 contracts back and forth. So it's like a poll.
Nice. Hey, Grateful Trader, you took the short on that. And why did you take the short? Besides, you said, I don't even know if you took it because of tilt. Did you take just a couple reasons? Guys, anybody who got short or gets long or anything is always kind of put in there, like, came up to my point of control, came up to my blah, blah, blah. That just helps us all out, helps this conversation be a little more meaty. John, Fred Decker's talking about a cheap long in the gap fills. Can you tell me what a cheap long is?
Hey, Fred.
Yeah, a cheap long or a cheap short is any position that you can take that is very close to the point of invalidation. By point of invalidation, I usually mean if price gets to this level, the trade is probably wrong and I got to get out.
Okay.
Your stop level.
Tight stops.
Tight stops. But not tight just because you want them to be tight. Tight because you can make them tight. If you're expecting the range to kind of end at the gap close, then you've got your level of potential risk. If it gets into the range from yesterday, you're out. I love cheap trades. Some of the best trades I've ever taken were taken in large part only because they were cheap.
Right.
What about Cheap Tricks?
It's a band, isn't it?
Great band from Rockford.
They're from Rockford?
Yeah.
No. Illinois?
Yeah.
That's the first and only good thing I've ever heard to come out of it.
My little brother lived in Rockford. I actually sat
with your little brother.
That was Bun E. Carlos, who was the drummer from Cheap Trick at a bar. We walked in, he was just sitting there having a beer, so we sat and chatted with him for a while. Nice guy.
Very cool.
That's very cool.
Did not know they're from Rockford.
Yeah, Rockford's Rockford, right?
One way to put it, yeah.
All right, so on the very top, we have questions that you can ask our support team. After you get some of these guys, go ahead and click anybody on the very top of the chat. There's questions you can ask Nick Ori, our kick-ass support team lead. Teaches all of our support team, knows everything about, and has supported traders probably as long as I have, because I was the first support rep when I was just number one individual, one employee, which was me, and then it became.
I was the third support rep.
You were the third support rep. Hoagland. And Andre, well, you were always my sounding board. Actually,
I was your support rep.
Yeah, you were. You were. So Andre and I have been trading buddies before Topstep. So he helped develop Topstep, Trading Combine, the whole funding opportunity was a lot of conversations him and I had. He was backed at a prop firm. I had been backed at a prop firm. I had traded as a local. He had You always were just backed as a prop firm, so we'd always talk about the dynamics of.
How do we take this prop firm thing to the internet?
Yeah, you called it an e-prop because
Prop
before
shop.
like,
You're
you and I had,
not fond of that.
yeah, we had to move. Yeah, not at the beginning, but the next thing I'm like, yeah, that is actually correct. Because before that, you'd have to give your resume. I had to give my resume. I had to go in. You sitting there, and everybody knows. Like, get financial industry. There's nepotism. There's Harvard only or blah blah blah. But actually, it's true performance, in my opinion, in our opinion. So, what better way to showcase that than in a real-time sim environment?
Not only is Nick Ari extremely knowledgeable, he's one hell of a nice guy.
Yes. Great. I think he was on yesterday. That was awesome.
Yes.
Be sure to tune into throughout the day. We go bell to bell now. So
Yeah.
we're full. Deanna, thanks for coming in on Power Hour yesterday. You were pretty hilarious with point click.
Oh, thanks.
Point click.
Yeah,
and pray.
point, click, and pray. Yes, that's
Awesome.
right.
That's an amazing technique. I do that on Deanna chimes in point click and pray.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Hey, as longs are coming back in here right now. I'm short two. It's back at my entry area. If it stays strong, I'll be taking stop, but getting stopped out. But if it continues to do what it did a few minutes ago, with longs coming in and then taking out these short time frame longs, then
I'm still holding my long. There was a big order just under 71, and that obviously smacked it back down to my entry. But it's still not too deep. Like I'm only 8 ticks drawdown, so I'm willing to wait and see what this does. Obviously, if it starts to fall more, then I'm gonna bail as soon as possible. But for now, it's still holding. Like the time has been spent at this range. So until that range goes, I don't really have much cause to bail out of the trade. So patience.
We growing legs here, Michael. Is that what you're seeing?
Yeah, I don't know. It pulled off pretty hard off the 74s. I sold 68s and 63s. I'm short from average price 64. If I get a 10 handle sell off, I'll sell off of 2 of them. I'm short 4, so I'll just keep 2 on. If it firms up, I'm back to scratch or I'm a little negative on the day. But tilt is heavy or long.
Mm-hmm.
We have a bit of a delta divergence forming in the S&Ps now.
Tell me what. To the upside, to the downside.
Well, to the downside. I mean, price is holding in the lower third of the range for the day. And we have positive delta 2,500, almost 2,600, 2,500. So, what that's indicating is that the buyers are more aggressive, but they're unable to move price.
Okay, that's also what this bias sort of tells me.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a timber, and we're gonna start the day really nice.
Timber.
Hey, louder, Johnny. Sell that. I was just trading 60.
So I just noticed that I should have been selling that upper volume shoulder. I'm glad I took the profit when I did. I mean, I'd be just kind of sitting here waiting, and
Yep.
This it seems more clear that I'm not in a position. It always does, though.
I took 3 of them off. I'm just gonna keep 1 and put it back up for a stop, because if it can't hold ground, I'll take this runner, and if it does firm up, I'll take this 1 lot loser. So that's trading a position, getting in, and then scaling out. And it's really like I scaled out really early because I don't know. This is not telling me too much.
Michael, you're trading really well. I mean, you had a good day yesterday. I think you had a good day today, the day before.
I'm up $5,000 for the week, and I
Nice.
skied every day this week, and I made $2,500 last week, and skied every day last week, and traded every day last week.
Well, I have notes under
Nice.
there.
So since the ski season started, I'm up $8,000. and my ski pass is $2,700.
See, the secret is you got to go skiing. You got to get up money early and then leave.
Seriously helps.
That totally helps. Andre and I had to do it, but actually the power outage yesterday, or internet outage, guys.
Yeah.
I thought we kicked the cord on purpose to go skiing, dude.
Yeah, you guys just pulled the internet. You took the wires out of your routers and said, "Hey, the internet's out. Let's go skiing."
Secrets out, Michael.
Yeah, I covered that short. It's sold 63s, covered 49s. That was just a fun little trade right there, and it came right. I had to be patient, stay on TopstepTV, work with you guys for me to stay patient for it to come back up to the 70s or 60s and 70s, which is the area where people look to be getting long. And John, you just said there's short time frame longs in here, trying to buy, not holding.
We ain't rallying.
Yeah, and
Right
we ain't
now,
rallying.
he's saying sell.
Lacey's saying sell.
That was a lot of bucks.
She's still barking.
Hey, Deanna, can we get a Christmas a holiday card or whatever you want to be for you and all your dogs together?
Okay, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, okay, I'll do a little photo shoot. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, a little
that'll be
Christmas
fun.
cardy
Yeah.
thing where you send to people. Yeah.
Yeah,
This would be fun.
yeah, I'll do it.
No, you
They're
don't have
pretty good at posing. No, they're pretty
Are
good
they?
at posing. We usually do something for either their birthday or something. But yeah, so I have posed them before, even when they were younger. And as long as you have something to pay them with, so biscuits, treats, they will listen. All right, I'm gonna bail out of this. So minus 180 on that. That didn't happen. That's fine. Then we wait. Yeah. So they usually listen if because I've trained them. Obviously, we spend like quite a few months training them every single day, multiple times a day. You can't have 8 dogs and have them be completely untrained. So yeah, if you have biscuits, they're very attentive. They're like, "Well, what do you want? What's happening?" So yeah, it'll be pretty fun.
You would hope you'd win them over only by love, but
Yeah.
with dogs, there's a bit of bribery. Same with kids.
It's all bribery.
I was up this morning and my wife bought this thing that does helium balloon or whatever, but when you blow them up, they're neon and they're so there's a little hallway outside his bedroom, and like 30 of them, throwing them in the hallway. So it's like, it looked like in the ocean with a bunch of jellyfish, colored up in there because it's dark in the hallway. So he caught on, flipped his light off, came on, and then came out there. We sang a little birthday thing, and he was very embarrassed.
Yeah, my husband woke me up around midnight with presents and with cards and stuff. So that was pretty nice.
I love that one. I love when people do the 12, the 12 o'clock on the dot. Happy birthday, be the first one.
Yeah.
I'd be like, "What the hell are you waking me up for?"
No, he did apologize. He was like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Were you really asleep?" And I was like, "No, it's okay." So it was fine. It was very sweet.
All right, so nothing on tilt for me. We're range bound on the NASDAQ, 5, 10, 15, 20. The last 20 minutes.
Maybe a 1600 lot comes in here and we can make some money off that thing.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Where was that 1600 lot?
76s.
4576.
4576. We're taking some heat.
Holy
Unless that was profit taking. I mean, unless they're long.
no.
No, wait, no, really.
I know. That big of an order.
There's 600 on the bid down at 84.
Oh, you can see that, huh? Okay. Guys that don't
84 is overnight low, exactly demand. Edge of the demand.
Deanna, did you hear about the 1600 lot? The biggest order I've seen, probably. I don't know. I mean, as much as I've been watching this year, I haven't seen anything bigger. John, have you?
No,
not necessarily. No.
Yeah, that's a pretty big order. Yeah, usually you see like 400 or 500 in S&Ps and stuff.
Yep.
But yeah, that's a lot.
It's all there, one price, and it was the price.
Didn't pull it. Took every fill.
Took every fill, 45.76, and we practiced 45.76. We did a little showed everybody here what a lean looks like.
Yeah.
Hey, here's the lean, guys. Lean trade.
1600 contracts. 1600 lot in the S&Ps. Ghost T at 45.76. Resting order.
Yeah, imagine 1,600 in NASDAQ.
Oh my gosh, we did. Back when calculating the nominal value, it was like half a bill or something like that.
Yeah, it was ridiculous.
So it looks a little rangy right now, just on the 5 minute down here after it just sold off.
It's okay. That's how it started off yesterday. Slow. There was one big move, slow. Then we started rocking.
It pulls if you pull these. The wicks. You guys look at your 5 minute. It's keep look at the bodies, how tight the bodies are. It'll wick low, wick high, and then every 5 minute bar closes right at where it opens. Very interesting.
Right.
And it's
Just sitting here.
Just sitting here. It's called sitting here. Yeah. And John, is this like a short market finds a little bit of balance?
Well, yeah, I mean, you in a 5 minute chart, I would say that looks like a balance, right?
Just anytime you see this where it opens and closes on the candlestick with really no body.
We've got a new bar. Let's see what happens.
No,
And NASDAQ pushing lower.
Yeah. All right, let me see.
Yeah. Like I said, value high is usually a stopping point for these sorts of plays. Sadly, that didn't happen. The same setup should have happened in crude oil, but so far it didn't. It didn't move. So right now, I'm still looking at that average daily range low at 70.28 as a potential turning point if we can get it.
I got long.
If not, you go long. Okay.
Yeah, I got long 30s only because it's until this 5 minute bar. It's an extension, a short, very, very short. God, I know.
There's overnight low there, and then value high, slightly lower in NASDAQ.
I got to turn on a little Lady Gaga or some and sing a little more in the morning on my way to work.
Warm up them pipes.
Don't you just do lip rolls while you're
Thank you,
driving?
Deanna. I've been telling him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
thank you. See?
My kid. All right. Well,
Uh-oh.
all right. We're extending down.
So overnight low, Michael, is right here. It's 921 and 3/4.
Okay.
I think. Let me double check.
Gosh.
Oh no, actually, well, I mean, overnight low is actually
It's just broken in
891.
NASDAQ.
891.
We're about to tag value high at 159.14.5. And then I have the average session low slightly below that, closer to POC. So the average session low in NASDAQ is 158.96. And then we have the POC from yesterday, which is 158.87.
Whoa, hold on. So what right now is in the 9 handle that we're talking about? 9 handle, 15.9. What that's down here? Anybody got
Value high. I've got value high at 159.14.5.
14?
So just shy of that, the low that we currently have.
So yeah, guys, there's also that return to settlement play. You see how in the morning it was strong, and then there's always this return to settlement talk that we have. It's really no different than I just said, those candles that open and close at the same body kind of deal. Like whatever they close at, and then the next one they close at. You can see my chart, like yesterday's close was right around where we closed. So it would be yesterday's close is right here, is this yellow bar that we're looking to return to. And then the prior day close is this yellow bar. And it's always interesting because you can see down here, and this is my 30 minute, if you see by our bottom left. Sell off, return to settlement, rally, return to settlement.
It's just a gap now in the S&Ps.
Gap's closed, John?
Yep.
Okay.
So next is a value high in the S&Ps, 45.76.75.
Well, that's down there by the 1600 lot.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Yep. I wonder if they're there.
They're like, oh shit, let's just scratch this trade.
Scratch it. One hell of a scratch.
Yeah, what a hell of a old Daryl's first day.
Daryl. No, not Daryl.
There's a lot of them out there.
Yeah, there are.
Oh boy.
The lack of patience got to my initial target, but I was too impatient to wait for it. I hate being impatient. I'm compromised today. I'm telling you, 2 rum and cokes, and I don't even know what the hell I'm doing. I'm Daryl today.
As the inhibition, the impulse control goes, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's heck yeah, man. You just put your finger right on it.
Very, very light. Be very, very light on this trade.
There's a squeaky toy that I can hear.
Yeah, it's my dog. Sorry. That dog.
That's quite cute.
Lazy too. We got to take it away from her most of the time because she just squeaks and squeaks and squeaks.
Yeah, same with ours. Not annoying at all. Yeah.
Like her favorite toy. I want to pull the squeaker out of it.
I know. Like, why do we have to give the toy the squeaky? There's other toys out there, but they like it.
Well, I was kind of picking bottoms right there.
Sorry, to get out.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping it really, really light and tight. This thing feels like it wants to flush out and pop, but
Flush out, pop.
Flush down and pop.
Flush down, yeah.
Fred, I see you're passed on the cheap long idea at prior day high. You didn't like the opening range being left at the high of the day. My thoughts exactly. I'm looking for an opportunity to sell a pullback. If I can find a cheap trade, I'll do it.
All right, I'm short crude oil. This is not usually what I like to do, but for entertainment purposes.
Of course. And it's your birthday.
Yeah, and it's my birthday, yeah. So I'm short from 70.61, just the one lot.
It did pop off the 16s down there, but this is having a hard time holding a bid kind of since coming down to these levels. Well, all morning, I guess. Whew. So Deanna, you are short 1 from 70.61.
61. Yep.
Crude oil.
Yep.
Not much on tilt here for the equities.
Sitting on my hands.
No, that was a good. The reason why I was getting that, Deanna talks about the 15, 9, 14s. It was trading 16s. And I was going to keep it really light, and I was watching the dump. So when I did the flush, like spike down, then just try to catch it there. So I caught the 16s, but then I got out of that. Or I caught the 19s, then I got busted out at 16. So technically, it came right down to your 15s, 14s.
Mm-hmm.
For the
Michael, do you have a position, Michael?
No, I don't.
Here's
What are you looking at, John?
Well, I mean, if we're going to be following suit with the opening range, the high of the day into a trend day, low volume node here, 936.
930. Hold on, 936.
Yeah, 15,936.
That's the why 936?
Low volume node.
Low volume node. Oh, low volume node. Why do you like that on
Why
the
do we
pop?
like low volume? Yeah. Why are those good entries?
Because I mean, you're accumulating time and volume below that level. You have time and volume above that level. This level was kind of a sign of an area of potential rejection, right? I mean, the price moved quickly through there, didn't spend any time. That's where I like to take trades. Now, this is not playing for us.
Right.
Maybe it is, because your risk is, if you're on this little volume shoulder here, your risk is on the other side, really, of the high volume node, the upper high volume node.
Which is
946. So we have not gotten to it yet, but right now this is not panning out very well. But our next low volume node is up here at 954.
that Deanna level is good. The 914s because it's sold off down to
it's value high, and we have settlement there as well.
From yesterday, right?
So you're already looking at almost 30 handles, people, on that one. So there's 30. There's
level.
There's value high right there.
Value highs tend to be high probability levels in most
Snapback
things. Yeah, so that's one of my favorite levels.
John, the gap in the S&Ps has been closed because it traded back to the range from yesterday. I don't look at gaps all the way back to settlement. I look at gaps all the way back to the previous day's range. So this is the opening range. Let me expand this a little bit. This is the opening range, that first minute. Price has come back to and traded into the previous day's range. Doesn't have to go all the way back to settlement. I'm looking at days ranges for gap closes.
Yeah, that would have been a nice long down there.
Yeah. What about short here with the heavy tilt long?
I just looked for a second.
In the S&Ps, Andre, I mean, I like it because very low volume. And once we left that opening range, we accumulated volume here. This might act as resistance because there wasn't a lot of time spent there and not a lot of volume exerted.
I'm short one. I'm getting a little.
Well,
Yeah, I'm getting.
90s,
I don't like the fact we're both short, though.
Short from 89 in the orders.
I'm thinking I should probably just take my $100 and go home.
Should probably get
$200 and go home. Impulse.
Hey, whoa, John! We got the closing. We got the closing trade to do still.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I'm on the close. I'm on with you guys on the close.
We've been trading it pretty damn well lately.
I'm on with you guys. I know. I heard you guys
You're
are
on
making
today.
I believe it's on my calendar. Jack would know. What do you mean?
I'm kidding.
Get out of here. You know what? I'm coming in with
What was the question?
coming in with a force now, Andre.
No, I'm sorry.
Deanna Frozen Gumwad is asking what your target is for your.
We'll see when this thing actually starts to go lower, because right now I'm not looking at any potential targets since we're still inside the initial balance. So if it breaks the initial balance, then we can talk about targets. But the first hurdle, so to speak, would be that average daily range low at 70.25. That would be my 1R. So I'm not terribly happy just taking 1R. But if there is no meaningful reaction from that level, I mean, we have quite a lot of space below that. Because on the larger time frames, we have broken some ranging areas of accumulation attempt. That has not happened. So we could have a nice run down to, well, all the way down to average session low, which is miles away. It's like 68.91. But I would probably be out by 70, maybe 69, 89 if we can get it. 70 is a really nice round number. So yeah, that would be about 1.7R for me. However, with the shorts, they're usually pretty fierce. So there could be a little bit more in there than normal. So we'll see. Right now, I'm just waiting for the initial balance to be broken to the downside and then to see what the auction wants to do.
Did you, in a longer time frame, are you looking at that 67.30 swing low?
Let's have a look. My computer is lagging a bit today, so it's taking time to. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everybody's computers are breaking today. My camera stopped working, the main one, so I'm on this lower res one.
Well, it's holiday season. They plan this and internally when they code it, so you can go out and buy new shit.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Every December, your shit starts breaking.
Yeah, Walmart's on here being like, we're looking really good with
I've
projections.
seen this guy.
Yeah, come on. I've watched it on CBC too.
All right, so let's have a look at the continuous chart here.
I'm
Now, on
sure.
a very large,
Good.
you show it again, okay. On a very large time frame, we are still in a large monthly demand area, but it's been tested so many times, I wouldn't put much stock in there. Well, let's see, once the computer decides. Yeah, thank you. Jesus, yeah, that's taken a while. Yeah, and again, we have some levels that have been tested and retested many times. There is no reaction from them at the moment on those larger time frames. So again, yeah, we possibly want to look for the market to fall through this level. But again, it's such a large time frame. I can't really use that. The level that you've been talking about, John, swing low, I don't really see it as an originating level, because I think that the originating point is lower than that. I would say that the stopping point would be 67.60. So apart from the round number here, I don't really see that as a relevant area. And it's a weak area as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just kind of looking for that as more of a target, an eventual reach.
Yeah. I mean, targets, we can use anything really.
Shit. I got in a bad position.
Did you get out?
Nope. I got stuck. And I added I'm short.
I'm still short.
It's growing legs too.
It's value high reversal. I always warn against these. There's two setups: value high reversals and failed auctions. You don't want to go against those.
Yeah.
They're very, very high probability levels that have a success rate of about 70 to 80%, which is really high. When we're looking at 5 to 8 years of sample size, if one level or one setup is continuously giving a result, then you really want to stay away from trying to fade that. Fade it maybe once it reaches the next area.
Yeah, what's the next area? Because this is so effing heavy, long.
Yeah, for me, the next area really wouldn't come until 160.12 half.
Jeez, okay.
That's kind of where the drop happened. That would be a safer area to short.
Yeah.
There's VWAP here. There is VWAP here, but again, because of the value high reversal, I have seen those just creeping through all orders that might be in the way. So I would be very patient here and just to wait until it clears this whole area and goes a little bit higher up, and then to look at the originating point.
A little bit higher up is 12s.
No, so around 12. So the 12 would be like the final area where you might want to look for a short, an ideal area.
Yeah.
There could be a chance that they reverse it before then, because again, there's a round number of 160,000. But yeah, technically from where I'm looking at things, the first supply area that would be safe to try a short from would be 16012.
Okay.
Man, that's up there for a while. It's 82 guys. This is extremely long bias in the Topstep community. Extremely long bias, and the market is like staying firm. It's showing it has legs. Deanna's saying a big upside, or not a big. Well, not 16.0
space. This space up there. Yeah.
Taking heat
012 puts you back into the opening range in the NASDAQ.
We're taking heat.
Okay, what's right below 12s is
the round number.
There was an 06,
number.
and there's a round number. 06, you said there was an 06 something, John, earlier, but I don't recall what it was. I usually write it down.
There might have been on the way down. There was a session high from yesterday at 159.62.
Yeah.
Is that what you said?
06 was the low of the opening range.
Should sell more up here.
I was just long 8 or short 8, and that's what it put me in the hole on that pop. Got caught on the pop, and I loaded up on the pop, or loaded up.
Well, that was kind of I would have looked at that as a one lot trade. I don't think it was that really dependable, I guess.
Yep. I mean, looking back at it, it was a couple times I played it, but we always talk about if it knocks on the door enough times, it gets let in. But we played these 60s a couple times, and I got paid, and then that one, I just got stopped out.
I'm staying short.
It's going to be.
Andre's committed.
Well, I mean, you can see this one fall out of bed if you want. I've never seen that. I have seen it heavy long, but that was very, very, very heavy long. So if there's a short that's going to come in here that's a big move, you might be onto something, Andre, because I got shooken out.
Where? All right. Yeah, I got shooken out there too.
What do you mean you got shooken out right now?
Yeah, everything went flat on the tilt, so my indicator back. Shit. Now it's chopping around here.
I don't know. That felt like an extension.
Let's snap right back. Up 125. I'll take it.
Man, that's a good
How
sign.
much did you puke all 8?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Are you
So
pissed?
maybe a speed fire question here to think about it. I saw some questions about which platform are you all using the trade?
Currently, right now, I'm using T4. It's about to switch over to Topstep X here very shortly.
Topstep
I
X.
use all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use everything. I use NinjaTrader, TraderRates, MetaTrader 5, IM Futures, like literally whatever, whenever. It's just a platform for execution. So they're all pretty similar once you've seen all of them. Obviously, some of them have better features, which is why I'm on MetaTrader 5 for my own indicators and my own charting. But when it comes to the ladder, when it comes to like the basics of execution, I'm not opposed to using anything. And I actually really like testing new platforms as well. And I have done that on my channel many times.
And remember, Oil Trader is 10 minutes or thereabouts. Thereabouts is how you say that word, till EIA.
Yeah.
So keep an eye on that.
That was really, really long.
Yeah, no.
Where were you short from?
89 or 90s, 89 the orders. Wouldn't flush. It wouldn't flush.
I'm back to flat because I just pulled the trade off because obviously inventories are coming. So I was down 180. I'm up 180 now. So
Swing.
Nice.
Shit.
Okay. Well, that was a fun morning. Now I got to dig myself out of the hole, trade for scratch.
Hang in there.
Man, that was a good short. Still.
Was the system? I mean, yeah.
What do you mean? I mean, you that was.
I mean, I see what you saw. I was in the same I was in the same trade as you. I see it. I get it.
I see you. Rat.
Exotic car blacklist. You got shooken up.
Here's the flush.
I should not have had so many on. That's why I got shooken out of that one because you guys were everything you said made a lot of sense. And if that was going to happen, which sure as hell felt like it, then I would have been really giving away my whole week. So yeah. Okay, whatever. And look at the sell off, 30 handles off of it so far. And if you want to see a continuation, I'm betting you're going to see it. The 30-minute bar coming up in 8 minutes. Huh.
Well, before EIA, I do have some news that might cheer you up.
yeah.
I'm about ready to go emotionally on tilt, but I'm so far so good. What's that, Jack?
Yeah, so as Hoag mentioned earlier, just want to point this out again. U.S. mortgages, the rates dropped to a 4-month low. We've finally seen a boosting in refinancing.
Nice.
That's a big, 0.7% in 5 weeks, the most since 2008. The dogs like it.
They're
They love it. Yeah, they're like, yay!
like new house.
Well, speaking of things your dogs will like, take a look at this brisket I made last weekend.
Oh, wow.
How long do you have to cook that sucker?
Well, I'm not a purist, so before I threw it on the smoker, I sous vide it for 26 hours.
26 hours.
And then took
That's not pure?
on the grill. Yeah.
Damn,
And
this fell off.
the greatness of it, some people have commented on my Wyoming shirt. One more advertisement for a small town. You go to the
Yes.
next one, you can subscribe to the Du Bois Frontier in written form, sent to your across America. Weekly newspaper for $32 a year.
Holy shit, you're selling off hard right now.
Here's your sell off hard, and this is pisses me off because I couldn't hold this shit. Jack, this is awesome. I love
They're
this.
shaking out too. Son of a.
Yeah, you didn't get shaken out, man. You had no risk on yours. You had no risk on yours. I had too much on mine. Damn it, guys. Damn it, us. Damn it. There's that big move set up.
Yeah, this isn't a high probability move though, because we already tagged value high, so it would have been more of a guess than anything. I wouldn't cry over this.
Well, the tilt is a really, for me, a very important indicator of when we all get long or we all choose a bias. And I said, what did I just say up there? It's going to be a huge
Really
move.
long.
Really effing long. And then it's wiping out all the personal brokerage accounts that's out there, all the people that had the similar bias that all the community here in the trading combine and XFA had. They got majority long right up there, because that's why we're sharing this, is so you can use, and it's going to pay them every now and then too, and vice versa. And it's going to, whatever. Right now, the people that were short, 20% of them were short, all got paid very well. And there's your biggest move of the last 30 minutes. Is right when everybody got long. We were talking about getting long. I got short 8, got shooken out of the 8, whatever.
Now we just took the S&Ps down to value high from yesterday to the tick. Same thing is happening now in the S&Ps that happened in the NASDAQ. Now I think if we start showing acceptance and value, then we go to the other side of it. But it's not a very big move by the range from yesterday. So, and we're now negative on Delta too. So the longs that were trying to hold this thing up have failed, and they bailed on that whole move to the downside.
Yep.
So you had long shown on your Delta.
The Delta was long.
Delta was long. Tilt was long. It had come back up to the same area that I had been getting short, making money on, and I got shook out of 78s because I put too much on. That pisses me off, but whatever. Good trading is also managing risk and managing emotions, and we were right, Andre, but we were effing dead wrong.
And what I was looking for was I moved back to the opening range to limit my risk for the short. Never got it. Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does.
Yep.
Is it shaking or shook?
It doesn't matter. Who cares?
Yeah, I use woozy
shit. What the fuck?
make up word.
Now that we're tagging value high in ES, this is why whenever if I want to trade NASDAQ, I will be looking at the levels in ES and where we are before I position myself, because NASDAQ levels, they're okay. They do work. But because it's such a crazy liquid market, you have to have like some sort of a benchmark to see whether the level is actually happening or not. And today, both of these are going pretty similar. They are very correlated. So I would be trusting more the tag of the value high and a reversal in ES as a potential signal for a long in NQ somewhere else. So that's how I've always approached trading NASDAQ, and that's worked quite well for me. Whenever I'm looking at just NASDAQ levels, it's always all over the place. It sort of works, but it vastly overshoots the levels, if that makes sense. Like the zones that you're looking at are so massive. Yeah, but if you use ES as a correlation indicator, it becomes much easier to get your orientation points in NQ.
Hey, Doc Trades, you guys shaking, shooken. I don't know. I'm just gonna say whatever word I want to say.
The hell you want, man?
I do not know. Who can somebody correct me? Shooken or shaken?
Shake it like a Polaroid picture, dude.
Okay, shaken. Little country term. Don't get shooken out of that bowl. Yeah, you must have had size on too. Sounds like Doc Trader. Yeah, guys, that's another thing about trading. You got to like trade management, or like size management too, is a big piece of it. So many levels of the game, of the trading to put yourself in a really good spot. Discipline is the number one though. Shaken. Got it, guys. Shook out. Got it. Shook out. Shaken. Yeah.
I prefer my martinis shaken.
Okay.
Yeah, from shooken, not stirred.
Yeah, shimmy and shake. Yeah, okay, shake.
I'm going to have some drinks tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, it's your birthday, but I kind of like you just say that. It's funny.
Hump day, Wednesday.
All right. Man.
All right, so 1 minute to the inventories.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so guys, she's talking about crude oil inventories. So the new folks out there, there's a
A release, yeah. So the most important release for crude oil is the inventories report. It comes out every Wednesday around about this time, sometimes Thursday if you've had a holiday or something. But generally, I don't really put much stock in the actual number, because I feel that any number that we get is more like an excuse to take the prices wherever they want to take it, unless it's like a really huge miss and a very big surprise of the number, then you're going to have a repricing opportunity. But those are realistically pretty hard to catch. So I like to wait for at least about 15 minutes, unless it's something really obvious. Don't think there's going to be anything too obvious here, but let's just see what happens.
At the failed auction at the low here.
Yeah, but we'll see. We have average daily range. And, the initial balance is not super massive. So I would only have about 50 ticks to play the failed auction. And I don't like that profit margin, to be honest.
All right, released.
All right. Let's see.
I'm waiting for it.
Long 5 in the ES, mixed star.
I've got minus 4.6 million.
Yes, minus 4.6. There it is. It finally popped up. All these computers are acting up.
Yeah, I'm lagging as well.
So it's a little bit thin looking at the dome here.
Yeah. There's a big sell order right at 66. Yeah, there it goes.
So no, it's just
No, go against that.
fails. You get reduced inventories and price drops.
Yeah. This is why I said don't put too much stock in the actual number, because they're just using it as an excuse to bring the price wherever they want to bring it. Whenever I'm training somebody new, they're always like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense. Why did it go down?" Because liquidity. They need better areas. In my experience, usually you get the right move the following day. So if you're going to look for longs, tomorrow would be a better day. Yeah.
Tomorrow. Are you going to trade tomorrow if you have a few drinks tonight?
I don't know. It depends how hungover I am.
Hey, I sold 3 up there at 24, and I just scratched my day. Okay.
Nice.
Oh, damn it. That was a quick $800. That was nice. Size. I got to watch that size. John, you're right. If I would have sized down a little bit, got back to my
you'd have been fine.
lot, I would have been fine. I know.
And, that wasn't a high probability opportunity,
No, it wasn't. And a 3 lot still, I was at like 1,200. 3 lot would have put me on that move, would have put me, $1,000. It would have been 2,200. And yeah, that would have been nice.
Okay, well, we have something special coming up.
Uh-oh.
We have a guest coming up.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yep.
And we have Andre taking his punishment.
I have a bet to pay off.
Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, you do. I don't.
I passed it on to you.
You did pass to me.
KT, I'm not extrapolating. I'm just that's definitely not extrapolating. That's just me talking out, like kind of like where I like to put myself each day, because I do that, and I'm not saying you're saying that's whatever. Extrapolation is where I'm like, okay, I made 1,000 today. If I do that every single day,
I love that.
Blah 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 blah. This is just me account management on my account, as I do risk management, as I do position management. Today I got bad at position management. That's what got me so far today. Everything else has been great entries. That was a great entry. Everything's great entries. And risk management's been great. It's just position management which got me shaking out.
Well, here we go.
What? Yeah, because we got, 3,500 likes on that bet that came back to bite poor Andre.
Yeah.
He's going to consume 2 raw eggs right now. But more impressively, we have Topstep's very own Ben with us.
My
who
man.
just volunteered to do this as well.
My man. Oh, you cracked it already. All right. Well,
Oh, yeah.
hold on. Let me crack mine real quick. Oh, right there. There we go. Oh,
Well, you got to do the egg crack challenge where you just slam it on your kid's forehead.
I mean, that's some meathead shit, but all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here's my egg. Ben, where you at? Cheers.
Yeah.
Very virtual cheers into the camera.
Smash the like button.
Smash that like button. Here we go. I've never done this before.
Good luck, guys.
Deanna, you got any tips for me? Here we go.
Just like an oyster.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Terrible.
No.
Yeah.
Hey, Ben, is this something that you do all the time? I mean, I'm wondering why you just jumped in here to do something that Andre hates.
Woo. That was gnarly.
I can't hear Ben.
Ben, I think you're on mute, my man. I appreciate the support.
You know, he doesn't need the talk. The drinking an egg just because he wanted to explains a
Well,
lot.
thanks for
That's shout out to Trays by Matt. My man loves his eggs in the morning, so there you go.
Andre,
That
I
or the
appreciate you taking that, Andre. I passed on a bet that. Yeah.
Pass it on to me, and I will be passing on a challenge later this week, and I will figure out who's going to and what they're going to have to do. But first, we got to get those likes up. And if we do, I'm not gonna lie, it wasn't that bad.
You just consumed how many things of protein? Does anybody know what one egg
Yeah,
is?
you know this.
There we go. Is that better?
I think
Ben.
about from what I did by fitness, I think it's about 10 or 11 grams of protein in one egg.
Look at that, Andre. You didn't have to do. You just oystered it. Like an oyster.
Oyster it, man.
Yeah.
Wasn't so bad. I'm glad you put a smile on your face too, Michael.
Well, you know what? The fact that it's that many grams of protein and you can like literally take it in a split second. It's like injecting into your veins. I think
add some protein.
I might try it. I used to do it when I worked out a lot in college. I'd pop a bunch of them in there, and I'd do that Myoplex, and it was back in the day of.
I don't do the raw eggs, but for years now I've been doing just 2 fried eggs in the morning, and that works pretty well.
Do you ever mix yogurt with your eggs, Deanna?
I don't mix it, but I grew up on this thing called kefir, which is kind of like a liquid.
It's a yogurt, cultured
it's a yogurt kind of drink, really. It's not technically yogurt, but it actually has many more probiotics in it, so it's even better for you. And usually I'm actually with Trace by my hat because I like to have blueberries with kefir. And I think that's like the best combination, but fresh blueberries, not like anything fake, just literally just fresh blueberries and kefir. So that would be like my additional treat if I'm really working out and I'm going to the gym every day. I would have 2 full eggs, some blueberries and kefir and coffee. And that's my breakfast.
Champions.
Yeah.
All right, Michael. Well,
Okay, let's do a poll real quick. Thanks,
Yeah.
Exotic Car. Have you ever had no?
Someone in the chat said Rocky Mountain oysters.
They had, you know what? They had a Rocky Mountain oyster.
What are those? What are they?
Like bull nuts that you fry up. No, they had. Okay, I'm from Nebraska. They had a festival. Okay, a festival called Rocky Mountain Festival, Rocky Mountain Oyster Festival, and it'd be every, whatever nut that you want to fry, and they would do a whole festival of different. You go to different stages and be like, "Well, this is goat nuts," or what? I don't know what. You know what I'm saying? Like they had all of.
You know what? I'm Serbian, man. So in Serbia, they eat everything. They eat like tongue, testicles, like whatever you want. You can get it. Like I think even the main part of the bull, that's like a treat in some parts of rural Serbia as well.
I mean, I just want I'll take a bone and fillet. How about that? I'll just take a bone and fillet. That's you guys can have your nuts.
These nuts. Yeah.
So yeah, no, that was a very popular one.
Festival, Nicholas.
It was called the birthday
Deanna, it was actually called the Testicle Festival. I swear to God. Now that I think about it,
It's hilarious.
I swear to God, I'm gonna look it up. I swear to God, Nebraska Testicle Festival.
Love that. We've got another Serbian, Draško Paunović. Zdravo, zdravo. Kako si? Not too many Serbians, I see. There are a few, but yeah.
Okay, can you guys put this in here? I can't. Annual Testicle Festival at Cass County. this county right next to us had the test. $10 admission.
Got a cover charge for this shit.
Got a cover charge. I'm putting it on my line, dude. We went to this thing. We drink at it.
Oh my god.
Okay, here you go. And I'm putting this in there you go. And if you ever had to Nebraska, time it around the July 17th, the 29th annual Testicle Festival.
Too good.
All right. So you could have your eggs. You could have your Rocky Mountain oysters.
The things you learn, man.
You guys can drop. Cass County gets weird. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, that is I'm in Sarpy. I grew up in Sarpy. We used to, you'd have beef with other counties. And F those Springfield kids. They're our neighboring town.
The rival.
Yeah, Ronnie Tex over there. He was the big one. Ronnie. Always won the Sarpy County Demolition Derby.
Well, all right. Well, I'm glad I could provide some entertainment there.
There you go.
Thanks for the support, man.
Good job, Andre.
Yeah. I'll be coming up with the next challenge, and I'm definitely got you in my crosshairs, my man.
Oh, annual roadkill cook-off. You guys, this is awesome that we're
getting
coming up
country
with.
out here.
Yeah, this is great.
Oh, Austin has noticed my boot, my cowboy boot earrings.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, good eye.
Well, now it has bounced off. It is the NASDAQ is around the 20s. Andre, I'm going to talk to you about this offline. Actually, no, I'm not. Can I give you some feedback, Andre?
Yeah, I guess you're going to it regardless. Go ahead.
You were in the money, nice. Everything was setting up exactly what we talk about all the time. Just wondering, the getting out early and calling it chopping around when I think it was rolling over.
Okay.
Were you looking for? What were you like? Why? Give me the why. No, I'm gonna like you get my.
I don't know. I kept hearing that this was there was a move to the upside coming. So the fact that we got out.
So you were still that kind of
well, tilt flattened out as well. Tilt went from 70 down in like the high 50s, and we weren't pushing.
Yeah,
so
but
the reason you got in is gone. No longer there. You get out. At least that's how.
Well, but we've learned on tilt too. The tilt is an indicator of what the active traders in the planet is doing. In my opinion,
why'd you get out?
I already mentioned it, bro. 8 lot. I should have not put an 8 lot on. I said that at the beginning. I mean, I'm straight up with that one. It was a great trade. I mean, as a 1 lot on, you didn't take any heat on it. I don't know. I'm saying it.
3, but yes, you're right. Yeah, hindsight's 2020. You're right. But when that setup shows itself again, I'll definitely take the same trade.
Because last week we were talking about like when it does this, when it hits this certain levels that we're watching. Plus, if the tilt goes crazy tilty, then these are ones that we know we've seen majority of time will play out, but it will take some time at times, because you've even mentioned to me that could be a lot of the people with personal brokerage accounts still are pushing this market higher. If everybody here at Topstep is also pushing or thinking it's going higher, so it's kind of like our way of talking out the tilt is what I'm talking about right now to everybody who's listening.
Yeah, it was amateur on my part for sure. What I learned.
So Luke Jab is asking me a question. What's my take on market profile on ES after this initial balance? Well, we're still inside the initial balance. Mm-hmm. So for now, as far as I'm seeing this, it's a responsive move back to value because A, it happened during the initial balance, and B, we're still holding it. So if anything, until we break the initial balance, I would now be looking for some ranging trades in ES.
Yeah. And somebody in here was saying VWAP and the high probability of VWAP. What was there on it till?
There was.
Don't get me wrong. You guys explained it perfectly, and I was really appreciative of you guys explaining it. And we were in a low volume node, weren't we? Like a little gapper.
Just a little one, yeah. It wasn't
a little one. And then, John, I was thinking it was going to go touch the higher one, and as an 8 lot, I would have been down 2,500 or 3,000. So, yeah, that was a hard trade, right, Andre?
Trade's over. Trade's over. It's in the past.
Yep. Thanks, buddy.
Now, as long as we're paying debts, don't you guys owe us a poem?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, your poem, Mike. We need to rehearse.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Good on Deanna's birthday.
On my birthday.
Yeah,
yes.
Why don't you send it over to me, Andre, so that I can rehearse for no seconds and just read it.
Read it. Dust it off. It's in the library here somewhere. I'll have to
send it over. We can do our little
Yes, we got
Christmas caroling. We'll knock on your front door and be like a Christmas carol.
Let's see if I can find this thing.
I don't think I'd answer.
I got you the poem over a trap beat. Yeah.
Yeah.
A little Hotlanta trap beat in here. Yeah, I'm down with that.
Oh, so that visit down to yesterday's value high looks like it was a pretty good shot.
Yep.
Still looking for shorts, but that was a good short-term trade.
What did we pivot off of down there in the NASDAQ and why?
I don't even know what I'm looking for right now. But I agree. We're going to fade the extremes.
75. It's been fading the extremes have been working, right, John, today?
Well, I mean, the extremes are finally in, right? The initial balance is finally in, and we rejected yesterday's balance or value. So,
Well, Michael, there were a couple of levels there in NASDAQ. There was an ever session low at 158.96,
Okay.
and then point of control from yesterday at 158.87, well, let's say 15888. So, yeah, a few things there, and then that lined up with ES hitting its value high. This is what when I said that NASDAQ is a little bit crazy with its levels, that it kind of overshoots the high probability levels sometimes, not always, but sometimes. And that's why I like to look at ES for a more type of a benchmark orientation point, and then trade the NASDAQ as kind of like a vehicle to express my view. That's exactly what happened here. So it overshoot value high. It kind of touched it the first time, then overshoot the second time, and then reversed. So
we had some. Well, I heard besides that one, people were in here. They said there's a 50% retracement on a Fibonacci, the same point, and all. I don't know. It must have hit a lot of levels, areas of importance.
and every Fibonacci tool has 50% on it, and it's not a fib level.
It's not.
Nope.
Okay.
Fibonacci number.
All right. So thanks for the correction. And why is it not?
No, it's just on every tool.
Oh.
Because it's the halfway mark, right? I mean, it makes sense.
but here's a question: halfway from what?
Exactly.
That was a question that we ran into, because I have a similar concept called Q points, which are sort of related to the swing extremes, and it is like a retracement thing, and we do use 50% retracement. However, the issue is always what will be a reference point on days when you don't have a swing that is completely obvious. So my software guy, he said, but how do you know which low to reference? And I was like, I just look at it. And he was like, yeah, that's not going to work in code, though. We spent like 8 months trying to find a good way to define. We tried zigzag. We tried higher highs, lower lows. We tried measuring the averages of certain amount of candles, like a whole bunch of stuff. And I can't remember exactly what I think we ended up taking the actual supply and demand zones algorithm that we created before then to actually determine whether the low and the high are relevant. And then we have this piece of code that uses this look back function to make sure that the pre-swing that came from it, like before the actual swing, is sufficient enough so that you're not catching effectively consolidations that are continuation moves. So, when you start trying to code something, a whole bunch of stuff comes up at you, and you're like, I've never thought about that. That is very interesting and difficult. So yeah, my working with the software team, I found out that I wasn't as systematic as I thought I was, and then I got better. So yeah.
Everything has to be defined to an equation when you're.
Everything has to be defined so that a machine can understand it and do what you want it to do, and that's where the tricky part is to do that. And you as a human, you have to come up with elegant solutions for it to do it. And we just kept working on it until it got it right for the most part. It's still not 100% perfect, but for the most part, it will define a swing as it should.
I like that. What was it? Elegant
Solutions. Yeah.
Elegant Solution.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also could be called Made Up.
Of course. Yes. Yeah. Well, isn't that what intellectual property is? You just make something up and then you make it your own.
I guess that's true. I don't have any intellect, so I don't know.
Oh, come on. That's really Hoag. Don't even
Patak, I shared it with you. Check.
I got it.
Yeah.
I shared it with James Harden, so check producer channel.
Okay. It is Deanna's birthday after all.
All right, guys, we're a little slow right now. Give us something else, Jack. You got anything out there? You guys don't know, Jack was what were you a journalist for The Onion or a writer?
Yeah.
What were you?
Yeah, I was a writing fellow and then senior contributing writer for The Onion for a number of years.
Can you give
Really?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah, Deanna loves it.
there's
I didn't know that.
Yeah, there's a lot more about Jack that makes sense when you got his background with The Onion. Jack, can you let everybody know what The Onion is? And then it kind of says a lot about your sarcastic, witty, dry humor. It's just good.
The Onion is the finest news source in America.
Right on brand.
Right on brand.
I'll see
We
if I
used
can
to-
find something to share. Give me them too.
All right, that's good. Yeah.
we used to have to buy it from like a homeless guy outside the Merc. It was a free newspaper, but they would pick up the whole stack and then try and sell it to everybody. And we bought it for $1. It was a free newspaper, but we bought it for $1 because it was so good.
The hustle. Yep.
Yeah. Some of the funniest headlines ever.
Headlines
Oh my
are just
gosh.
amazing.
Okay, the market's rallying back up to man. Look at these 5-minute bars. They keep opening and closing at the same level.
Spot.
Yeah, doing exactly what it did earlier when we were talking about it, and the market just kind of coils up and then just chooses the direction, pulls a little head fake like it did with Andre and I on that one, sold off. These little outside extensions, John, we talk about ranging, but I don't know if you'd consider today a range bound until you're saying, well, down here, once it made it sell off in the morning, it started ranging. That's how you talk it out, right?
Yeah.
If it continues this.
I mean, we opened outside of range. We went back inside of range. We rejected value in the S&Ps. We've got a 21 handle range so far in the S&Ps, which is a little bit on the small side. But remember, we were talking on the opening range that we've got unemployment coming out on Friday. So a lot of traders probably going to be just doing some hedging and adjusting inventories or liquidating positions before Friday morning. And it's also rollover, and rollover has a tendency to create range bound periods because the longer time frame, the traders that have thousands and thousands of contracts in the December contract, they have to, if they want to keep them, they got to move them into the March contract. And that takes some concentration. I mean, you can, if you're moving 10,000 contracts from Dece to March, and you just give up the edge on that, you're giving up 10,000 ticks. Now you can use the spread to do it, and if you have to buy the spread, you of course want to buy it on the bid or sell it on the offer. But you can wait forever for that to fill. The dome for the rollovers is thousands and thousands on the bid and the offer. So you can wait all day, or you wait all week for that to happen, and you might get pushed into executing a rollover that's not going to be in your favor. You can use the spread, or you can leg it. You get a pop, you sell your Dece, you get a break, you buy your March. But if you do it wrong, now you're naked, tens of thousands of contracts, and we know how that can go.
Yep.
Hey, I got short up there at 42s on the spike up. It was an extension, and I'm going to trade this one for a scratch. Actually, no, I'm going to take profits. All right, I'm back to 300 up.
You always seem to be taking a position when I'm talking.
You're soothing to listen to, so you calm me down so I can get into a great entry.
Get in there.
Yes, just look for the good entries.
Dolby, get in there.
46 was the high. 42 is mine. 3 handles off that. I feel good when I get good entries. I feel better when I end the day on my highs.
But that was just positioning.
Yeah. 2 lots on that one. That just goes to show that I should just be sticking in the 1, 2, 3 lots trading today. It would have paid more handsomely than looking for that bigger position 8 lot. So lesson learned.
It's a huge jump as well. Because what was your others?
Yep.
The ones you did previously. What was the size there?
8 lots. It's a whole different thinking because now you're like P&L's moving at a different.
Yep, the P&L moves different.
Yeah. And it just wipes everything, all the work you've done from the other several trades. It's like,
Yep. Even if you're up, guys, and if you're down and you put more size on, welcome to your daily loss limit. Welcome to your
the moron trade.
Yeah, exactly.
My dear old dad always said, when the market's going your way, you'll never have enough on. But when it's moving against you, you'll always have too many on.
Mm-hmm.
True if you're trading 1 or 100.
Yeah.
31s and 33s, yeah.
Right, so crude oil is below the initial balance. It's not really doing much around this average daily range low. I'm just on a 5-minute chart here. So if I get an opportunity, I would like to go short somewhere higher up. Maybe from initial balance low would be a good area. Let's see. So maybe 70.50 if I can get it. Because I don't really want to jump into this right now. I would like a bit of a pullback, even if I have to wait a bit longer. I'm not really in favor of breakout trades if I can help it.
If whatever I take them, if they don't go my way right away, I'm out.
You got to bail.
Yeah.
Can we throw a poll in there? I didn't see the poll, Danielle, and I don't know if you're on it or who's on it. I don't think you should be on it, but who's up money today?
Hey, John, what's Delta looking like in S&Ps, just out of curiosity?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a non-factor since we took it out. It's now positive 1,400. So now it's the opposite, right?
Yep.
It's positive again, and we're on the lows. So that's a bit of a divergence.
Something to pay attention to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not huge. If you lean on Delta too much, it doesn't pay that much. It's really, you really have to see a really good divergence for it to.
Big divergence means like a big number, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
But Matt Miller, he looks at it in a shorter time frame and uses it for shorter time frame trades too. So
it's interesting. Using the same tool in 2 different ways, slightly different ways.
Yep.
Are you up money today?
Yeah, so we have 200. We have about 250 voted. 65% are saying yes. I'm up.
So John, just discussing this crude oil trade. So the reason why I don't want to go short here is because I see some liquidity at 70, and that's making me a bit icky. So I would like to get that 750 at the very least, so that I have like 50 ticks of space if we're still not reaching 70, and then that could be my target rather than just jumping in now and trying to time stop it and then panicking if it starts to reverse. And I know it will reverse because there is liquidity there. So,
well, if you're anything like me, it's going to reverse as soon as I'm in.
Usually that's not always the case with me. I am, as you know, I'm pretty spot on with my levels, but there are times when I am quite wrong. Not often, but usually what happens, I go in and then the market just spends time and time, and you're like, come on,
Right.
come on.
We got a lot of folks watching and only 900 plus likes. Hit that lucky like button if you like what you're seeing. Help us out. As always, we love being here with you, and we hope you're loving being with us.
Yep. Please subscribe as well. I think 50,000 is the next hurdle we got to clear there, Michael.
Yeah, no, it's yes.
50,000 subs, and maybe we get Smokey again.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
We just had a Smoky event, fire drills last week.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we put in a thank you guys for the poll? 64% of you say you're up. Why don't we put another poll? Did you get a free reset on a fire drill? What would it be? Has that helped your trading, or are you up money from it, or what would we want to know? Maybe you guys help us out with it. Or what would you want to know from almost 3,000 people here right now that would help you either misery loves company, or make you feel more confident, or make you like more aware of other folks in their day to day? Oh, you guys are all already answering that one. No, I didn't get a fire drill. Yes, I did. Code didn't work.
Yes, it did.
Did you get a free reset last week? Did it help you? I'm not. Do not answer. Do not answer if you did not get a free reset. We want to go like quality data here.
Derek for real stuff.
So do not answer.
Sorry about that. Fred got ticked out on a short in the S&Ps. Now he's looking to kind of fade the extreme at the downside here, but Max Trade and Investing made $5,437 off the opening range trade with me today.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
I made 200.
It's a good dinner right there, John.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Dinner and drinks.
Deanna, at dinner tonight, are you going to be ordering that fancy squid that you took crap for like last
Oh, yeah, good question.
I don't know. It depends. It depends how long my day is today. I got up pretty early. We had some contractors coming in early this morning.
Okay.
So yeah, so they woke me up pretty early. But we'll see. I mean, yeah, we might go somewhere if I'm not too knackered today.
Yeah.
I don't know whether I'm going to go for the squid, because usually those kind of restaurants you require an advance booking and all of that. But yeah, we'll see what's around, and yeah, maybe not
If you feel like
squid,
eating
but
the
I would be looking for some cake. I haven't had cake in a very long time.
The sweet tooth is kicking.
Yeah, I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but sometimes if I'm going to come off a ketogenic diet, which is what I'm normally on, I go like all in. So it's not pretty at all. So yeah, it's like a carb up supreme for about 5 days. So yes.
So we got some folks saying that the reset really helped them out. People asking how many, over 10,000 easily gave out resets.
Nice.
Yeah, I've seen some other funding companies, and I'm not going on a tangent by any means, but they don't even help out if you have an issue on a free reset or on a whatever. So we try to give back. To help
Rant incoming. Everyone,
Yes.
get ready.
Ghost, you might be correct on that one.
Yeah. I enjoy your rants. I quite like it.
You
know why? It shows passion. It shows passion.
Well, I
It shows
mean,
you do
Real.
care,
It's
you
not
know?
like,
I'll go on a rant only if they're like, "Oh, go over here. You could trade 20
I
accounts."
know.
I'm like, dude, that's an extrapolation fallacy. And we talk about extrapolation. When you're pitching somebody on 20 accounts, you're not helping them.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
What are you
You're
doing?
not helping- you are
What are you
catering to
doing?
their extrapolation fallacy. If I make $100 in one and I have 20 of these and I make 2,000, guess what you're paying for? A shitload of their activation fees. And I guarantee you that you're going to have some struggling times where you're going to be like, I got 20 accounts, and you get a good streak, and then you get funded, you pay all those activation fees, and then you blow up the account. Or this intraday rule also busts you out, and all this kind of stuff. That doesn't help you. So that's my take on if it helps you or not. I don't believe. Why'd you stop at whomever that company is? Why'd you stop at 20? Why don't you keep going to 100? Why don't you keep going to $1 billion? Like extrapolation makes so much goddamn sense than keep pitching it and selling it. So that's my problem with it. We do 3. That was hard enough for me to even approve 3. I'm like, fine, we'll do 3. And because so many people are like, you guys don't even care about the trader and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yes, we do. One. So, and then you can increase your size. You can do it. So get good at one. If you can't trade small, you can't trade big. If you can't trade one account, you can't trade more accounts. So just like 20 account bullshit. That's not. We'll never copy anybody when you created the industry. So blah.
There is a comment that I just saw on YouTube. So one thing that if you have been following me is that I always say to people, if you are going to go with those kind of discount companies, don't go for 20 accounts. It serves no purpose. And whoever's put down that comment obviously hasn't been following me long enough.
Well,
I just wanted to make that quite clear.
Yep, I had another, and we look up. We know we are trading. We know everybody's trading. We look up, and some we people say, "Hey, I want to get 20 accounts. You won't let us do it." I'll look up. Though we'll get a Trustpilot review, or we'll get a NPS score that gives their email. I'll look up their email. They've never been funded. I like. Why would you want 20 accounts if you've never been funded? I guess just you gotta like slow it down. You gotta think. One lots, you got to think one account, you got to think grinding, you got to think it's going to like, there's going to be like watching paint dry and things like that. It's glamorous and fun, Deanna. It is when you trade bigger size and you trade more accounts and you see your P&L moving faster and doubling down. It makes you get a dopamine rush. Mm-hmm. Just be careful.
Yeah. I'm just against people who have never been funded, never managed to stay funded, going and smacking in 20 accounts, because that literally it serves no purpose. Like the whole point of all of our channels here is to provide value and education. And, you know, there might be a few people who are already at the top of their game and they don't need help. But I guarantee you that 98% of people who come to try for a prop trading job, they have never really done this. And then they have to learn on the job. And you won't learn by spending too much cash. Yep. Because, like you said, there's activation fees. That gets expensive for 20 accounts. So if you don't have like $3 or $4 grand lying around just to throw for nothing, don't do it. Just start with 1, 2, or 3. Like Topstep is 3, and that's actually a pretty good number. So if you mess up one XFA, you have the other 2. Once you're successful with that, you can do whatever you want, mate. Whatever you want. But we're not talking about traders who are already at the top of their game. We're talking about people who are learning. And there's a huge difference between that.
Yep.
One group is completely swimming in their dopamine rises and crashes.
Yes.
And the other guys are spiritual. We've been there. We've done that. And we don't care. Like when we get funded, it's just another funded account. It's not some kind of a momentous event that's going to throw off my dopamine levels. Yeah.
Facts, 100%. Drop your mic. That's totally right.
That was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful.
And we come from a point of just helping. And somebody goes, "Oh, you don't trade one lot." I started with one lots. I'll dip my toe in the morning with one lots, and it's just like size, bring everything down. And you get yourself in a much better position and then start to scale up. If you want to scale your accounts, then fine, but be 3 months of a scratch trader and look back at your trade reports. And if you're seeing yourself bust out of daily loss limits all the time, then you're already thinking the wrong thing. If you're trying to say, well, just give me more accounts. So then tomorrow, if I'm up, then I'll just quickly pass. So to each its own, though, to each its own. We all have.
Well, you got to go by the rule. Just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Exactly. That's a big thing in this business.
Yeah.
Yeah. People don't know what's good for them until they find out. And unfortunately, those lessons can cost a lot of money.
Yep. So I don't have a problem with any other funding. I don't have a problem with funding companies unless you're selling hope. Unless you're selling FOMO, extrapolation fallacies, you're selling greed. Yes, thank you, John. That is selling greed.
Who's more greedy, the traders or the firm offering the 20? You know,
the firm is what enabling it. It's enabling it. So you're not helping them. And people are like, well, you guys have so many damn rules. You like bust out. Fine. We won't make your daily loss limit be a breach where you have to pay. I'm down with that. I learned my lesson on that one. But when we first started Topstep, nobody had a problem with rules because it was really like very, very passionate traders. But then, of course, as it hits mainstream and the community grows and the industry grows, then you're going to hit a lot of I call it either hobbyists that come in here and they just want to hit play the kind of lottery cards. So they go over to like places that play these little lottery cards and sell this little hope and all that stuff. But behind the wall, like behind the scratch ticket, how you get paid out makes no sense. Just send us your strategy. If it doesn't line up with that, good luck. We're not paying you. All that kind of stuff. Buy 20 like scratch tickets, no problem. But then flip them over. Like it just and read the payout terms. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, Topstep has learned along the way. We're not perfect, but we do try to move. Our mission is to help people who trade turn people who trade into better traders with healthier habits. I don't even know if other companies have mission statements. So that's always been like, I don't know. I'm in the game to help people, and people are like, "Well, you charge." Well, yeah, of course. We have 100 employees.
Yeah, you're not a charity. None of us are. Like, come on.
So does the church. When you go there and they say, "Hey,
Come on, Mike.
What's the candles? Like, what does church do? One of the things that I really didn't like about the church thing, because I actually grew up in a pretty liberal family where we were allowed to make up our own mind with religion and stuff. But I remember going into a church for the first time, and the first thing that happened was that the dude in there tried to sell me some candles. And I was like, I don't actually want to buy any. It's like, no, but you should. And we have a shop as well. So I was really disappointed. I was like, I thought this was supposed to be like a place of God where, I'm like, this just looks like a business to me. I don't know.
I grew up in the mega churches and there's a lot of passion and feeling that you get when you go in there because it just like, but funny thing I said that, and the only reason why I said that because last night on HBO I was watching The Gemstones. You guys ever watch that? It's with man, who are the big actors?
John Goodman, Danny McBride, Adam Devine.
Thank you, James Harden.
James Harden coming in top.
It's hilarious, and they're like everything about that show is about mega churches just making mega money and selling mega hope and fast talking and all that kind of ring a ding ding bells and whistle stuff. So I got a good laugh last night because I grew up in that kind of mega church. Called a Joel.
I think we should follow up that hot rant with some hot streak.
I like it.
Dude, Kanye is jealous of that rant, Michael. That was incredible. That was.
He's gone on. Do not compare me to him, please.
I'm not. I think he's admiring you. Here we go. Carlos, 32 days.
Hold on.
Yep, not much.
Yeah, he's still up there, isn't he? Did he trade yesterday?
I must have missed that one.
This is hot. That is good. 32 days, and you're like, okay, 9,800. Can you guys do 9,800 divided by 32? I don't know what that is.
It's about $300 a day.
That's awesome. $300 a day. 32 days.
Is 32 a record?
36.
Yeah. 36 is a record.
Serious Massimiliano.
Of course.
Yes.
Now, if we extrapolate and he does 260 days of trading a year.
You're a trader, man.
This is really, 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 really good, guys. It's so tough to make on average $300 or $300 a day. He probably had $50 days, $800 days, $50 days. The average of 300. Wow, I'm impressed.
And if you don't mind me soapboxing a little bit, I did pull up some of the old Onion stuff just for the hell of it.
Cool.
Some of the players. So the first one, James gets there's your boy.
Oh, who's that?
What are you thinking about? I want to know what you're thinking about.
I'm doing sober. Jeremy must really have fucked shit up over the holidays.
That was the first. That was the first headline I wrote that got in, and I was there in the office, so they just took me across the street to the bar. And yeah, my mom was thrilled by this.
Oh, sure. That's great.
Two more clips to show because the next, what's up?
No, so they're allowed to, like this is clearly public, or they're allowed to put. Because I used to get the papers, they're allowed to put cuss words in the papers and all that. That's what they did, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah,
Onion let it rip.
F-bombs galore.
He let it rip.
The second one's not one of my favorites, but I believe it is the only futures headline ever to be in the Onion. from back when we had the negative oil.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, that was
I actually remember reading that. That's
And then
theoretical
lastly,
commodities trader.
I mean, I have hundreds of these I could show, but I decided to show something you learn at the Onion is that there are a couple topics that get the most hate mail, and one of them is anything about animals. So this is a headline from when Coco the gorilla died that I got hundreds of emails about. Like, listen, we didn't kill the gorilla.
Yeah.
I don't know about this. It's okay.
You ever watch that documentary, Don't F with Cats, or something like that?
I have. I've been some of those people.
Yeah.
Jack, that was money, man. That was money.
Yeah, Jack, I love the fact that you're skilled in this area.
We got some talent around this show.
Yeah, we do. That's why we created this show, because we're all in the office and we talk to each other. We're like, man, we have a shitload of traders that know how to talk. We have just fun, witty people, and we have talented people that can run on the technicals and production and all that kind of stuff. So we're like, let's do it. And that's what we decided to do the first quarter of this year.
Shit, oil's below $70, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to short. I've been looking at it, but it just kept falling. Like I didn't get my retrace, so I just jumped into a trade.
I'm sitting here hoping that I don't
Yeah.
have to have a dry January now.
Right.
Up in the holiday. Don't up during the holiday.
I don't want to screw things up for the holidays.
All right, guys, we're going to do a little Topstep X updates. We got a lot of people saying, well, what about this? What about that? We will be releasing to the public here very soon. I'd say within 90 days, just to give us a little bit of a cushion, but it could be literally within 30. But I'm not saying 30. I'm saying within 90. We're really pushing the team that we partner up with over at the Sim to Funded Trading Solutions World that is building everything we want for them to build. So the individuals, so you can't put a stop order in or something like that. Yes, you will definitely, like, of course you can, but they're making it, I forget about the bracket folks or the positioning folks, making it so you'll be able to do that. There's a lot of, it'll just keep updating. How about this? It'll just keep updating every week as we do an update. And since it's web-based, you're going to see those instantly. We got one more indicator coming on the tilt.
What is it?
It'll kind of, we're looking for John. We're looking for the cumulative delta because we know
Cumulative day session, regular trading hour delta.
Yeah, Max gonna want to talk to you about that one. That one's not a hard one to do because when we know if people are getting in with a market order or a limit order and things like that.
Right.
So we're gonna share that. That'll help. That Trades by Matt used that yesterday. You use it. There's something there with that. So any other things that I'm missing, Jack? The wait list. I think it's like 60 or 70%, 60% at least are whoever get the invite are joining. So 1,000 invites go out, 600 of the people, and we have a fast growing count of people getting added to that. So thanks for the team over there at Sim to Funded for reaching out to us and even wanting to partner with us on that. So that's awesome.
Yeah,
and then
we're
we're
going to rapid fire questions in there before we get to shoulder tap.
Yeah, good call. If you guys have any questions in here, I know Mac is leading up this with the product team, who's working with the Sim to Funded folks company, who's building is the software people. But yes, if there's any questions, go ahead. And if there's not, we're going to keep talking shop.
Remember talking
also,
shop?
if we have a break, we can show yesterday's best.
Yes, yesterday's best would be good. I'll answer a couple of these while we queue that up. Does Topstep X cost money? No, you will have to, just like you enter a trading combine now, you just pick any platform of the 15 or whatever we offer. Topstep X will be one of those. Have you put the music on Spotify yet? I don't know what that one is. Deanna, is your
the fire music that we're playing royalty free from the Charts and Music channel.
Oh yes.
Oh, right.
I'll have to dig through that as a project.
Deanna Weiss, crude oil selling off. Here's a quick question in here. If you quickly answer that one.
Why is it selling off? Who said it?
More sellers
There's
than
more
buyers.
sellers than buyers.
Buyers.
We're not being condescending when we do that. It's just like
No,
Yeah.
I'm joking. So what usually happens is that the release is, like I said before, the release is just an excuse to drive the prices back down to where there's more liquidity. And if you look at the larger time frames, I did say that on a weekly chart and the daily chart, we actually have demand levels. Well, not here. This is the current contract. Can't be bothered to bring the continuous contract, but slightly lower down, we have the originating demands on those very large time frames. So this would be probably your institutional traders just kind of looking for those better areas and maybe offloading some positions in the run up to the NFP. Don't forget, it is the NFP week, one of the biggest releases that we can have. And these kind of moves are not too unusual to see a move against the actual release, especially on NFP week. So this is just a guess. Obviously, I don't know why crude oil is selling off, but I have seen it more often than not go the opposite way to what the release actually is. And then on the next day, you have the correct move in the right direction. Only once the prices have moved back down to where the deep liquidity pools lie. So remember that the markets are moved not by you or me or Michael or your friend Dave down the road. It's by the big institutions who have some very deep pockets. So until they see that they are at the right levels to execute some of their positions, you're going to see these sort of moves that look like inventory adjustment, which is what I'm guessing this is.
okay. Any other? I'm gonna keep reading through here. And if you guys got anyone, please share it or that you see. Andre or Hoagland there too, and anybody in the Topstep that's helping out.
And while you're looking, I'll put up these
Umair
P&Ls from yesterday. Got a big one from Ahmad.
Umair finished 2 combines today successfully. Nice job, Umair.
Will you have a trade copier on Topstep X? Yes, we do. I believe it's getting refined, only up to 3, and it's no add-on. It's right within it. Tilt, the indicator that you guys see scrolling on the top of your screen, will be in it in real time. What you guys see is also like a 10-second delay. So just remember that. So if you really like Tilt, you could be like Trades by Matt, who trades on Sierra, I believe, but also uses Tilt as a variable or a component to his trading plan. It's up to you. I never say change anything if it's already working. Yes, it's going to be available. Topstep X will work in a browser, correct? It's built in like React. I think it's allows you to we're gonna have a mobile app for it. That'll happen within probably 6 months, and I've seen it already. It's more about it probably could be done sooner, but really the public release is our biggest focus. Can beta users buy more than Topstep X accounts? I believe you'll be able to buy 3 or whatever or however that works, but. Yes, it's the same type of experience that you guys have when you get to enter into the trading combine here at Topstep. You will be able to do on Topstep X.
Somebody's asking who's providing the data feed.
Directly from the CME. So that is
So not Rhythmic.
Yep. So that's really great. It's going to have an open API. So those at Pinecrest or whatever that Pine, I don't know.
Pinecrest.
Pinecrest. Yeah.
Pinecrest.
Pinecone's going to be available. So all that. So we're also talking to an algo. We're going to be talking to this algo other company out there that has thousands of algo traders, and saying we have this ability for them to connect to the API.
So
I think Tilt. Go ahead.
I was kind of letting this go to see how long before you noticed that Ahmad S made 40K yesterday in the XFA.
I wasn't even looking at that, but this is way more.
Wow.
This is way more important that he's making 40 grand. Ahmad, holy nuts! That is crazy. That is great. Great. I want to know on Shoulder Tap if Ahmad is a candidate to be brought up to the professional live trading level. Everybody's professional if they're getting paid to trade, but to be able to put live orders in, your pro ball, you're trading for prop firm capital.
Starting to see a little sell-off here in S&Ps as well as NASDAQ.
Yes, we are.
Tagging value high in ES again. The average session low is around 5,471. 71.75.
71.75. Okay.
Yeah.
We were barcoding for a while there, John.
Basically, point of control.
Okay.
It is point of control, yeah. It just so happens to be lining up with that today.
I got long 07s and 09s.
Okay.
It was a little tilty, and it came off settlement, and it's shown a little strength off the lows. So we'll see.
Well,
S&P just bounced off settlement. 30-minute bar, 30-minute, 30 moving averages on the S&P as well. It's hanging out down here. I don't like that too much. I'm gonna take one off. Okay.
What was sorry, Mike? What was tilt before that?
72, not too much, and settlements right here.
The return to settle play.
But it's
Deanna, how's crude looking?
It's still down, but I entered at 69.50 and it's still hanging around there.
I can't believe we broke 70. That's wild. Did we break 70 yesterday? I don't look at crude.
No.
Today. Okay.
No, it was today. Yeah.
Unbelievable. And inventory's probably led to that or pushed.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. So I'm now looking at average session low being reached, but whether my position is strong enough to actually hold that long, that's an entirely different question.
Okay, settlements will hold settlement. Don't know. It's hanging out down here too long. Okay, I'm out. You guys seeing anything else? I'm out.
No, nothing right now. Kind of barcoding. They took a peek down below, and S&Ps snap back. We'll see if the sellers can keep pushing the sucker lower. I think you've seen the NASDAQ as well. I do know we have shoulder tap coming up in 5, so if we're gonna do this.
Yeah, if ES fails the auction around value high, that would be a nice signal for a long. So that's in 4 minutes. So if it's still above the value high at 45.76.75, we may have a failed auction.
When you're using Topstep X or simulated commissions charged in the combine, there's no commissions on Topstep X at any level, even if you're trading live. No commissions. You do have to pay your clearing fees and your NFA fees that everybody pays to the exchanges and the clearing companies and all that. It's not like Robinhood where everything's free in life. Yeah.
For now,
exactly.
Hey, real quick, right before we sign up with Deanna here and we do shoulder tap real quick, we should do a poll because today was a really healthy discussion about Topstep, the space, the industry in itself. We'd like to know here at Topstep TV, has the knowledge you've gained on Topstep TV helped refine your trading skills? Poll question, simply yes or no. And for those that have said no, we're going to drop a Google form into the chat, and you're going to tell us what we can do better, what we can change, how we can make things better. So we kind of need a little interactive feedback from you the viewers, because we value that information so much. So I think we got in there. Look at Mark.
Andre, remember when we were RVing? When we were RVing? And guys, when we RV, we rented RV and we drive around the country and up in Canada, and we'd have no plans. We'd just be like, hey, 10 days from now, we're going to go. Man, that was a good long. 10 days from now, we're going to be back home. And I'd be like, hey, we're going to go to Banff. And you'd be, or you'd say something. No, hold on. Something like that. You'd say something and you're like, let's go to Banff. And I'm like, I don't know. He's like, you got to say something equal or better to it. You can't just knock it. So has the knowledge you've gained from Topstep helped you? So if you say no, you have to help us out because you're already spending the time. You're already spending the time and energy to say no. You have to tell us. You don't have to, but please tell us what we could do to be better. Because that's what Andre, you'd be like, dude, you can't just knock it. You have to.
No, you got to suggest an improvement.
Yeah, that was a 15 handle. That would have been nice. That was long too.
That would have been nice. So yeah, please. We'll keep putting the link to the feedback form in there.
I know.
Yeah, let us know. We're always trying to improve here, and we value you guys' information or input so much.
Mixture, I know. I got out of that one. I'm a little shaken.
Yes. Sheesh.
We were going to Banff. We went to Banff, then we went all the way up to Jasper. Yeah, we went everywhere. Went all the way over to Whistler, came all the way down to San Diego.
Jasper National Park is up there. That place is a hidden gem.
Yeah, Yellowstone Glacier.
Glacier, that place.
Yeah,
is cool.
I mean, all the way up to just awesome. Do not go in the Midwest. Campsites are a blend of campsites and trailer parks. We know from experience. We know from experience, dude. But when you go Rockies, any campsite is absolutely gorgeous. Or all the way up Rockies to the.
Rocky
Hey,
Mountain
speaking of your skiing adventure, Michael, we got that stuff you sent me.
Oh yeah, let's share it. Andre taught me how to ski,
Mm.
and he's probably one of the best skiers I know. Yeah, we went skiing yesterday. That was after making money and saying we're gonna go skiing.
Mm-hmm.
He's back.
Got a little exercise. Look at that backdrop. What's
And
this?
then we keep our stats, and we always have a little like runner where I beat him by what is that?
0.6 miles per hour.
0.6. Yeah.
Yeah, it's still cooking though.
It's still cooking.
Yeah,
So
might
56
cheat a little bit.
55, 56 miles an hour. It's fun because we'll like weave. Like it was wide open. You're talking like 100 yards wide, wide open, corduroy still. Nobody's here in Aspen really yet until Christmas starts. So
That speed, man.
yeah, then we got 5 runs. So you go out there, you get 5 runs, you get 3 to 5 runs. You come back in here. It's an hour and a half. You come back in here and you work. So it's 50 yards away or 100 meters away. Is
miles an hour. I hope you have a succession plan in place. That'd be.
I gotta try to have a life insurance policy that my wife keeps upping it. I don't know why.
Might need to beef that thing up a little bit.
So no, it's fun. Andre had a good time with you yesterday.
Yeah,
Yesterday was a great day because it was warm, and when it's warm, you hold your edges a lot better. So he taught me how to ski. Thank you, Andre.
Yep. Now you're faster than me.
By 0.6.
0.6. I'll take it. You're taller than me, so you should be faster than me.
Yeah, thank you. And somebody asked about what's the length of our skis. Andre, you're on
7s.
177s. I'm on 184s, factions. So
All right, heads up. We're creeping lower here.
And real quick, while we're here, we also added the new Snowmass cam. We'll switch to
What?
it. It's a little laggy, but you can see it
cool.
move. Yeah.
told you, it's right outside my window.
That's legit.
Wow.
Look at that bro's going skiing right
Winter
there.
Wonderland.
Uh-huh.
And with a click of a button, we can travel miles. We're back in Chicago.
Nice job, guys.
2 offices right there. That's cool. And then we got one more office that we're putting the camera together for in Aspen. So that one he just shared is Snowmass. Snowmass is just a ski mountain like 2 miles away from Aspen. James, can you zoom in? Because you can see the lift in the back between the trees. I don't know if it's even possible, though.
Let me see what I can do. We got it up right now. You can see the lags a little bit there, but they're
Yeah.
London cam, Deanna.
Oh, yeah, we need a Deanna London
Yeah.
cam.
London cam.
Yeah.
Is it gray there today or is it sunny?
Scroll up.
I have not been outside. It's probably dark now, but
Oh, yeah,
I
that's true.
think it was just a normal coldish day today. So it wasn't sunny, but it didn't rain. So that's always a positive.
There you go.
Kind of an average London day.
Yeah. Yeah.
how it
Always cold. Well, we have a couple of weeks in the summertime when it's just absolute hell. Because, the summer in London is not nice and pleasant. It's literally hell. It's horrible. High humidity, super hot. So, yeah, I actually prefer colder weather. I'm not really a huge fan of summer. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't stay in London, would I? So,
Hey, I bought 95s down there, just a one guy.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, that's again, I think these little extensions are still playing, and it did a volume node and those 70% short. So, oh shit! Wow, look at that! Something just came out.
What?
You guys see the S&P?
Yeah, we just got whacked.
yeah.
Yeah.
800 on the offer at 73.
Yep. Guys, something's up.
Yep.
800 on the offer at 73, and we just somebody John, somebody sold off a ton because I saw the ladder and it moved.
Did they come down? Was that,
Yeah, it's a market order.
Yeah, it's NFP week, so
Yes, it is.
these sort of moves are very much expected. I wouldn't, if I see like single prints left on the profile, I really wouldn't fight that. So right now we don't have single prints, but if this next candle finishes, then just don't try and fade it. It doesn't matter what the levels. Because
I went with
other things in play.
I went with it. I sold 89s. I went with it, so I'm going with it. I short two. I'm going to cover one.
Yeah,
I'm going to ride one. I'm leaning on that 800 lot, who clearly was probably 1,000 something that hit a market.
It got taken out.
It got taken out, but
it got filled.
It got filled, but I think that's what moved the market because they did a market order or something. I don't know. I mean, that sell off right when I said I was long, and I was looking good with 10 handles in the money.
Yeah,
wow.
I'm short at 72 and a half.
Okay, I'm going to cover just on that one. I'll take my 700 up. Okay, cool.
Let's see if we get the low of value.
Woo!
Wow.
That's why you sit here and
man.
Pay attention to Topstep TV. You don't overtrade, and you sit there and you wait for weird shit to happen.
Because it usually does.
Especially on NFP week. Yeah.
Is that what it? Say that one more time. Why that's such an important week?
Well, NFP is one of the main, as Hoag would say, misleading indicators. So main leading indicators for how the jobs are doing and how the economy might be performing. So because of that, a lot of institutions will be offloading some positions in the run up to the release, and that's where you see these irregular days. And up until a few years, I actually wasn't very good at those irregular days that would harm my P&L until I decided to stop fighting them. So there's a time to be a contrarian, and there are weeks like the NFP week where if you see a directional move, just don't go against it.
Right. So right there, John got short. We saw a huge order come in that moved the market clearly. Yep, and then then 800 of them were left, and I can only assume it was a bigger order than that because it did a flush out, and then an 800 was sitting on the offer a little bit up there. So, John, I don't know if that's why you got in there, but that's why.
That's pretty much why. There was a big market order sell and then that big offer. I'm out now. I made $150 on it.
Yeah,
so
nice.
I was going to try and hold it to value low, but I don't really believe it because, again, we're in rollover and we're at right before NFP. So
and the trade location is not that great. So, so that's not a trade to hold. You have to match up your trade locations with what duration you expect the trade to be held. So for me, if I get a really good trade location, I have more confidence to actually hold something longer. If I don't get a good trade location, I would typically aim to just grab whatever the market gives me pretty quickly, and then just like Hoag says, time stop it.
Right.
Yep, that's what I did, Deanna.
Michael.
Sold 89s, covered 72s. 72s was a little turner on that. What's up, John?
72s was weekly kickoff low, Michael.
You got to let me know that shit, guys.
I'm trying to. You won't let me talk.
Oh, Johnny. Weekly kickoff low, guys. That's in your email. Johnny and Deanna has said they've been scary right. And we'll never say they're always going to be right. And we're never going to say they're always going to be wrong. We're never going to say don't use. If you like to know what we think, aka John thinks is areas of importance, tune in every Monday into your inbox, click on the weekly kickoff that you get, scroll down, and there's weekly levels that John shares. These levels are it's actually on me, John. I should actually know them from looking in there, but I didn't write them down. But thank you for that. That was a weekly kickoff level, 15,872. Right, John?
You took it naturally.
Took it naturally.
Without even knowing, you took it.
I only took it because of what Deanna just says. Take what it gives you, and that's all. I wasn't looking to. I was like, okay, I'm going to lean on it a little bit.
All right, guys. Hey, we're running a little bit behind schedule here. We got Mick, our risk manager, here in the waiting room. We should get shoulder tap coming around here, if that's cool.
But time flies when you're
trading. Time does fly. That was crazy. It happened exactly at 10:30. Also, real quick, those poll results for has the knowledge you gain on Topstep TV help you refine your trading skills? Polls closed, over 700 votes. 85% said yes, 14% said no. For that 14% that said no, we're going to pop the form in there. Please give us the feedback and let us know how we can make this thing better.
Andre, how many did you say voted?
Over 700.
700 times 0.14. There should be 98 people. There should be 98 people in there that left feedback. Please, if there's
that's a sufficient sample size. Deanna, also as well, we'd just like to say happy birthday to you once again. Thanks for joining us.
And
happy birthday.
Always a pleasure.
And
Thank
again, we'll
you.
say it again. We do owe you a poem. It is ready. The market had other ideas today, so we didn't have time to get to that. But as always, the market comes first here at Topstep TV. So we definitely have that poem ready for you. Maybe Michael and I need to rehearse it 1 or 2 times before we go live on TV.
Boy, I'm getting really excited about it.
Oh, it's
Yeah,
good.
me too.
Pretty good, man. Pretty good.
It's actually really good. Happy birthday, Deanna.
Deanna, happy birthday. Thank you. Everyone wish her a happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday. Weekly kickoff is right at the pin to the very top. That's what I was just talking about. And then the feedback for the 98 of you that said whatever, it's not helping you. Please leave us a feedback. Happy birthday, Deanna. I had a great time with you today.
Thank you so much.
Likewise.
Blessings,
Always good.
D.
Always a fun. Yeah.
Nick, what is happening, buddy?
What's up, guys?
Making business with the backwards hat today. I like it.
Yeah, the mustache-er, Mick.
Yes, yes. Hey, happy to see you guys all in the green, Deanna included, too.
Yeah. Today's been a good market, good show so far. So yeah, let's get this shoulder tap segment going. That I know the people love the shoulder tap. Some people find this the most useful and most valuable segment of the entire show. So let's not disappoint and give them the value that they're looking for.
Okay.
We got a nickname for you, McStash. Are you okay if we could do a little McStash with you? Is that cool?
McStash?
Or do you prefer Mick?
McStash is fine. I mean,
we got people in here saying McStash, so I like it.
yeah, it's not bad. Not every time. I'm okay being called names. I've been called a heck of a lot worse, though.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Give us some stuff. There's a lot of folks that love this. I do too. About learning from all of our funded traders.
Well, good. Today's going to be a segment where we actually talk about one of our live traders who's been in the account for quite a long time. I've got him featured on a trading card, and we'll kind of go in how he's been profitable, treading a little water, profitable. But then I have another trader that we'll finish up with at the end with the third trading card we get into. Someone who's been in the account for a while, but has not been profitable since they've been transferred to live. But there's good stuff to talk about with all these people. Before we get into it, again, shout out to you guys. Saw you have drinking your protein this morning. Both
Dude,
you guys,
man.
Rocky Balboa.
Never again, man. Never again.
Really? Is that bad?
Really? Yeah, your face didn't look too bad when you were doing that, Andre.
And I was holding that all in. It's like when you take a shot of Malort, you don't want to look like you're about to throw up.
I like though seeing Ben Street stone cold face, like he's done this before many a time. All right, let's dive in. I got a lot of good stuff I want to share. First notable thing I want to share is we've got someone who was in an XFA that made $40,000 yesterday. They're getting transferred to live. I'm going to talk about them on our second trading card, but I wanted to start with that because I'm excited about it. I know Michael heard about it. He was asking about it. But some other notable days. Right now, we've got a shout out to Asan S, who's up $10,100 in their live account. I've got Steven, or I should say we've got Steven M, up $10,200 in their XFA. These guys are all trading the NASDAQ. James S up 11,400 in the XFA. That's only on day 4. They're on a bit of a tear. They had their first two trading days were big winning days, followed by hitting their daily loss limit in the 150K account. But then 11,400 today. And then shout out to Tyler P in their XFA up $7,000. So we're seeing some good performance, mostly out of the express funded account traders today. Traders in the live accounts have been struggling just a little bit, other than Asan S, who I mentioned there, who's up a little over 10,000, kind of carrying the team for the day today, but it's been a little bit quiet. With that, let's pull up a trading card for Wally G. I want to talk about Wally for
really quickly. Just I want to come back to Wally, but we just made new lows in the NASDAQ overnight lows or day session. New lows for the day. New lows for the day.
Wally G. Ooh, Wally, not
G.
Ollie G. Wally G.
I always love seeing those Ollie G clips. Funny show. So Wally got called up to a live account a long time ago. Yesterday was their 55th day trading in the live account, and overall they've been nice and profitable. As you can see here, average daily P&L, it's only $181. It's not a lot of money. I will say though, this trader is putting up 4-figure days on the winners and on the losers every single time that they're trading. I've only seen, out of these 55 trading days, they've only had 2 days that have been under 4 figures. They both happen to be winning days, a $900 winning day and a $700 winning day. So that kind of paints a picture here about what this trader is doing. They're trading big. On average, they're only doing 3 contracts, some days more, some days less. But this is someone who's always having 4-figure swings, which I always say it, excuse me, it's pretty easy to have 4-figure swings just trading one contract, especially if you're trading S&Ps, NASDAQ, and the Euro currency, but predominantly NASDAQ trades. This person, count balance is right around $10,000 right now after 55 days in this live account. They started with only $15,000 in the live account. As they've traded, they've taken a total of $20,000 worth of payouts from this account. Yeah, pretty good. And I want to talk about the $20,000 in payouts coinciding with the 55 trading days, coinciding with the winning days and the winning trade percentages. They're at about 55% winning days, right around the same with the winning trades. But they're profitable. They've got a little less in their account than what they started with. However, they've taken payouts from the market to the tune of a larger amount than where they started with. So what picture I want to paint here is, if you can average $181 a day, this pans out to like 5, every single trading day there's, but think about this, 55 trading days. Andre, how many trading days do we have in the year roughly?
What is like 250?
Two something.
Yeah. Call it 200, because you want to think about 200. Holidays.
Hey, real quick, I think Wally G might be in the chat right now, so he's watching.
Hey,
shout out 10,000 today, and actually that's snapping a 5-day winning streak that was for about $16,000. So Wally, shout out to you. This is
Wally G goes, that's me. And I'm going to go, that's me, Wally G.
Hey.
All right, sorry, Mick.
No, it's all good. I'm happy you mentioned he's in there because I'm super fired up for him. $10,000, big winning day. It's also a confidence booster too. Coming off of a cold streak like he's had the last 5 days. Granted, it's not been a very long cold streak, but awesome that he's put up 10 grand today. And I want to kind of paint the picture around how many trading days in a year. Yeah, Andre, 250, 200. People take vacations and stuff like that. But in 55 trading days, he's taken 20,000 in payouts.
Dude, that's awesome, Wally. Look at all the love you're not trading like shit. Look at all the love you're
getting. I was just gonna say trading like shit, Wally. That's great.
If that's what trading like shit is, sign me up.
Yeah, and with all that, okay, those payouts in general, that will help with buying the kids Christmas presents, Hanukkah presents, or end of the year presents. As well as tipping out the mailman. I mean, that's great. That's a great payout, especially in December. Is that's a payout that he all got in December, right? End of the year.
No, those are just cumulative payouts since he's been trading on a live account for the last 55.
Great vibes in the chat. Awesome.
Okay,
love to see the love, chat.
Yeah,
good job.
Yeah. So last 2 months.
What I want to, what I want to indicate here, it's actually a little more than 2 months, as far as trading days go.
Okay. Yeah.
What I want to point out here is those 20,000 that he's taken in payouts. In this account, okay, if there's 200 trading days or a little more than 200 trading days and he can take out 20 grand, call it 4 times in the year, that's an $80,000 year right there.
Oh, you're extrapolating.
I'm extrapolating. I know you guys like extrapolating.
That's what we do.
So people I've seen a lot of traders and I've heard from a lot of traders, oh, I'm not happy if I'm not making 2 grand a day. I'm not happy if I'm not making 5 grand a day. I don't like hearing that. I think that's total BS. And I think this is great proof of if you can average $180 a day and you extrapolate it, it's $80,000 a year. I don't know if this is Wally G's full-time job. If this is a part-time job and he's able to, if you can extrapolate it and make an extra 80 grand secondary income on top of whatever your primary role is, that takes a lot of, our life stressed out of the way with, all the things you mentioned, Michael, paying the bills, that kind of stuff.
Well, taking the kids on vacation, man. If you're that's going to be 5 grand every time I take my family, or if you have multiple kids, it's going to be 10 grand. You got a couple of vacations, great vacations, and you're could be just a side income of I'm trading to take a $50,000 a year 3 vacation trip with my family.
Exactly.
Lifestyle.
Yeah, this will pay for Patak style vacations.
Oh yeah. Well, my wife kind of upped that game after we had our 3rd kid, but yeah.
And you're so lucky for it.
Jab, Mick. Jab.
And this is jabbing, Michael. Wally's been jabbing. Average $180 a day. It adds up over time. I cannot stress that enough. So many people get caught up in wanting and feeling like they need to see the big winning days. This is where this is a shining example of how singles can carry you to the home, back to home plate at the end of the game, at the end of the year. This is what every trader should really be focusing on. And it's impressive that he's doing it on shorter hold times too. I am impressed with that, Wally. I always talk about liking the higher holding times, catching a piece of the trend for the day. Those shorter hold times might have something to do with, or they might lead to the 50% winning trades and 50% winning days. Because if your risk reward's about 1-to-1, it just and you're trading on a shorter time frame, you'll probably see lower average daily P&L. But this is really great. So awesome. I'm very happy for Wally. There's nothing like taking money out of the markets.
One second. What is a payout? Does that mean profits from a trades? Payout means you are paying yourself a lump sum that you decide based upon the balance in your trading account, which is from the profits of your trades.
Exactly.
So hopefully, Christian, welcome, brand new, just found us. Hasn't signed up, but had that question. So, Christian, you're going to hear payout talk when Mick and Shoulder Tap, the segment Shoulder Tap comes on, because it's all about traders that have passed the trading combine, which you'll find out when you sign up, and got funded and build up their trading account like Wally G has. And we're going to talk about these traders, the goods, the bads, and the uglies of the ones that are all in here, so we all learn, we all can see. And Mick's talking about Wally G getting paid out. And and then all that good stuff. Thanks, Mick. I had to
All right.
throw
Well,
it in.
we might move on to the next trading card. We got to kind of keep this tighter so we can get keep the schedule back.
Top of the hour stuff. Yeah.
Before we move to the second trading card, important question that Christian asked, and I want to ask you guys, being people who have been on the professional side of the industry, consistently profitable. How often were you guys taking payouts, and how did that look as you were growing your account and then drawing money out of your account to put in your pocket? How did you guys go about doing that?
It was a little different than here. It wasn't discretionary. It was well, I guess it was discretionary. It was first of the month. We took our payouts first Friday of the month after non-farm.
Yep.
We take our payouts. We take what the account balance is, subtract that from what our predetermined account beginning balance is, and that would be your payout for the month. So it was monthly for us. It was predetermined. It was a set schedule for us. It wasn't discretionary so much as it is here at Topstep. Maybe that's for accounting purposes. I don't know. I didn't particularly like it, but I mean, if you did push come to shove, you could take a distribution if you did if you wanted to.
Yeah.
I took once a month. I was a local. I traded my own account, and I just got used to taking it out once a month. And depending on the month, I would always leave 15 in the account, 15,000. So that if the month
for me,
so if I made like 30 grand in a month, that's 45. I would take 30 out, and I'd leave 15 because 15 I knew even with a cold streak, it would probably tops get down to 5. Not even, and I could always, and if I'm trading well consistently, then that 15 balance, right when I take out my 30, because it's at 45, I can build it back. I took each month, so it's always like each month I pulled money out and paid myself.
I like that. I'm happy you guys shared with the audience that, because there's a lot of ways to skin that cat. You guys had account balance maintenance levels.
Right.
You were also with prop firms too. Michael, I know you were trading as a local too. So, if
And
you're with a prop firm, they can give you margin money, so you might not need to maintain as high an account balance. For people out there, there's a lot of ways to do that, but you should be paying yourself regularly. It helps the money be real and not a number on the computer screen. I had a problem with that early on. It was a number on the computer screen until I started taking real payouts. I also liked the account balance maintenance levels for someone like myself who was trading for myself. It was important as I wanted to scale my position sizing. I needed to maintain higher account balances to post margin for that. So when I was profitable and taking money out, I always wanted to kind of up that account balance maintenance level. But anytime you have a big winning day, like we're going to talk about Ahmad's $40,000 winning day, if you have windfall profits, take a big percentage of that and put it in your pocket, because you need to pay yourself when you reward yourself for a good trade like that. Pay yourself there, and then also you're taking risk capital off the table. You're putting it in your pocket. That money is not going to be lost to the markets, and so that's something to think about as well. Again, a lot of ways to skin that cat.
Yeah, while we're talking about this topic, Caleb had a great poll, and I'd like to get this poll in here because it is relevant really quickly.
Take it away, Michael.
Yeah, can we see a poll on how many people are working full time and trading on the side? This is important because we talk about people that are trading and taking money, and it's good to also have either a primary income, or if you're trading really well and you do better in your primary income, to make that your primary income. So the poll would be something along the lines of how many people are working full time and trading on the side, and then I work full time and trade on the side, or something. However you guys want to do that. Keep going, Mick, and then I'll share with you the results on this one so we all can learn.
Awesome poll question. Let's pull up the trading card for Ahmad, but we could do a whole segment on who's trading part-time, who's trading full-time, and some of the things to be aware of if you're doing that or if you're looking to move towards full-time with your trading. I've got a lot of strong opinions there, things I've gone through myself. So if we want to pick that up another time, let's do it. But
right away, Mick, it's 65% of people have a full-time job and trade on the side. So that may not change because we're already up to 300 and 400 votes. So 64% so far are saying they have a full-time job and trade on the side. I know I do. I have a full-time job and trade on the side. I do too.
I'm not surprised to hear that. I'll throw something in there really quickly. I think it's good for those traders that have full-time jobs that are doing this on the side. It's nice to have that support and that guaranteed income, because we don't know if we're going to be able to take money out of the markets on a weekly or monthly basis. Cold streaks, it can put a lot of pressure on you to have to perform, to have to pay those bills. So I'm happy to hear that. But let's not take the spotlight away from Ahmad, because 40,000 yesterday.
Wow.
Traded.
Cool.
37 of this 40 was trading the NASDAQ. About 3,000 was trading the crude oil. Really good winning day percentage here. they had traded, it was only a short 12 trading days in their account. So they're right 3/4 of the time on their trading days, almost at 70% winning trades. That average size of 9 contracts, I'm not surprised that the average daily P&L pans out to about $2,300. And this person's been with us since 2021. So really happy to see, after being with us for a while, putting up stats like this, putting up big numbers like this. It's really exciting. We were having some fun in the office yesterday.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're averaging 20 trades per day, and that's mostly in the NQ. They're actually, I want to point out something here. NASDAQ versus crude oil for this trader.
I wonder if they like volatility.
They like volatility.
I wonder if they like vol.
Yeah, you're no dummy. You're no dummy. A lot more trades in the NASDAQ than on the crude oil. About 5 more trades on average per day in the NASDAQ than in the crude oil. And I'm happy that you kind of, knew where I was going with this, Andre. Their performance metrics in crude oil are significantly better than those in the NASDAQ. But what I have here is the overall how it spreads out. So NASDAQ winning trade percentages don't look as good as they do in the crude oil. I think they were actually flawless trading in the crude oil. I don't think they had any losing days, at least. They don't trade it as much, but when they do trade it, only a few trades per day. So when you're super selective, like Andre and I continue to talk about, super selective, you're going to have higher winning probabilities on those trades, likely because you are being more selective and you're not just taking anything and everything that comes your way that you think's a setup. So this trader, they capped out yesterday. They hit the $50,000 cap in their XFA. So that's what they're going to be starting with in their live account. They also, though, they didn't take any payouts from this express funded account. They've been eligible to. All you need to do is put up 5 winning days of $200 or more in your express funded account to take a payout. But regardless of how many winning days you have in your XFA, even if you just took a payout the day before you get transferred from XFA to live, during that transfer time, XFA to live, you are eligible to take another 50% of your account. So Ahmad, he's either going to be starting with 50 grand in the live account or potentially 25 in the live account. Doesn't mean he has to take all 50%. We've talked about it before with some people that the big swingers, like Ahmad is, he's a big swinger. It's good to maintain a nice cushion in that live account when he gets started. No doubt at 25,000, that'll be quite a bit of cushion. If he's only risking $300 a day, you do the math. It's going to take a number of losing days at 3,000 consecutively to wipe through $25,000.
Hey, Mick, I did some math while you guys are on here. AK jumped on the internet. It's 1.2 million pounds is 40,000, or Egyptian pounds is 40,000 US dollars. If you want to live a kick-ass life, according to these bullshit like forums, it's 10 kick-ass life in Egypt. It's a 10,000. You want to budget around 10,000 a month. That US dollars. So I'm trying to put 4 months of kick-ass living. I'm not saying you're going to go switch your lifestyle, or maybe you already is kick-ass and it's going to cover that. But that's like 4 months easily, according to this, Reddit or whatever world that we live in.
Where did you get this from?
I don't know. I just go. I go working 40,000 by you in Egypt. I just put that in there.
Time out. We still have to store some of our nuts. We don't want to be spending everything that we're making.
100%.
I know a couple people that live pretty extravagant lifestyles, and then when the trading floors dried up, they weren't making the money, and lifestyles change, and that's extremely difficult, on your morale, on your family, and whatnot. So always kick money aside for someone. As we're talking about potential big payouts, you take a big payout that like Ahmad is able to, 25,000. Shell 30% of that into an account that you don't touch. Remember, you got to pay taxes on that stuff. I'm not an accountant or anything like that, but that is not just money to go spending, because the IRS will cometh.
All right, then just a day-to-day, another person said $100 is enough for a family of 4 in Egypt to have a nice day outside. That's free. I don't know why they put that in there. Mm-hmm. Go to the cinema and have dinner at a mid-range restaurant. I don't know. This is some Quora forum or whatever. I'm just Googling off here. But it sounds like, Yeah, that's $100 a day, that's $3,000 a month if you want to go out and do a cinema and a mid-range dinner every single day. 40 grand is going to take them a long way. Just putting that in perspective on how funding companies or Topstep can help put people in a better position than they otherwise could without risking all their family, kids, whatever, discretionary money. So good stuff. 40 grand is incredible.
Yeah, hearing about how the dollar goes a longer ways in certain areas sometimes makes me squirm here in Chicago. I think about just the cinema, for my wife and I, it's $25 to park. It's $40 for the tickets. Then we're doing another $30-something in cherry Cokes and popcorn and Skittles and whatnot.
You gotta smuggle in your own stuff these days.
Come to Aspen. It was $150 to buy Andre, my sister's sandwich, and a cup of clam chowder and 3 waters yesterday at the deli shop.
You're living in a ritzy spot. That's a
right.
spot. Very nice. To be expected. I was speaking of skiing in Aspen and stuff like that. I was seeing something where you could get away with going to Switzerland for far less than you could just skiing in Colorado somewhere at like Vail or Aspen.
Really?
First time my family went overseas to ski is because it was cheaper to go skiing overseas than it was to go skiing in the States.
They talked about the airfare. They talked about the 4-star hotels. They talked about per meal, and instead of eating like frozen chicken tenders and French fries, you're doing fondue and other stuff and Swiss hot chocolate and whatnot. I told my wife, and she's like, "Let's plan it."
I like it, Nick. Plant that seed, baby. Start watering that.
Oh yeah. I know she's not watching, so she actually is getting a new pair of sticks this Christmas.
Oh hell yeah, nice. All right.
Yeah.
Those are about 800, so get ready for that.
All right, Mick. Mick, we got one more card.
One more, yeah. Oh, I know we're a little over, but let's talk about Rosciato, another one of our live traders. Great guy, up $10,000 today in their live account.
He's getting that money.
And I'm happy for Rosciato because he's also, you know what? He's on the cold streak. Wally, I was mixing things up. Rosciato's been on a 5-day cold streak, so this is a big confidence booster for him. I'm so sorry I messed that up. I told he's watching, and I was talking about him incorrectly. Flop out that Wally for Rosciato. Rosciato's been struggling since he's been in his live account. I know I didn't get all the information with Wally incorrect, but Rosciato, this is someone I wanted to feature because they've been struggling since they got called to live. And I think that this is just kind of typical performance that you may see from any retail trader out there, anybody who's cold, someone who's in one of our live accounts, they're down from where they started in the account. And I'm very happy that he's up big money on the day today too. Good risk reward ratio here. They're making more on average than they're risking on the trades, but they just need to put up more winning trades. They could be a little bit more selective. They're also trading 6 contracts on average. Now, if I'm losing money every single day, I'm deleveraging. I'm not putting up 6 contracts. The max that, this account calls for is 15. You got to pump the brakes a little bit. Again, very happy for you today, Rosciato. Huge confidence booster. But if you're losing money every day, you have you've got no argument for trading bigger. You got to trade smaller. Yep. And then when you can, put some consistent profitable trading days together, you build your confidence, start putting your foot back down on the gas pedal. But for right now, obviously it worked out today. But today is, statistically a little bit of an anomaly. They haven't put up any other 5-figure winning days in this account. So I'm happy they did it today. But this should be, something that they think about. Hey, on your losing days, you're losing about 3,000 on average in general on your losing days. So this $10,000 winning day, be very proud of it. You're up well on the week today so far. You got about a $7,000 head start on Tuesday. Beautiful. After 2 trading days. So your job, Rosciato, should be to hold on to this money. Ensure you walk away profitable on the week come Friday's close at the bell. So this is something, everybody gets excited about a $10,000 winning day. If you're in a 150K account, you can burn through that in 3 losing days if you have a little slippage trading something like NASDAQ like he's trading. $3,000 daily loss limit triggers, but you could be down 3,300 depending on your size when you do get flattened. So keep that in mind. These big winning days can slip away very, very quickly if you're not managing your money properly. So from a money management standpoint, think about how far ahead you are on the week. think about your position sizing. If it's not working, scale down your position sizing. Other than that, really happy for him today. This was a fun segment.
Very, very fun. Very great stuff to share. Speaking about sharing Ruby, I want to let you know some people are also working. Can they opt out of the advertisement of their P&L? Yeah, you can talk to us. You say, hey, don't use my last name. You can use Ruby, or don't say anything about me at all. You can do that here at Topstep. We're gonna be flexible with that. Now, we do highly encourage everybody to be able to not jump that direction, just so we all can learn from each other. Because Mick wouldn't be able to talk about you, and it doesn't have to be you. It could just be, our trader. Just, you want your username? We'll do your username. Fine. Right. Just allows us, nobody's going to know. You're working for something, by the way, you're fired. I saw you over at TopstepTV and our trader popped up. However you do it, Ruby, or I'm saying if you want to short it. So just like you guys all have the right to pull yourself out of this, you'll have to talk to us. I think it's part of our privacy policy and agreements that we sign. We just want to be able to help other traders. That's community that we're creating here. So Mick, thank you for sharing these. Always awesome segment.
Yeah,
on
shoulder tap. That was one of my favorite
Thanks,
shoulder
guys.
taps. Having Wally G in the chat and everyone just giving him love like that. That was awesome. I think it was the first time we've seen that. So the awesome stuff.
Yeah, I really like this one a lot too, guys. Thanks so much.
Yeah, we got power players coming up here. Michael, that was a wild ride we had today, huh?
Ended up 700, made money every single day so far. Very, very glad I got myself out of the $700 hole. You and I learned a lot on that trade. It was such a kick-ass trade. I think that's I'll be on this afternoon with you, Dre. I'm gonna go skiing right now and then come back and then check on my emails, do a couple meetings, and then I'll be on with you during power.
Get some laps in. We gotta get a Topstep ski trip together. I saw that in the chat. Anyways, let's bounce out of this. We got Funded Trader Tim Parrott coming up. We got power players coming up. Let's trade. Let's make some money.
Yeah, Mick will definitely teach us on the Topstep ski trip.
Later.
The backflips. See you guys.
Later.
toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Anything I do for the gang. Took those L's and I took that blame. All money in, we ain't copping no chain. Feel like Ice Cube, cause a dead good day. Don't need 3 whips, don't need no race. I'ma keep it simple in the Chevy I skate. Thank the Lord every time I wait. Lace my shoes and I get to that gate. Yeah, heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah, pedal to the floor, to the edge.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for Power Players. We got Andre, me, John Hoagland, and Tim Parrott with us this session. Great to meet you, Tim. Great to see you. How are things going for you today?
It's a beautiful day. I appreciate you guys for having me out. I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. Is that a White Sox hat?
Yes, it is indeed.
All right, we'll hold it against you, but let's start trading.
Oh, no, that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
I'm outnumbered here. Okay. Okay.
I knew I liked you at Hoag.
My son would definitely approve. I'm more of a Chicago fan, but I love the White Sox. I mean, who doesn't? Right, Andre?
I don't know if their owner actually likes their own team, to be honest with you. I don't know if Reinsdorf likes the team, but yes, it's a cool ass hat. Anyway, so yeah. All right, are we trading a little bit today, Tim?
Yeah, I did have I had a short on earlier. I got short at value area low. It was still developing, so that was at 79.25. I ended up taking that off. I got like 10 points, but
nice.
I've been trading significantly smaller later. So, but yeah, I had a short, got some range extension back to the. I guess that will be pushing back down into yesterday's value area a bit. But yeah.
Nice. You're talking value area. You're a profile guy.
Yeah,
yes, sir.
Very
nice.
Perked up.
How long you been trading?
I have been actively trading about 18 months, but I've been in financial markets for 3 years or so. I started off with stocks and went into options. Then I found out about this thing called futures, and then I've been hooked ever since.
Nice.
All right. It seems like a kind of a natural progression. We have a lot of folks that kind of start, kind of trying to day trade stocks, and they end up going to options, and then they have a tendency to either go to like Forex or futures. I'm not a fan of Forex myself. I've been a futures guy my whole life. And we're glad you're here. You've been with Topstep for a while?
I've been with Topstep pretty much my entire time, like learning how to trade futures. But yeah. Came up
awesome.
In the combine, got my funded account, and I plan on continuing to be with Topstep here moving forward. I'm excited for that.
Tim, what'd you trade? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. What are you trading?
I trade ES futures.
All right, cool. Nice. Join the party. Welcome to the club here.
Yeah, I was trading NASDAQ at first. But I remember like way back when Hoag had said like NASDAQ gave him like heart palpitations. I think you said that jokingly.
Yeah.
It does.
And I realized that like, you know what, I can save myself a lot of stress. I've already lost my hair. I don't want to lose anymore. So I'm like just gonna trade S&P.
All right, well, let's see how this market plays out. Are you done trading for the day? Or are you still open to make a couple more trades if anything presents itself?
Let's see. We got
we're not forcing nothing, but still.
Yeah, no. we got value area low. I got it at 45.71. So Maybe I'll take long if we can work a little bit closer down. I always try to get some good trade location, limit some risk, but it's also like the middle part of the day. I know it can get a bit dicey around like lunchtime. So
it can. Where are you located in Chicago?
Yeah, I'm in Great Lakes, so active duty right now. So I'm still in the Navy. So
thank you for your service first and foremost, man.
I was just going to bring that up.
Yeah. They gave me the day off.
So what better to do than trade, right?
It's the best thing to do.
That's the best. So you talk to your guys around there, you tell them that you're trading stuff. What do they say? Oh, look at that, Johnny.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Okay, yeah.
He was in the Navy.
That's awesome. What did you do when he was in the Navy?
He joined in 1944, and World War II ended before he was deployed. He never left the States.
Okay.
But I think he was working on one of the aircraft carriers that were stateside at the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm an aircraft carrier guy myself. I started off on an aircraft carrier.
What's like? Hey, real quick, I know this is about trading. What's life like on an aircraft carrier?
I mean, I'll say that like looking back on it, you have fond memories, but like when you're in it, it's different.
Right.
I went on a deployment back in 2015. So we actually did a 9-month deployment. We left out of Norfolk, Virginia. And my crew actually did like an around the world tour.
Damn. How long was that tour?
It was 9 months. We left in February. We came back. When did we come back? We actually got back we got back in December, but we had stopped off in San Diego, but yada, yada, yada. But the actual deployment was 9 months long.
Right.
But to answer your question, though, you get into a routine, and I think that routine kind of gets you by, like makes the days go by quick. But it's an interesting environment to be in. People always like to highlight, like we have a Starbucks on board the aircraft carrier.
Okay. They found their way onto an aircraft carrier.
Yeah. So I guess that might be good for Starbucks shares. But yeah, you get into a routine and it kind of makes it go by. And I think the people that you're with, they make the experience. It's not the best environment to be in. It's challenging. It has a lot of challenges to it, especially when you have like watch schedules and work schedules. So sometimes you're working like crazy parts of the night and like you're just doing it consistently. But the people make the experience, and like you forge some lifelong bonds in that environment. But it's challenging, but it's worth it, I guess.
Is it cool? Are you allowed to tell us what the name of the ship was?
Yeah, I was on the Theodore Roosevelt.
There you go. They were asking in the chat. It's very cool.
Yeah. Actually, let me see if I can pull up the chat without freaking myself.
Very nice.
Very cool.
And what else do? You have another job?
No, I'm so every sailor has their own, like, we call them ratings. So even though everyone is a sailor, everyone has like their particular like skill set, their job. I'm what's called like a legalman. I know it sounds like a superhero that you might see on like NCIS or something like that. but we're on the enlisted side of the Navy JAG Corps. So the Navy has attorneys, and legal men help to support those attorneys to advise commanders. My office, I work in a defense service office, so our office actually represents service members. Sometimes service members do things that they shouldn't do, and they get in trouble for it. So our office advises them and represents them. But yeah, I'm a legalman in the Navy.
You're working for basically defense attorneys, right?
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Nice. And so Great Lakes is home. Where are you from originally?
I'm originally from Calumet City, Illinois, so the south suburbs of Chicago.
There's where the Sox come from.
Now it all makes sense.
I actually got to skip school when they won the World Series, so that was cool.
I remember that. Oh, back in 05, right?
Yep, I got it's on my hat, the World Series hat.
Oh, very cool. Hey, really quick, I want to put a poll up there while we got a chance, while we got Tim on here. How many people in the chat are active or former military? Just want to see, what our base consists of, and always like to give a shout out to those that serve. So yeah, when you guys get there, it is. Wow, production on it quick. I'll have to vote no, but we'll definitely like to see what we got in here.
Sorry, guys, my dog is barking. I'm muted for a minute here until she stops barking.
All good, Tim. So, yeah, tell us more. So, what are your peeps? What are your friends think about you getting into this trading stuff? I'm sure you've talked to them about it, or they've asked about it, or they've inquired. So, what do you think, or what do they think?
Yeah, no. So even the folks at my job, they think I'm crazy.
Yep.
I tell them I want to transition out of the Navy. I'm getting out at my 10-year mark, so my contract ends. My contract actually ends in April, but I go on what's called like a terminal leave. So I go on my terminal leave here in January. But yeah, they think I'm crazy to forego my retirement, to cut it halfway short. And I think I've done fairly well. So they think I'm crazy, but this is one of those things that you got to go through to understand it and appreciate it, I think.
Agree. I guess consider taking a risk. Well, hell, taking a risk either way. I mean, aircraft carrier life, trade. I mean, it's all taking a risk. When you're on the aircraft carrier, what's like a normal day, or if there is such a thing? What's your sleep schedule, or you're on different shifts, or how does I know nothing. I'm a newbie to this, so I'd love to know what it's like. Yeah.
Do you sleep?
Yeah. How do you sleep?
You do get you can have opportunities to get some sleep. So I actually came in the Navy, and arguably one of the worst jobs that you can have is an undesignated seaman. So if you ever seen maybe like a pirate movie, you got like those deckhands. They're kind of like taking care of the ship, driving the ship. That job is still there. So I was a undesignated seaman. When I was on the carrier, so we would stand a lot of watch. We had a rotating watch schedule, so you would stand watch for like 5 hours at a time. Mm-hmm. I remember thinking back to crossing the Atlantic, and you're like on forward lookout. You got some nice cold wind smack you in the face for an hour straight. They have like the little, they call them like pumpkin suits, but you don't have like those little suits on, but sometimes those even get wet, so it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
And then you get off work, and then, you get off watch, and then you actually have to work. So if I get off watch if I have watch from 12 to 4, I get off watch at 4. I'll maybe try to catch a nap for a couple hours, but I have to be working at 8. And then I'll work from 8 until maybe 4 p.m. Try to go get some food, maybe work out a little bit, and then you're looking to stand watch again. So it's really just a routine.
Right on. All right, real quick, John, what'd you just pull up there?
This is crude oil. We were kind of talking about the acceptance and the close yesterday of the weekly kickoff low. I mean, my target for this move in a longer time frame would all be all the way down to 67.30. That's that swing low. Mm-hmm. And Deanna was looking at a point a little bit shy of that, but
she was short.
Certainly seems to have grown some legs here, hasn't it?
Yeah, I believe she was short. Hopefully, she's still holding on for that.
I hope so, right?
Yeah. How much are we down on the day right now in crude?
Let's see here. We can see we are down 4.3%, $3.13.
That's fun. Interesting, because I saw this OPEC headline that just came out. May consider extra measures to study the oil market. It's almost like they don't want the market to go down. And that's what they mean by studying it.
Oh, of course.
So, yes, we'll keep an eye on that as we trade. And we got these oil traders in there. But in the chat, please call it the trades if you are short. Over 4%, Dolby says. Dolby, I hope you're crushing and capturing some ticks on these moves. Down.
Yeah, how about it?
This is wild. All the while, this is great.
Tim, how many people are on an aircraft carrier?
We're taking.
When you deploy, you have squadrons that come on board. So we got up to about 5,000 people with the ship's company plus the squadrons, and then we even had a couple of Marine jet squadrons that will come on board. You'll get people that kind of hitch a ride with you, whatever missions they have going on. But it'll get up to around 5,000 people.
It's a lot of people on a boat.
It sure is.
It's crowded. There's no privacy at all.
No matter what, right?
Yeah. And if you find yourself in a private space, that means you might be somewhere we shouldn't be.
I do that a lot in trading. I get into places that I shouldn't be sometimes. This is fascinating. I know everybody's enjoying hearing about this. But I kind of go back to trading a little bit. Yeah, I know you're a profile guy. And what are you trading again?
ES futures. I'll trade depending on what my account's going on. I'll either trade micros or e-minis. But yeah, I'll trade. I solely trade ES right now.
Okay. When you're when you're looking at the profile, I'm sure you're looking at other types of charts, time-based charts. What types of charts are you looking at?
So I've got a 12 hour, a 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes. So I'll do my entries on a 15-minute, and then of course I'll have my market profile chart up. I got an extended trading hour profile, and then I have a regular trading hour profile.
And that's it. How did you learn about profile?
Yeah, you got it.
I mean, I know the course that you put on a couple of times. I know you have a couple of different iterations of that course, and then I keep my handy dandy copy of Mind Over Markets here with me at all times.
Oh, John, how about that?
Yeah, he's got the updated version. I'm still looking at the old version.
Yeah,
same thing, right?
But I can't get rid of it because it's signed by the author.
That's awesome.
That is cool.
Yeah, that's awesome.
All right. Well, you and I have a lot of things in common. We could have some really good conversations.
Let's do it.
Absolutely. So, all right. Well, what are you seeing on the ES right now, Tim? Let's take a look at these charts. All right, we got oil, but yeah, what are you seeing on? What are your charts showing you for the ES, since that's your bread and butter?
Yeah.
So let's see.
There you go.
Like we came back up near development point of control. I had it at 45.77, so we got almost there. It looks like we're breaking back to the downside. Mm-hmm. So maybe even getting close to yesterday's value area low. Which
what was that price?
Say again? 45, 66.25.
66.25.
And then I also have the previous night's point of control is right there at yesterday's value area low.
So I got a question for you. What hours do you typically trade with your schedule being with what it is?
I mean,
does it vary, or do you try to keep it as consistent as possible?
I keep it consistent. I pick the least opportune time to trade. I trade mostly like the opening range. So
you're talking to the pro. You're talking to the pro right here.
Huh. Yeah. So I figured I'd trade like when my day job is the busiest. I figured I'd trade then. I don't know why I came to that conclusion, but I did. But yeah, 8:30 to I don't put any trades on at 8:30. I'll probably wait for things to shake out, maybe at least like the first 15 minutes.
Okay.
But 8:30 to around 11. If we have a slow morning and it looks like things might develop during like the 11 to like 1:30 period, maybe I'll put a position on then, and then depending on how the early part of the day is, maybe I'll put a position on in the afternoon, but typically 8:30 to 11.
Okay, so rarely are you trading the close then?
Yeah, no.
That's fine. Yeah, as long as you got your routine, you stick with it. John, what do you think?
I'm sorry.
As far as your trading routine, I mean, if you stick from 8:30 to 11 a.m. every morning, and that's your sweet spot to trade. I guess you're not forcing any trades, and that's you're familiar with how the market moves. And I mean, John does the opening range trade with the best of them, so.
Yeah,
that was something you could touch on.
Yeah, as far as I'm here all day, and it's just kind of like Deanna stalking for opportunities. Tim, what's your sweet spot?
As far as
your time of day that you like to trade?
Oh, my bad. He just touched on it. I'm sorry. He just touched on. He trades the opening, the opens. You fade off around lunchtime, right?
Yeah, but to answer your question, I would say my sweet spot is usually like around like 10:15 to like 11.
Nice.
Right around the London close.
Yeah. And I know Don talked about like the initial balance, and then in his second book it was markets and profile. I think he went away from initial balance a little bit.
Yeah, he still does.
Okay, but usually around like 10 to 11, I think. But if I can get some good trade location, I'll take a position a little bit earlier than that. But it kind of all depends on like what Mr. Market is going to give me.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I know since your profile, you're probably well aware of what good trade location is, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You know anything, Johnny?
No. No, I haven't done anything. I've got the profiles up here just to kind of show what Tim was talking about. You know, we got the opening range, the high of the day. So we've come back into value, traded down to it, rejected it, came back. Now it looks like we're moving to the other extreme of value. Value area special situation play is what Dalton used to call it. He says he doesn't look at it that much anymore, much like the initial balance. And, you know, he kind of has moved away from a couple of the things that were really, you know, useful in mind over markets. And I still find them useful, but, you know, this is what Tim was talking about. The markets come down to the overnight open point of control from yesterday. And, you know, initially we rejected this area. I mean, this move down to this level here is offering a cheap trade, because if we extend the range at all, I'm probably going to be wrong, but I'm waiting for the market to possibly come down here and test value low from yesterday. This down here, I've got it at basically 66. 65, 75.
We got some room still.
Yeah, okay. Right. So, you know, we were looking at this as a failed auction. Now we're back in it. We're taking out those TPOs. So, not ready to start looking for longs here just yet. But and I could be dead wrong, and I'm wrong a lot. And speaking of being wrong a lot, you mentioned here that your capital preservation is your primary focus. As it should be. I mean, we all have to keep that fresh in our minds every time we start looking for a trade. Do you look for entries, or do you look for first where you're going to be wrong and then look for your entries, Tim?
Good question.
I usually try to find an area where I can like lean against, is how I describe it. I guess that's like another way of putting like trade location. So even if I'm looking at, for instance, if we got value area low right now at 45, 68, 75, if I wanted to even consider taking a long, I would try to get as close as I can to 45, 68, 75. And then the only indicator that I do use is ATR. And I think, I want to say Deanna had mentioned it before, like I'll use ATR for my stop loss placement. And then, so if I'm long at 45, 68, 75, then I would probably put like one ATR. My stop would be one ATR below that. And in that way I can try to limit risk as much as I can. But you know, I'm a human. Sometimes I just hop into a trade a little bit earlier. I'm not always as patient.
Yeah, it does happen. When you're talking about ATR, does ATR change according to the time frame on the chart? Yes. I think it adjusts for like the volatility of that time frame. So if I got right now 15-minute ATR is at a 5.5, so I would usually like round that up to a 6. If I switch to call it a 60-minute, ATR would be at 8.37, and then if you switch it to like a 4-hour, then ATR would be at 14.22. So yeah, it does change based off of the time frame. It adjusts for like the volatility of that time frame, I guess you could say.
All right, Tim, we got a question for you. What was the biggest challenges, the biggest hurdles you had to overcome in trading? What was some, like, when we first got in the game, what did you find the most challenging, or what do you find the most challenging today in terms of, you know, hold on to profits, patience, FOMO, what have you? What challenges have you faced, and what challenges have you overcome, and what challenges are you still working on overcoming?
I would really even say like persistence, to be honest with you. Like
persistence.
It's like an emotional roller coaster. Like some days you're killing it. Some days you're getting punched in the face as soon as you put a position on. But like just kind of keeping at it, keeping going, staying at it long enough to I
think we might have lost Tim. It was going so well. There you are.
Now we got you.
You're back.
But yeah, no, just like to quote James Dalton, he said that learning doesn't teach understanding. You can learn as much as you want about the markets. You can learn about structure. You can learn about whatever indicators, but you can't get around putting the time in. And I think like my belief is like if you stay at it long enough, you won't lose. Like you won't fail until you quit.
I love that.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, like sometimes I have moments like, am I crazy trying to do this while I have a full-time job, while I have family obligations, and maybe I should do something a little bit more reasonable? But then I always double back to like, no, if I stick at this long enough, I keep putting in the work, and just like doing the work, is one thing that's undeniable. And then if you keep putting in the work, don't get too caught up in like the ups and the downs of like the results, because the market's going to do what the market's going to do. But yeah, just staying at it, being persistent, being stubborn almost.
Pretty much. You got to be hard headed in this job, man.
Yeah, I like what you said there. Even Dalton says, we probably see a lot more people succeed at this, but they either run out of money or run out of time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Tim, what do you see any crossovers between your job and trading? What are the crossovers? Are there any parallels that you've come across?
Yeah, for sure. And even to like Ho's point about like running out of money and running out of time, like the thing about the military is you can't come into the military like a senior enlisted. You can't come in like high ranking. I mean, with some exceptions, but like whatever. but like if you're like a neurosurgeon, maybe you can come in as like a 04. But like barring like those exclusions, like if you're just like a regular person joining the military, if you're enlisted, best case scenario, you'll come in as an E3, and you got to work your way up through the ranks. There's certain skills and levels that you have to, there's certain like skill sets that you have to learn at each level, and you can't skip any steps. And I tell myself, and I put it in my journal, it's like, I think when it comes to trading, there's certain lessons that I have to learn. And until I master those lessons, I won't make it to like that next phase.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'll see guys on the internet and they're making tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm like, like I want that to be me, but I'm like, you know what? I need to master the level that I'm at. And of course I'll progress. But kind of going back to what I was saying, like you just got to stick with it. You got to stick with it long enough to be able to see that success. So that's just what I'm doing now. And even in my own trading, like just learning, I had to double back and like reassess my risk management. Like the way that I traded coming up to the combine, or like trading my personal accounts, like I can't do that in my funded account. And learning how to, adjust position size, manage my risk, monitor my P&L. Like those are all things that I'm like, if I'm being honest, I'm like learning those things now, mastering those things now. But I know that once I get those things down pat, it'll just pay dividends moving forward.
It'll take you to the next level, right? You gotta master where you're at and then move on. It's a really great way to put it, and it's something you learned, I'm sure, in the Navy, and I think we could all learn some of that from you, which we really appreciate. You mentioned family obligations. Are you married?
Like I'm not trying to pigeonhole my service members, but I am divorced. Like I guess I got my but I'm divorced. But I do have I have a girlfriend and I have a daughter. So I have my own family. But and then of course like my immediate family. But yeah, just people that you love and that you care about, and those are my why. Like I want to be successful at this because of those people that I love and I care about.
Sure. Do you talk to them about trading, and what do they think about you doing this?
Yeah, for sure. Especially with my girlfriend, like I think like she's probably like my if anybody's my trading partner, it's her. Like she probably hears more about like the ups and the downs of like the financial markets more than anybody, because if I get up early in the morning and she's up, like I'm talking about it then, or if I have a certain kind of day in the market, I'm talking about it afterwards. I think it's important to have like somebody like her. She's an awesome individual that's like loving and supportive. And she's like my first believer. I think that's important. Like when you set off on this thing,
nice. Sometimes
you don't believe in yourself, but if you have like one person to believe in you, and you just get to the point like you see what they see. So, but yeah, shout out to her.
Respect.
That's it's wonderful to have somebody like that. There's so many folks, they don't have anybody to talk to, or aren't supportive, or isn't supportive, whatever it is, of your endeavors in trying to trade. So they really start to get isolated. It's great that you have that. Are you have you been watching TopstepTV at all?
I was going to ask that, John.
Yeah, no. I watch it as much as I can. Granted, I do have a decent amount of like running around I got to do during the daytime, but even now I'm getting to have a bit more free time. But yeah, every chance I get, I like to watch TopstepTV. I remember coming up watching Market Prep with you, Hoag, and that's kind of how I learned how to like get a routine coming into the market.
Cool.
but yeah, I remember those. I think you were like at your kitchen table back in the day, like starting out in the pandemic.
We've come a long way from there, Tim.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was my office was in my dining room. I've moved offices now, but I'm glad that to some degree I've made a difference and helped you, and that's why I do it. That's what I'm here for. What else?
Nothing. Well, hey, John, I was going to ask you really quick. I know we always ask all our guests about what they thought. I guess trading was a family business for you, but what did you ever get pushback, John, at all about you getting into this industry, or was it just kind of like, well, that's Dad did, and that's the family business essentially?
No, I didn't really get any pushback. My wife she's always been supportive. I had already reached a kind of a level of success before we got married, so.
Yeah.
And then when we got married and had kids, I started being a filling broker, which, kind of a dual job, right? I mean, you're filling orders for commissions, and then you're trading on the side. So she's always been supportive. I mean, there's always ups and downs. I mean, when I stepped out of the pit, she's like, "What are you going to do?" And I said, "Well, I'm going to start to learn how to trade on screen." And she was supportive. My dad was always supportive, and he didn't really try and push me in any particular direction as far as trading is concerned, but he was always there to answer the questions. He was one of those guys that would, "Hey, Dad, I'm thinking about doing this, or I'm thinking about this," and he'd say, "Okay, well, just what do you think about it?" And you'd talk, and he'd nod his head and say, "Okay, all right, yeah, well, whatever." And you'd come to your own conclusion, and then he'd say, "That's what I kind of figured you were going to do." He would never say, "Do this" or "Don't do this." He'd let you kind of work your way through it, and then he was there to pick you up if you fell, but. He was that kind of guy. So I think that really over the long haul helped me become a better decision maker when it came to trading, because you work through the issues in your head, why yes, why no, and then you come to your conclusion, and then you take the trade or you don't, whatever it is. So I think it's helped me become a lot more decisive, but I never got pushback from anybody as far as being in the industry, getting into the industry, or staying in the industry.
Awesome. Well, before we wrap this up, I know we have a top quiz coming up here in a little bit. Tim, what advice would you give to people that are trying to get into the space, or newbies, or people that are just looking to or interested in getting into trading? What advice would you give to them? Essentially, no shortcuts, to put in the work. What do you got?
I mean, I would say stay more so focused on the process than the outcome. So even for me, every morning I like to work out before I walk, log into the markets. Like I kind of like my little things like work before work. So like working out before I come in and do my market prep. So doing your market prep, getting a routine so you can to quote Hoag again, like you seeking that accurate context. I think having like a good trade routine, like leading up to the market, is good. So having your market prep, getting your plan for the day, executing your plan throughout the course of the day, and then at the end of the day, taking like 30 minutes to recap that, journal it. And I feel like if you just consistently do that, there's no way that you can not be successful. So I would just say, like, sticking to that. Of course, you'll have winning days, red days, green days, but just staying committed to the work. It'll help you get through those turbulent times. That's it. And then
So many people have come to me and said, "Hoag, I really want to become a consistent and profitable trader." And to that, I ask them a question, and I say, "What are you doing consistently to get ready? What are you bringing consistently to the market? Are you doing your prep? Are you doing the journaling? Are you doing all the things that are going to help you with that goal of being a consistent trader?" I think a lot of people will say yes, they do, but I think a lot of people don't do it. So
I think you're right.
Kudos to you, man. You got to do the work before you do the work before you do the work. I love that.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Well, Tim, with that being said, we really appreciate your time. I know everyone in the chat here has been loving this conversation. You're a super interesting guy. Don't be a stranger around here, man. Feel free to come back.
We'll do. I appreciate you. Whenever you need me.
I'm looking forward to staying in touch, Tim.
Yes, sir. Yes,
You
sir.
got it. So yeah, tune in to Top Quiz next. We're gonna get this sucker back on schedule. But yeah, Tim, again, thank you so much for your time and telling us about your trading journey. And I think we'll be right back.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Thank you, man.
Bye, Tim.
Hello, my pretties, and welcome. 1/6. I am Jack. I'm joined by Bonnie. 3 straight days of Bonnie. I couldn't be happier. Bonnie,
Hi, Jack. Hope you're not getting tired of me.
oh no, this is great. Believe me, I 50 times more of MP and Hoag per day. So they haven't worn on me yet either. So you're golden. So if this is your first rodeo, click on that link in the comments, enter your information. Every once in a while, I see someone that does not enter their email, and I have to skip them because I don't know how to get in touch with them. So enter your email, double check the spelling too. Or you can go to Kahoot. Number at the top. Before multiple choice questions. If you get 3 right or 4 right, you will be entered to win one of 20 resets that will be randomly chosen. Please only enter once. I catch you from time to time. It's not good when I do. Also, I just, in that last segment, emailed out the backlog of people that won on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday. I got codes now. So we should be good to go, and I'll announce the winners sometime in the afternoon today. But you'll get an email either way, so it's all good. Remember to look at your device for the questions. And it still pains me when I see people a half an hour from now in the live chat saying Kahoot isn't working. Be sure that you're watching live, because if you're not, I can't help you. All right, a few more seconds here for Cowboy Trades and Stevie NYC to come in here. I think I've seen Bruno Mars hanging out. Yesterday, I believe we had Elon Musk. So just a few seconds. If you don't get in today, we play every day. So we'll have fun with that. Bonnie, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Ready as you'll ever be. Okay. Well, there's close to 800 people in here, so I think we're ready.
And
to
I'm
go.
located in Chicago, but I went to Seattle earlier this year for a trip.
Oh, we're just got my wife's from Seattle, so been there a bunch. You said you didn't like the cloud cover.
Yeah, it was really rainy when I went. The food was great. I feel like I need to go back in the summertime. I'll probably like it better. I just like blue sky, and it was really cloudy when I was there.
That's the time to go. They have super cloudy winters, but I'm sorry, no questions about Seattle today. That much I am certain. All right, we're gonna get this started in 3, 2, 1, go. Kahoot. James says I need to do that each time. All right. First question. Fibonacci retracement level 23.6, 38.2, 50, or 78.6.
I'm going to go with 50 because all the other numbers seem like on trend.
Yeah, that is good deduction. We discussed this earlier today. 50% is indeed. They include it in a lot of Fibonacci indicators because, I don't know, goes into sort of that astrology for traders. But yes, 50 is not. Do I have robo voice? Bonnie?
I don't think you do. Say something else.
Well, we can hear it. Yeah. Okay. I'll be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
Okay.
All right, Bonnie, take it away. Welcome to your show.
Oh man, what should I talk about today?
All right.
Well, how's everyone doing today?
We are sorry about that. Things like that happen. Okay. Bonnie, did you make any friends while I was away?
Yes, I made so many friends.
Okay, perfect. Good to know. Okay. So let's see what the bragging board says. 50 is absolutely a Fibonacci level. LMAO, that's so cringe. 50, we talked about earlier, 50% is not a Fibonacci number. If it's there, but it ain't. All right. Black Swan is back. We're going to have them on the show next week, I think. CL Trader, Scott Bro, IPP Money, and War Eagle, an Auburn fan, perhaps. Okay, here we go.
So Black Swan is an actual person?
I think so, or an AI. A Western delicacy, the Rocky Mountain oyster, is made from what? Is it trout eyes, bull testicles, cow tongue, or mountain truffles?
It has to be testicles.
It has to be testicles.
It has to be testicles.
Well, I'll let the clock run out. But you are correct. 2-2.
Yay.
Which indeed. It is. Okay. So we'll
I'm
go to the
doing well
bragging.
today.
You are 2 for 2. G-Dog up in first. Slapping the bass in third. Inside Trader. Watch out. You shouldn't announce that. Somebody watching on YouTube confirm if I have robot voice again. Let me check the Slack. I don't want to go out. All right.
No robot voice.
Troll Central. Think about what. Okay. Next question. Question number 3 is: in technical analysis, a candlestick that opens and closes at virtually the same price, known as a hammer, doji, spinning top, or shooting star.
I feel like I would choose between hammer or shooting star, but I'm gonna go with shooting star.
In this case, it was doji,
Oh no.
which is a fun word to say. Doji was the correct answer there. And let's see who knew it. Slapping the bass, G-Dog, Black Swan, Minty, Polk High Panther. Okay, cool name, cool name. All right, we got one more question left, Bonnie. You're 2 for 3. Let's see if you qualify. You ready for this?
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Okay. When it was founded in 1898, the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, or CME, was initially known as the Chicago Butter and Egg Board, the Chicago Cattle Consortium, the Chicago Forward Contract Clearinghouse, or the Chicago Investors Club.
I feel like I should know this.
I didn't know it.
Investors Club?
That would be a better description, but it was the Chicago Butter and Egg Board.
What?
Is what the yep. That's old-timey finance for you. So with that, 2-4 is not bad. Let's take a look at the bragging boards here. Remember, the winners are random, but Testy Festy, hell yeah. They knew the Rocky Mountain Oysters. Black Swan, and it first today is Lego Maego. I think that's fine. Whining to be a few of those. Great. Well, Bonnie, thanks for playing for a third straight day. I hope that you all stick around because we got group coaching with Hoagland Dakota coming up next, and then some live trading later in the day. So you're going to want to check it out.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I'll choose the winners and get back to you. Until then, trade well, and we'll see you in a few.
All right. Hello, everybody. It's lunchtime and time for group coaching with myself, John Hoagland, and Coach Dakota. Always my favorite time of the day. We get the opportunity to sit back, relax, talk to some traders, answer any questions we can. Of course, nobody knows everything. I know I certainly don't. So we're going to answer everything that we can. We are here to help, and we are always looking forward to your success. Don't forget that there is a lot of risk in futures trading. What we are discussing today is purely for educational purposes. We won't be suggesting the purchase or sale of any product or security. And we got to make sure that you're only using risk capital to trade with, ladies and gentlemen. Risk capital to me is money that I can afford to lose. You're not going to have to do that once you're successful in the trading combine here at Topstep. We'll look forward to seeing that. Now, this is me. I'm the senior performance coach here at Topstep, 40 years of industry experience, more like 31 years as an active trader. Traded on the floor of the Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And since 2011, been here at Topstep, hopefully helping you. Do you want to introduce yourself, Dakota?
Yeah, I need to get me one of those slides. Maybe to relay on memory and think back about my trading journey. But yeah, if you guys been in Discord or was on here yesterday even, my name's Dakota, Coach Dakota. I've been trading for 13 years since I was in junior high and became a full-time, professional trader and have been trading as a full-time income since I turned 18, when you could, create your own brokerage account and you didn't need your parents' signature. And I've been a trading coach at a couple other prop firms. Spent the last 10 years just trading by myself, finding some fun jobs to do in the meantime to pass the time instead of just sitting in front of my computer monitor and having that urge to trade. And then I started with Topstep. I don't know if you know this, Hoag, but I joined Topstep out of a bet. I have a couple of trading friends, and the bet was we couldn't find a prop firm and get funded with them and then get paid out. So I did a lot of research, and some of my friends helped me do the research on finding, what's the best prop firm out there. And of course, we came to Topstep, and I started my journey through Topstep, joined the Discord community, got funded in a few weeks, got a payout in I think it was another week and a half or so, and then just fell in love with the community there in Discord, and have had this amazing opportunity to help other traders here at Topstep, and now I'm right here with you, Hoag.
So you won the bet.
I won the bet. Good for me, bad for my friends. And then right after that, if you believe it or not, they're like, you know what? It was only $150 for a 150K combine.
Mm-hmm.
They all started to do the same thing, and they love it too. It's where they don't have that stress of if they do have a bad losing day, they're losing their money. It's not their money, right?
Right.
And back when we started,
are they funded?
My friends started trading, there was no such thing as prop firms, or at least there was, but we didn't have any idea that there was such thing as prop firms when we were going through, and so we lost more money than we should have. And if there was a Topstep, then I'm pretty sure that I would have a lot more money in my pocket today.
Well, you're going to learn by trial and error there, didn't you? Trial by fire.
Yeah, baptized by fire.
Yeah. Are you are your friends funded at Topstep too?
Yeah, I have a couple friends. One of them is funded. The other one, he played around with it, and then it just wasn't for him. And he's trading his own. He's more of an options trader. My friends, we're more of an options traders background, primarily. I have the most future experience between me and my friends, but it's something to supplement. I mean, if you are an options trader, if you do some other type of trading, futures is 100% a great supplement to that, where say I'll have a core position and then I'll use futures to trade around it and bring like short-term income on top of any of my longer term investments, or even 3 months, 6 months out.
Nice. All right. Well, today Dakota's going to be talking about tick charts, but there's a couple of questions that came in on the email that I want to address first. It won't take too long. So Fred is saying that I say sometimes what doesn't happen in markets is important as what does. Tuesday, December 5th, yesterday, in the S&P seems like an example of something that didn't happen possibly being important. On Tuesday, we were looking for the late short covering rally that didn't happen, and so was he. So on Tuesday, Delta was negative, meaning sellers were more aggressive, but the market didn't break. The expectation is that these aggressive short sellers would cover their shorts by the close of business day. Didn't happen, which suggests Tuesday's aggressive short sellers might still be in the market. Do you agree? And yes, I do. I do agree that they kind of stuck in there a little bit longer than I think most of them would be happy about, because we did move higher as the evening session began. If you look on the charts here, you can kind of see, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put the market profile on there, including the overnight. Okay. So this was the range from yesterday. It was a normal variation, neutral stance profile. And the delta remained pretty negative for the better part of the entire session, and price just would not break. It just could not take out the lows. We had taken out the high of the initial balance earlier. So much like, what day was that? Much like this day, which was similar, we had like maybe 33,000, 35,000 negative in the market. Just didn't do very well on the downside auctions that it kept putting forward. And by the end of the day, it blew off the top of the regular trading hour session day and put in a late spike. We saw something similar to that yesterday. As a matter of fact, we couldn't even put in a low below the initial balance. Price maintained basically in range the entire day as Delta got increasingly negative. So we did not see the big late spike at the end of the day. Now, was there something in the fact that it was a Tuesday? Maybe later on in the week it would have happened. But Fred, when we look at what happened in the overnight session, all of those shorts probably, well, I don't know about all of them, but many of them probably got out throughout the evening as price kept pushing higher. More and more of those shorts started getting more and more nervous. And I think that they did a pretty good job of doing in the beginning of the overnight session what we were expecting to happen in the regular trading hour session. Now he says, looking forward to Wednesday, should a short covering rally be one scenario traders should look for, especially if the S&P moves higher? I would say that's probably a pretty good guess, because what we've been seeing is the market is largely range bound. We have failed to accept any moves lower. We have failed to accept any moves higher. And we can see through the delta when we look at it day over day. Negative delta, negative delta, negative delta, negative delta. Ooh, positive delta, double distribution trend day. That's an indication that the short time traders got too short with all this negative delta day over day. They bailed. Now we're looking at the same thing. Negative delta, we did take out the high. Negative delta, we did not, but we did in the overnight session. Now we're seeing those same short time frame sellers moving price lower, but where are they moving it to, Mr. Decker? They're moving it to the area that the longer time frame has been just waiting for them and picking up everything they can pick up as price gets down to these levels. So we're still trying to push to the downside. We're getting into this demand area down here. This looks like a really interesting area for an execution. Again, not suggesting anybody do it, just taking a look and seeing what we have. Make sure you watch the end of the day for the power hour and see if any of this plays out. We're always looking for that. Now, one more question. September S&P futures contract is coming to contract rollover. As you've talked about, contract rollover can be a difficult time to trade, and it can. If I was to sit out during the rollover, when do you think I should stop trading? After volume switches to the March contract? When would you think I should resume? So is sitting out advisable in your opinion? History results during settlement. My historical results during settlement, I think he means rollover, have not been good. Okay, as a directional discretionary trader in the S&P pit for years, discretionary directional traders, in other words, people that weren't spreading, had a tendency to take the 2 weeks of rollover off. That would probably include the back half of this week and most of next week. I think probably Tuesday will be rolling over. Used to be on Thursdays, but now it's on Tuesdays. I think Tuesday we'll probably see the volume roll over. So, Fred, if you're going to take any time off, we've got non-farm payrolls on Friday. Folks are going to be just positioning and hedging themselves for anything goofy that might happen. It's probably the biggest release of the week. I don't see that you're going to be missing out on too much, if you will, if you do take a couple of days off and a couple of days off next week. Historically, if you're recognizing that the rollovers have been difficult for you to trade, you may be better off. The best trade may be better not doing anything. And again, that's very personal to you, Fred. I know a lot of folks do like to take the rollovers off. And it's not a bad idea. We all know that we have periods of time and maybe even days of the week that we don't perform well. So there's your answer. We've got Michael's screen up here. Looks like he took another trade here. He was bought 848. It's 4 ticks off the day session low. He's up 1,700 now. Nice job, Michael. Nice job. Excellent. All right. I was kind of looking at this area down here, and very similar to what Michael just did, and I've been busy and I may have missed my opportunity, but that's all right. Dakota, what you got?
So, I was looking at the markets as well. There was an opportunity, and I think this could be a great example for what I'm going to be talking about. I have a slideshow. It's about tick charts. I have been having a lot of questions in Discord and during my classes about tick charts. I use tick charts, and sometimes they can be misunderstood. because they go really fast depending on what market you're using and when you're using them. For example, during the New York session open, if you're trading NASDAQ, that moves really fast. Tick charts can move very fast, and they could be very, they could get your adrenaline going. They could cause your heart to start pumping, and
which is dangerous for me.
yeah, for example, yeah, you could get really emotional, right?
Yep.
And it's not for everybody. With that example, the other example is during my slow markets class during Asian session. The markets are really slow, and a tick chart is a lot more accurate in terms of when we're comparing them to different time frames. But if we could put my slideshow up here, I could go through and we could talk about it, and I have a few different examples.
Dakota, it looks like you stopped sharing.
Better. Let me. Yep. Let's see. Here, how's that?
A little better. You're still kind of to my right side, so you'd have to move right, and make sure you share your charts too. We want to show those.
Okay. I should be sharing now. Let me know if I'm not.
Awesome. All right, now we're moving over to your charts, to your slideshow, and dig in.
So you can see the tick charts, a basic understanding of what a tick chart is. And whether you're a new trader and you're just starting to learn the markets and what these markets are, or if you're a veteran trader and you've been here for a long time and maybe you haven't explored with tick charts, or maybe you have, and this can give you a different opinion or insight or perspective on what tick charts are and how they can be useful. Because just like Michael was saying one of those mornings about how using multiple time frames and multiple charts, very much like Google Maps, when you start really, really far out, zoomed out, where you can see the whole world, and then as you start increasing time frame, say you go from a daily to an hourly to a 5 minute, you start to zoom in, you see the world, then you are able to start seeing the different countries, and then maybe you start seeing cities, and then the street views, and then you just zoom in all the way up to someone's door, right? And tick charts are part of that. It could be used as a tool. It's a more, it's a different tool because we're not taking into consideration time. It just takes into consideration the number of ticks. So let me start this slideshow. Tick chart. A tick chart represents the count of intraday trades. So for example, 100 tick chart. Every candle that appears on the chart represents 100 ticks. And so as you can imagine, if there's 300 orders that come in and get filled, then you're going to have 3 candles show on your chart. And orders could come in, especially during news events where there's maybe even thousands of ticks that come in. And in a split second, you can have 10, 15, 20 candles that just rapidly get printed onto your chart. That's really fast. That's an extreme example. And then on the opposite, during, say, the Asian session, it might take 15 minutes for 100 ticks to come in. And so every 15 minutes, there's 100 ticks, and there's only one candlestick for every 15 minutes, just for example. And so you could see that there's a dramatic contrast between, say, trading during a news event in a New York session or sitting there during an Asian session, where it could be like watching paint dry to some traders. And even though it's the same chart, you're going to have the different number of candlesticks being printed, and there's no time, right? Time is irrelevant. It could be an hour, it could be 1 minute, it could be seconds for every single candlestick. I love them. This next slide, I have a good example. You guys could see this up at the very top. I have on the far left, you can see I have a 5 minute chart on the far left, and this is the same time frame. On the 5 minute chart on the far left, you can see that's 5 Each one of these candlesticks, it's 5 minutes. We have 5 minute, there's 10, there's 20, there's 15, and there's 20. So this chart on the left-hand side, this represents 20 minutes. You don't know how many trades or orders were filled in those 20 minutes. You can just see where price has moved, where candles have opened, where they've went to, and where they've closed. So on the far left-hand side, you can see there's 20 minutes represented in 4 candles. Here on the 1 minute chart, over about the same time frame, that same move, you can see we could count the candles. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, about 14, 15 candles on this. It's about the same move between 15,970 all the way down to 15,880. This same move, but you can see that there's a lot more candles, right? For every 1 minute, there's a candle. And so if this is 20 minutes here on the far left, here in the middle, in 20 minutes, there should be 20 candles in that same time frame. However, over here on the right, this bigger chart, this is 100 tick. And this is that same time where up at the very top, you can see we're at 15,970, and we've sold off all the way down to 15,880. There's no exact way of knowing how many exact candles unless you go through and count them. You just need to know that every single candle on this chart, there is 100 ticks. And so then the next question is, as a trader, how is this useful to me? What does this mean to me? How can I become a better trader if I wanted to use this chart? And how do I use it? Well, at first glance, and maybe you could see this, Eddie, is to me, we're all looking at the same data, and it's just displayed to us differently. And when I see this 100 tick chart, for me, it looks a lot more clean, where I could see the pivots, where we could see, what we're very obvious in a downtrend, where we're making lower lows and we're also making lower highs. And that's pretty clear to me. It's easier for me to see visually. I like looking at it. It's easier for me to make decisions compared to, say, a 5-minute chart. You cannot really see those smaller pivot points and where we have the pullbacks and breaks. You might be able to see it live if you have the eye for it. So there are advantages and there's also disadvantages in being able to use the tick chart and use these different charts, or in other words, tools, right? I like to use the analogy very much like a construction worker or someone that's building houses or roofs, where as traders, we have all these tools that are available to us, like platforms, the different types of charts, and each tool should serve a purpose. And if you are using a tool and it doesn't really serve a purpose for you, then there's no sense of having that tool in your toolbox. If I'm a carpenter, there's no reason for me to have a bowling ball in my toolbox, right? Compared to a professional bowler, there's no need for him to have a hammer. And so using the right tool for the job is 100% the most important. The rest is just clutter, right? We don't want to have overanalysis by paralysis or paralysis by overanalysis and confuse ourselves as trader. As I was talking about yesterday, right? Keep it super simple. The simpler we can make our trading, the easier it is on ourselves. So every single thing that you have on your computer monitor should serve a purpose, whether it's an indicator, whether they're charts, whatever it is, it needs to serve a purpose. And if it doesn't, then maybe you should ask yourself if you even need to have it on your computer monitor. Next, let me ask you guys a question, because I like to hear from everybody in the audience, everybody out there on the YouTube and Topstep. Have you used a tick chart before? And if so, why? Or if you haven't, why not? So let's maybe have a little bit more in-depth conversation. We're right about 30 minutes into this session. So yeah, anybody out there, maybe instead of just one sentence, maybe a little bit longer and maybe some more in-depth, of have you used a tick chart? If no, why not? If you have, then maybe why? And we'll let you guys come in. And right before this, have you used a tick chart before, Eddie? Maybe you can answer this, or not Eddie, Hoag. Maybe you could answer this question.
I've had a tick chart on my platform in the past. I just ended up taking it off. I mean, with the profile, the 30-minute chart, sometimes I'll bring it down to a shorter time frame chart, but I found it kind of made me overtrade a little bit. And that's just me, of course, that's just me.
Yeah. Smaller time frames and charts that move fast, that is the tendency of traders, right? Where things are moving fast, we are trying to analyze at a quick pace, and we're looking for opportunities. And when things move fast and they're volatile, then the more opportunities that there might be, and the more we're tempted to overtrade. I'm just looking through this. We have a lot of traders. It looks like we do have a lot of traders who are experienced or have played around with tick charts, not just the 100 tick chart.
Bobby Sutton says 100 tick chart is a good entry chart, and for trailing stops, along with other time frames. 100 tick is 100 orders being filled, but no information on volume. Solomon uses the tick chart.
Different ticks as well, where I see some traders where 500 tick chart, 2000 tick charts. It's not just a 100 tick chart, right? Some platforms, depending on what platform you use, there are different amount of tick charts available to where instead of just 100 ticks for every candlestick, you can use 500 ticks for every candlestick. And sometimes that's really beneficial, because if you're trading a really volatile market and you don't want 50 candles every 5 minutes using 100 tick, maybe you jump out, right? Very similar to where we were using the analogy about Google Maps. 100 tick chart might be a 1 minute. A 500 tick chart can be similar to a 5 minute, and just zooming out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So real quick, before we jump into the Q&A, I just wanted to talk about that. Let me jump into my platform and give this example real quick, because as we were talking about it and we mentioned that trade, you could see on my chart, this is how I like to trade. Of course, I have multiple monitors, so it's a lot easier for me, but moving it onto one monitor so you guys could see it, and for all the traders here at Topstep can see it on one screen, has been a little bit of a challenge for me, but I think this represents it relatively good, where myself and my own personal trading, I use higher time frames for my trade setups. And I think someone mentioned it in the chat. I use the 100 tick chart for my entries and my exits, and if I'm trailing my stop losses, and being a little bit more accurate. So over here on the left hand side, you can see I have a 5 minute chart, and my trade setup that I was looking at is some very basic support and resistance. You can see from yesterday morning, we've had a lot of support and resistance in this zone. And as we were just getting ready to start this class, you can see we've sold off down here on the NASDAQ on this 5 minute chart. And as we started to get into this zone from over here on the left hand side, then I'm looking to find an opportunity to go long and think that we could have some type of a bounce or some type of a move up. And so looking at the same time frame, is we started to sell off here. So very much like this sell off, that's over here on the right hand side. This is a 100 tick chart. This is that same sell off. And then what I'll do is I'll start looking for some type of technical analysis pattern. And as you probably noticed behind me, I have this poster of some basic technical analysis patterns, maybe a double bottom, 3-bar reversal, consolidation, break of one side or the other. I start to look for that to trigger me into an entry. So my setup is on the left-hand side using a higher time frame, 5 minute, 15 minute. Sometimes I'll look at an hourly, just depending on what my strategy is and what my time frame that I'm looking to be in the trade. And then I'll use a 100 tick chart to increase my accuracy. So if we're going over this, and this is a trade that I missed, and hindsight trading is always easy, right? Hindsight's 2020. It's
100%.
easy to go through something like this and call out a trade and say, look how easy this was. It was so easy. But the markets move fast, especially during the New York session. And so you miss them. And this was one of them that I missed, that after the trade happened, it looked really good. So once we got down to this zone over here on the left-hand side between 840 and 860, then I look for some type of technical analysis, technical pattern, chart pattern. And sure enough, we started to consolidate here. And now remember, this happens really quick. And over here on the 5-minute chart, you can see there's an apex candle, a doji, some indecision that can be coming in, especially when we consolidate. And over here on the right, we have that consolidation. And what I like to use is I like to use, say, for example, a buy stop order. That means it'll trigger me in as we start to break out. So if I catch this quick enough, and like I said, this 100 tick chart, and especially during NASDAQ New York session, it can move relatively quick. But I'd put a buy stop above, either this 5-minute candle for reference, or to look at a 100 tick chart to be a little more accurate, somewhere up above this consolidation. I don't want to get too tight to just get barely triggered me in, just a little bit higher. And then sure enough, would catch that breakout. And then on the 5-minute chart, you can see that 3-bar reversal happen right around 868-ish. Let's see. It is a little bit higher, so 868 is way up here. But that's where I was saying is down here around 50. You can't see that on the 5-minute chart. You cannot see this consolidation and this consolidation and breakout. And so that's where I'm saying is it helps me become accurate. Of course, on the higher time frames, we go back to yesterday's class where we're talking about probabilities versus risk reward, where my stop loss would be at the opposite side of consolidation, to where I have a really good, and let's say my take profit, for example, is up here around 900, back to where we consolidated. So that's on the 100 tick chart, much higher. Let's go here, right around that 900 mark, maybe up some technical out. I love to have my take profits right around support or resistance. This looks like a decent resistance. So you could see when we were talking about risk reward, this, just eyeballing it, visually looking at it, is looking like maybe a 5-to-1 risk reward trade on this type of a setup. However, some can say I'm getting in early based off of a 5-minute chart, and I don't want to go in too in depth just in terms of time. So what I'll say is I'll use these 100 tick charts to be a little more accurate, but my overall trade setup is on some of these higher time frames, like a 5-minute chart, maybe an hourly chart to understand the trend and some other market analysis. But like I said, hindsight's 2020. Of course, this looked like it was a really good-looking trade. Now that we've watched it work out a little bit, so I think that was a good example of being able to use a tick chart, and one way to use it. Like I said, I do use slow markets, and maybe if you don't mind, Hoag, maybe I could just briefly show the difference between the NASDAQ and then the Nikkei.
Sure.
Let me show you what this looks like. Here's the Nikkei. I'll give it a minute to show.
Do you trade the Nikkei?
Oh yeah, this is one of my favorite markets to trade.
Oh, okay.
Over the past month. So here's a 100 tick chart on the Nikkei. You can see this is December 2nd. I'm going to put a vertical line just for reference here. So this is December 2nd. Then let's say this is, we'll just keep that line for reference. And then you could see, I don't want to go through and count the bars, but this is a 100 tick chart on the Nikkei.
Sure.
The Nikkei is really thin, And so if we use, say, a 1 minute chart, you can see the difference. So here's a 100 chart or a 1 minute chart on the Nikkei, and it's ugly.
Yeah, it's pretty thin.
It's really thin. It's really ugly. And here's that horizontal line for reference. So you can see that depending on what market you're using, the data is displayed differently. And maybe if I use a 5 minute, you can see that the data is even uglier, and there's a lot of gaps. It's not as clean. And so definitely using the right tool for the job helps. I mean, especially if you're going to be trading some odd markets like the Nikkei. And then there's the 100 tick. So if you can see that difference visually, and I use this all the time when I get that question during my slow markets class. It's common, right? Especially when you're trading a market that it's not as common here at Topstep, like the Nikkei. Why do I use the 100 tick chart? And then I'm able to use that brief example to show them the difference. And maybe the 100 tick chart is zooming out on Google Maps, and the 1 minute chart would be zooming in. There's a lot of different references, a lot of different tools that we could use. And I think that's it. That's all I have for tick charts.
All right.
Big shout out to you, Jim, though. I see a comment there on YouTube. Nikkei has helped pass the combine during slow markets. Thanks. I love hearing that. I love hearing. I love that feel good. That's why I coach, right? To hear traders do good or something that has been beneficial for them in their trading.
100%. So if you want to learn more about tick charts and everything that Dakota is talking about, you can find him. He's doing a late class on our Discord channel. Is there one tonight?
There is. 8 p.m. Central Standard Time. That's the normal time for our slow markets. Sometimes if there's events or if I'm busy, then I'll let everyone know in Discord ahead of time. Example, last night I was able to catch the London Open, and we held slow markets class a little bit later. I had an event that I needed to go to yesterday, but we were able to have that class. All the sessions are recorded and they are available in Discord.
Cool. All right. Thank you. We're going to start going through some of the chat questions here. AB is asking what my 1 minute opening range is. It the 829 candle or the 830 candle? It's the 830 candle. 1 minute candle. 1 minute opening range is 830 to 831. Anthony's saying yesterday Mike leaned in on that 1600 contract order on the dome. Where can we learn how to do that and how to learn the dome? I'm struggling trying to get my head around the dome. Anthony, that was a really unusual event that happened yesterday. Most of the time, you're not going to see 1,600 contracts on an offer or a bid in the S&Ps. I think I've seen that twice. But watching the dome is something that it just takes time. Now, if you're going to stare at the dome the whole time, Anthony, you're going to wear out your eyes and you're going to get real tired real fast. I think it's more important to watch the dome when you're looking for an execution. I focus on the dome basically for breakout trades. If the market breaks to the downside and we start extending the range, I'll watch the dome. And what I'm looking for is I want to see a lot of orders being placed and canceled, and I want to see price moving robustly, maybe not necessarily directly in the direction I'm looking for, which is important to me in these types of situations. But it's more, you're probably going to see a bunch of stops if we extend the range. It's what happens after those stops. If the dome just dies and nobody seems to care, it's probably not going to continue in that direction. And maybe that would be an opportunity to trade in the opposite direction. But learning to read the dome, learning to trade off the dome, it's a trial and error type of situation. You're going to start to notice patterns, perhaps in order flow on the dome, but it just takes time, Anthony. Everything takes time, right?
Unfortunately, yes. You don't become good at something by just clicking your heels together or saying a prayer.
That's true.
Big shout out to Coach Jay, though. He's one of our coaches. He is in Discord, and he reads the tape, and he uses the dome. So I think I seen another comment there on YouTube saying, just be here. Be here on TopstepTV. Be here, hang around the community. And there's traders all over our community who use the dome and who trade very similar to trades by Matt or Hoag and can answer questions for you. Go into Coach Jay's channel on Discord and ask him questions. He holds some live events and he's able to answer some questions as well. So big shout out to that. Use Topstep's resources as much as you can. Don't feel scared about asking questions. I get that sometimes, you know, the only stupid question is ones that you don't ask where, you know, sometimes I'll get a question. What is a tick chart? What is a candlestick? And we honestly don't mind. Sometimes it's good for us as coaches and we enjoy going back to the very basics and answering some questions that maybe we forgot about. And it's a good refresher and we love that.
Yeah, and you know, if you're questioning whether you should ask a question, you should ask the question, because you may be asking a question that somebody else that's in that session or in this particular session hasn't even heard of. You're going to give them the opportunity to learn something that they didn't even know they didn't know. And believe me, when it comes to trading futures, there's a lot we don't know that we don't know. So ask the questions. Great point, Dakota. So I'm looking through here, and it looks like maybe about half the people are using tick charts to some degree or another. Some folks are saying they like it to trail stops with. Some like it for scalping. Where is she? We had Dee pop in here and say she likes to use tick charts as well as range charts for slower market conditions. I think that's what she said here. I'm still trying to find her. I think that's what you said, right?
Scrolling through the chat. Sometimes
it's always fun, isn't it?
Yes.
Just looking for more questions. So Patient Trader says for market structure, he likes tick charts, but for bar patterns and price action, he uses time charts. Morris says, yes, big time he likes to use tick charts. He uses multiple ticks. Shadow Hunter, I mean, never knew it was a chart or how to use it.
There's a lot of tools out there. There's more tools than you could just overcomplicate it. You could dive in depth that rabbit hole, right? If you're looking at YouTube, millions of traders out there having their own opinions, their own tools, their own ways to do things. Find your way. I always say that. And always keep learning, but don't change every single day. Something different.
I know I wasn't mad that he called me Eddie. I've been called a lot worse.
Hey, I'm so used to talking to Eddie. It's good and it's good practice for me. I make sure I say Hoag, right?
John Hoag. You should hear what my wife calls me sometimes. All right, still looking for questions here. So Fred was asking, and what amount of ticks do you use? And you're looking at 100 tick chart, right?
Yeah. I use the 100 tick chart. It's a personal preference. As you can see on the example, let me pull up my slideshow. I'm going to have that up for just a second. Maybe I could reference it.
Now, is your slideshow done on TradingView?
I use NinjaTrader 8 to trade, and that's what I use.
Right. It's my understanding that that TradingView does not have tick charts, but Topstep X will soon have tick charts available.
I'm excited. I love Topstep X. I've been playing around with it, and I think the upside is going to just be astronomical for us here and all the traders here at Topstep.
Awesome.
This might be funny, but my favorite feature about it is the fact that I could use the same username and login. I always struggle with remembering passwords and usernames. That's my favorite feature. I know that sounds weird, but that's the reality of it.
Here's a hint for you. Use patterns on the keyboard instead of actual letters and numbers and stuff.
Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to try something. It's
and you
so
can move the
frustrating.
pattern around for different things.
Huh. I use an authenticator on my phone where I have to type it in. Sometimes where the most frustrating thing for me is when you forget your password and you click on the button that says reset my password. It sends me the email and then I type in a new one and then it says, sorry, you can't use the one that you just had. And
right.
Man, password.
All right. So what were you going to show us?
No, I was going to just put this up just for reference so you guys could see. I seen there's a lot of conversation about trailing stops and market structure. Where here's that 100 tick chart again over here on the right-hand side. And I think what some of you guys as traders were talking about where you can see it a little bit more cleaner, the market structure where just like a normal market, we have a sell-off, a pullback, and sell-off.
Sell-off.
And it's very clean compared to say a 5-minute or a 1 minute. And so maybe trailing it on a 100 tick chart seems like if you do have that type of a strategy, it's visually more appealing to trail it on a 100 tick chart versus say a 5-minute, whereas where is a good way to trade it or trail it on a 5-minute chart when it's just one big candlestick.
It looks like it would be good to use measured moves like for the pullbacks and for the extensions of that move to the downside.
Yeah, now you're talking my language. Yeah, I love measured moves. I love expected moves. And I don't know if you were ever in that class or if it was Eddie or if you've seen it where I do something where it's called average true leg, average true move. And all I do is I'll measure these pullbacks, for example, with just drawing a line, and I take the average, and then I know what, on average when we do have pullbacks,
right,
to expect.
See how far that pullback's gonna come.
Yeah. Visually, 100 tick chart looks great. It's easier. You don't have to do the math. But if you are, then yeah, measured moves is my favorite.
All right. Coop loves to tick charts. There's D. Yeah, she finds Renko. Oh, yeah, Renko and tick charts are useful for slow arranging days and timing entry with those. But on fast-moving days, she doesn't find them useful at all. So that's D.
It's been a while since I used range charts. And I see another question. Tick charts versus range charts or Renko charts. Either. It's been a while since I used Renko. But tick charts versus range charts or range charts. Tick charts based off a tick, right? There's a new candlestick for every tick. And then range charts, it uses price range. Say you have I don't know for example, maybe a 2-point range. Every time we move 2 points, it'll make a new candlestick. I don't trade range charts. It's been a long time since I played around with range charts.
Okay. Fred is suggesting a volume profile, market profile session. We've done a bunch of them. There's a whole bunch of information on market profile and volume profile on our website. If I get a chance here, I'll pop in the link for the market profile masterclass we did a while back. It's an hour long. It's a good basic overview and vocabulary lesson for those of you that might be interested in the market profile and that kind of stuff. JP wants me to do a composite TPO from the 11th, from the 14th through tomorrow. In the NASDAQ, regular trading hour session only, I'm assuming. It has moved from balance to imbalance. Would love you to take it on. Yeah, I can do that. but I can't do it right now. I will try and have that done for the power hour at the end of the day, so we'll be able to take a look at that. And there's I think really good uses for composite profiles, and I think that there's also some detriments to composite profiles. You're not going to get the same detail as if you're looking at sessions, separated sessions. But I used to put a composite volume profile on Tradeovate. I'm sure that's long gone, but I will certainly give that a look and see if we can't do that for the power hour at the end of the day, just to take a look at it. What do single print TPOs act as support or in resistance? Do they? Yes, they can. They're at the extreme of a range. They're considered excess. They're considered where price got either too expensive or too cheap. And if it's too expensive, buyers won't pay it anymore, and the sellers will come in. We'll leave those single TPOs at the end, and that would be what we call a failed auction. Price got too expensive. Buyers wouldn't buy it anymore. Sellers took over. The upside auction is now over, and a new downside auction begins. It's how auctions die. Now, if you've got single TPOs in the middle of the range, you've got an area of balance up here and an area of balance down here. Yeah, that can be resistance or support depending on what direction you're coming at it from. And if you start taking out too many of those TPOs, something may have changed and you're going to want to get out. But yeah, that's very basically what we're talking about. Failed auctions. We'll be looking at those, and Dee looks at those. I look at those on the market profile charts. So, here. All right. Well, here we have the profile from today in the S&Ps. Okay, this would be a buying tail. This is a market that opened, looked lower. The downside auction failed, and a new upside auction began. Today, we have a selling tail. This is where the market opened too expensive. Buyers wouldn't buy it. Sellers took over, and the market's been moving lower. Do we have a failed auction at the bottom? We do, as long as this tail here remains. So we had a D failed auction, an E that continued. That's no longer a failed auction. This would be continuation, range expansion, range extension, whatever you want to call it. But now we've left a tail at the bottom of this. If this tail remains, this would be a failed auction to the downside. A new auction to the upside has begun. All right. See if we have any more questions here.
While you were talking, I did end up taking a trade.
Okay, good.
We were talking yesterday of how trading is boring, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Same exact thing happened just now, where let me pull up my charts if you want to. I think I'm still sharing my screen. Let's see. Okay. As we were talking, same exact setup, almost copy paste. You can see over here on the 5-minute chart.
Yep.
We went right back down into this zone.
Yep.
Sure enough, we consolidated again. I did exactly what I was talking about earlier that I missed. Copy paste. I took profit up here to the top of these little pivot point highs.
Nice.
And yeah, that was it. It's one of those where it's boring sometimes. It's the same thing over and over again.
Right.
And I think that's a good example of being able.
Nice trade. How many points was that?
I think I only took 30 points on this one.
Hey, you know what they say? 30 points is 30 points.
26
points is 26 points. Nice job.
Yep. And yeah. Fun conversation. But we are at the top of the hour, Hoag. I think I'm scheduled to trade what are you guys calling this? Back to the futures?
Yes, back to the futures for the next hour. So Yeah, we're going to take a little bit of a coffee break. Dakota, thanks again for helping us out here today, and look forward to seeing you on Back to the Futures. Just give us a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back here with Nick, Dolby, Dakota, Eric, and visit from Nick Ari, it looks like, again today from our wonderful company, and we'll see you in a little bit. So stick around.
Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I'll catch you guys here soon.
Head up in the clouds when I levitate. We don't spit game, we just educate. Plan 1080, how the paper straight. Couldn't get it back then, so I had to wait. Now the money come to me, so I don't have to chase. I don't gotta flash nothing, I don't gotta fake, darling. We not practicing, we falling. And heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. Yeah. Heads up, I'm coming. This is all we ever wanted. Go and stack it by the hundreds. This is all we ever wanted. Ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. 10 toes down, I'ma ride with the gang. My whole life I've been doing my thing. Get that money, ain't no thing. Anything I do for the gang. Yeah. close, had me thinking they're friends. 10 toes down, I'll be free until the end. Crib outside the city, I don't feel safe in my hands. Took so many years, I'm just waiting for the wins. I'm in debt to no one but the one who took my sins. I do it for real, there's no reason to pretend. If I do it once, I do it again. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up, I'm just doing me, everything is on me, oh you matter what, add it up.
Hello and welcome. So 1 o'clock right now. We're starting power hour a little bit, and got a half hour here. And 1:30 we're going to bring in Nick A for Ask Support Rep. Even though we actually have a support rep with us right now. Eric, how are we doing?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. Been watching Crude today. It's been quite volatile. However, probably could have done a little bit better. Not gonna lie.
Hey, you know, those are some of those days, right?
I got a little bit greedy. I think my eyes a little bit bigger than my stomach. Supposed to go 2 to 1. Thought I could get a little bit more. Ended up coming back against me for break even. So should have taken my 40 ticks.
Yeah, so, it's funny you say that because I have a very similar situation where I got a little greedy this morning and I didn't move my stop to break even.
Oh, did it come all the way back against you?
Come all the way back on me.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I think what ended up happening is like Algeria came out, had some news, and then it bumped the market up a bunch. And then I got out at like plus 8 ticks. And then I got stopped out by a tick on one long. That was super frustrating. So the market's doing a very good job at trying to get me to go on tilt, and I'm not going to do it. So suck it.
Yeah, you beat that market.
That's right. You can't tell me what to do, Crude. You can't tell me what to do.
That's right. You're the boss of you.
I'm the boss. This is my account.
That's right.
So I don't know. I think I might stay down 31 ticks today. I probably really shouldn't trade. So I want to risk like 40 ticks a day. I'm on kind of a wicked losing streak, which sucks, but I meditated this morning. So there's a check. There's a check in the win column.
You're working in the right direction, right?
Yeah, I think, if we can just get my my mental attitude to make some higher lows for a while, then we're going to be in really good shape.
I love it. I'm gonna steal that one. My mental attitude needs to make a higher low today than it did yesterday.
To make a higher low, yeah. I mean, those are good. Higher highs are I don't know. Are higher highs dangerous in attitude when you're trading?
I don't know, man. I guess I'm just bullish on attitude now.
Let's just get psyched up.
You did some meditating, is that right?
I did, yeah. Meditated on the couch. 15 minutes.
I trade the New York or the London session. I was trading the London session last night. I held a class until it'd be 2 a.m. Central Standard Time.
Jesus. It's like that's a 4-hour class.
I started late yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yesterday I had an event I needed to go to, or I was watching the LeBron James destroy the Suns last night.
Oh, was it the tournament, in-season tournament?
Yeah, it was.
Can we get a poll in chat real quick about, do you guys like the new courts for the in-season tournament? I watched it for like 2 seconds and turned it off. I could not see a damn thing.
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on those courts. I don't know why. I love the fact that they have the new in-season tournament. Whereas at this time of year, basketball was not as entertaining, but it was pretty competitive today or yesterday. It was pretty fun.
That's cool. I didn't watch the game. Like I said, I can't watch the courts. It's like watching like the Jets when they have those green uniforms on. It's like impossible to see. It's impossible. I don't even know how the players, like, how do you try to like throw a pass if everyone's like camouflaged on the field? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just like a basketball player shoots a free throw, right, with all the distractions behind them.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Someone said a 15-minute meditation. That is not a nap, dude. That is a meditation. I'm getting centered. I'm not sleeping. Sleeping is when you're horizontal. Meditation is when you're vertical. Those are the rules.
Sometimes I try and meditate, and the next thing I do is I wake up in an hour.
Wake up in an hour? Well, then you're like super centered. You're like the most centered you can be.
That was a 1 hour meditation. That was really good.
You crushed it. Yeah, I think you had like an 8 hour meditation last night.
Yeah. I just missed the trade. I think I missed another really good trade. I was on with group coaching with Hoag, and this trade's set up now for the third time in a row, where you can see my screen on the left-hand side. I have a 5-minute chart.
Yeah, let's see it.
Every time we've wicked down, we've been kind of trending to the upside. I've been looking to buy it, and you can see on a 100-tick chart, every time we sell down here, we have a little bit of consolidation, and then we rally back up. I missed this. This was another great buy. Everyone in the chat, you guys probably seen me. I bought this one earlier, missed out on this one on the far left. So I'm going to wait to see if we have another opportunity here.
Yeah.
My overall plan right now is we've been hanging around even. We're only down not even 0.2%. But on the 5-minute chart, we're starting to see some bulls coming into the market. Every one of these dips we've been buying up, and we're making higher lows. We just made a higher high from earlier around noon 30, so 12:30 Central Standard Time. I'm gonna look to see if we can gain some more traction and push up, maybe back towards 15,900, and see if we could push up above that. That's what I'm looking at going into the close today. If it works out, that's fine. If not, then I'll die on my sword as a bull.
Could be worse. You could be a pig and get slaughtered.
Some days it feels like that.
That's what I did today. Do not recommend it. Should have just taken the 40.
Man, that 40 looks a lot better now that it was.
Yeah, 40 looks a lot better than 8. You know what I mean? I am an amateur. Like, I've been trading for since 2011, but I'm not very good. But I'm great at talking about it. Is that I get caught flip flopping between exit methods. So it's like, oh, do I just have fixed targets, or do I let it play out and try to hit ranges? And I find that if I switch between those, I get neither. I won't get a 2-to-1, and I won't get the full thing, because you end up flip flopping at the wrong time typically, and so you end up yinging when you should be yanging, and it's tough. So if I just stuck the course, it would have been fine.
Some indecision, it sounds like. I think there's a lot of traders who struggle with that, where they're trying to decide between either two strategies, two methods, two ways, maybe even more than two, 2, 3, 4 things to do again.
Mm-hmm.
As I'm talking here, I'm going to go ahead and get into this buy, because it's kind of setting up again. It doesn't look exactly as good as what it was before, but it's still valid. So.
Yes.
I do that a lot, and my best advice for that, and what I've found useful for myself, is try sticking to one and trade that one way for a period of time. Maybe it's 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe even 1 or 2 months. And then after you've traded it like that for a period of time, then you could go back and you could study it. You could do your analysis of how you're trading it and your statistics. And then you make a decision, and maybe you go back to the other one and do that same thing. And then there's also a case where you could do both.
Yeah, I think as long as you have it all measured out and everything, then it's fine. Erica, do you flip flop between those two, or are you pretty set in your ways at this point?
It's funny. I feel like that's someone that all traders go through. pretty much all throughout their trading career, right? I try to run my trades to the target profit, but I also do have that mental number in my head that I'm okay if I see like price stalling out or anything like that. I'm okay just taking my money and running, and then just making sure that I have a winning trade, right? Sometimes the winning trade is worth more than the at the end the price running to my full price target, right? If I'm on kind of a losing streak, I'm kind of just looking to lock in some profits, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I probably should have done that too, because I'm on a little bit of a losing streak. So I had the 40 in the bag, but then it's like, oh well, what if we go to 68? Yeah. And like I can make $200, and it's like, dude, it's not gonna happen. Like, just take your 40.
Starting to get greedy right there.
Dude, it's hard in crude, man, because you get crude down like 4%, and then it's like, okay, what's another 1? What's 4 to 5? Like you can already do that.
Yeah.
No, but
I
then
mean, you could do that. I mean, there are plenty of strategies. I like to get in 2 contracts sometimes, so I can do that. So I could take off one, and then not feel any type of emotional on letting the second one just run.
Right. Oh, that's a huge advantage too. I mean, being able to trade like multiple contracts and let one run, or have the first one cover your second one. I mean, that really takes the stress off. You can just sit in a position. Oh, it's like your little trades running here, which is awesome.
Yeah. We'll see how this one plays out.
Yeah.
Just one contract. I'm not a big player. I don't trade very often during the New York session. I've been practicing a little bit to try and get used to the New York close, the last 2 hours of the close. I'm more of a slow markets kind of guy. I trade the Asian and London session, mostly the Asian, and the markets move a lot slower. I have the time. I can watch a basketball game and have charts up on one end, but it's the same strategy. One's just moving a bit quicker. The other one, it's moving slower, and I have more time to think.
Yeah, I haven't really looked at the overnight session too much, but it was really cool seeing your tick charts in the Nikkei. Just how it just flattened everything out, and all the charts went from looking terrible to actually coherent. I thought that was really cool, actually.
Yeah, it's interesting. I could bring it up right now. Let's go over it, because there's so many traders that maybe they don't have the right idea of a tick chart and the right thing, because sometimes a tick chart is not the right way to trade a market, and it also depends on the market, right? So here is that Nikkei, and I've done some studying on this. Let's look at that. We could start at the daily. So here's the daily on the Nikkei. Mm-hmm. Look how ugly it looks. It looks like a scatter graph almost.
Yeah, it looks like you're in the wrong contract month. That's what it looks like.
There's just a lot of.
If anyone wants to know if your chart looks like this,
but this is
you might be in the wrong contract month. But this is the Nikkei. This is what it looks like normally. Yeah, go ahead.
Correct. 100%. Wrong contract month is definitely when your chart looks like that. If you don't know what you're trading, then yes. This is the Nikkei. This is a daily chart. So there's the daily. Then we could drop down to an hourly. So here's an hourly. Let me add the data on here. So let's let it load. So that looks a little bit better, right? A little clean. But
yeah,
then
normal.
As soon as you start getting into like the 5 minute, the 1 minute, that's where we get a lot of gaps and a lot of missing data, because the order book and the books are so thin. Sometimes price will get filled at one way or another, and you're missing that data. And so this, what I'm looking at, if we like I was saying, if we do 100 tick chart, it starts to just clean it up, and that's the only reason it starts to become clean again. And you're not missing that data because it's based off the fills and it's not based off of time. Whereas if it doesn't get filled in like 10 minutes, you're not going to have a 10-minute gap between where the last fill and the next fill. So that's the only reason I use 100 tick on, say, like the Nikkei.
Yeah. Do you think there's like other markets as well that would benefit from maybe running a tick chart instead, that would maybe get people more involved because the time chart doesn't look that good?
Anything with a thin order book, to be honest. If it has a thin order book like Nikkei, I haven't done too much trading or studying on some of those other markets. But yeah, if it has a thin order book, if it looks something similar like the Nikkei, then definitely try a tick chart. There's nothing wrong with just putting it on the screen, seeing if it looks good, right? Because it's all the same data.
Right.
It just matters how you want it displayed.
Right. How's your NQ doing? I heard an order filled in the background. Who was that?
That was a stop loss. That hit my stop loss right here. It went up, stopped me out.
Got it. So what were you down on that, like $100 or something, or what'd you risk?
I think it was less than that. I don't know. Let me.
We got some questions in chat. Could have sworn I just saw one in chat. Where'd it go? Let's see. Scott, Mark Douglas recommends a 20 trade data set initially. I think it's a really good idea. I should try that. I want to work in my meditation because this is like a long time ago, but I was trading really well. And when I was actually profitable at Topstep and taking payouts, my routine was meditate in the morning, meditate at night, and do a little bit of review, and like it was perfect. Like I was reading the markets well. I felt confident in my trades. Is, taking those like fear-based trades that maybe look really, really scary, but they're like the really profitable ones that you kind of got to take. So I got to get back into that. I like the 20 trade thing is really good. Mark Douglas is awesome. And actually, he's a free YouTube series where he just teaches that book, Trading in the Zone, which is really good. It's really, really good. Eric, do you like Mark Douglas?
Yeah, I mean, obviously read Trading in the Zone. I think that was, when I first got into trading, when I looked up like what book should I get on trading. That was one of the top ones that everyone recommended, and I thought it was great. Especially just realizing how much trading is a mental game, right? You can be the best chart person in the world, but you could also be a terrible trader because you don't know how to manage your emotions, right? So I think that was amazing. I actually didn't know he had a YouTube version of essentially everything in that book. So that's good to know.
It's really, really good. I can post that in chat when I get a second. We can actually get a little book club going in here. Hey, chat, can you post your favorite trading book? Let's see what the response is. I'm gonna put in Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. I think I read that one about once a year. That's a great book. If no one's read that one.
I really like The Best Loser Wins.
Yeah, by Tom.
Yep, I thought that one was a good one.
Also, if anybody knows Tom, I am trying desperately to get him on this show. And I will give you some of MP's money, even though I don't have any of it, but I will give you some of it if you can arrange this, because we've been trying to get contacted with him, and it's hard to get hold of, apparently.
Speaking about book clubs, I don't read a lot of trading books, guys. The books that I like to read, if you've ever heard of Shoe Dog, there's Shoe Dog, The Obstacle is a Way. Ryan Holiday, he's one of my favorite authors. And he has, The Obstacle is the Way. I'm over here on my audiobook on my phone. I love audiobooks. But Phil Knight, Courage is Calling. That's another good one by Ryan Holiday. And then just a random favorite one. It's called The Fish That Ate the Whale. And that's about an old banana salesman here in the U.S. That took over and made a huge company from selling bananas. So not a lot of trading books I read. I love great Ryan Holiday books and Alchemist.
Nonfiction.
Alchemist.
Is it fiction or nonfiction?
Both. Yep, I like both. But Ryan Holiday, it's more The Obstacle is a Way, where he's just talking about how sometimes there's obstacles in our life, and usually overcoming that obstacle is the right way rather than trying to find a way around it or just giving up. And I don't want to go in and sit here and tell a story, but there's...
Depends how good the story is, Dakota. If it's a good story, I want to hear it.
Yeah, but it's not 100%. I'm not as good of a storyteller or an author, right? But essentially it talks about a long time ago, there was this kingdom, and the king put a giant rock in the middle of one of the paths to get into the city. And underneath that rock, he put a note saying, if you get to this, come see me and you're entitled to like all these riches. Well, like years passed and no one ever could move that rock or wanted to move the rock. They just went around it. And eventually just some random merchant came in and he developed a pulley system with trees, and he moved the rock, got the thing, and took it to the king and made all these riches, right? But the moral of the story is, a lot of people do not like to work hard and to go through and do something that's very hard. It's a lot easier just to go around, right? Cut corners, do something that's easy, very much like trading, right? We want to go and we want to ask from other good traders, like, hey, what's your strategy? How do I become a good trader? What's this golden rule and the easiest way to make money? And that's never the right way. Most of the time, yeah, it might work for a little bit, but then eventually you're not consistent. You end up blowing up accounts and you get frustrated. But, it's what happens behind the scenes and doing the dirty work to become successful. So little stories like that Ryan Holiday and some of those books I read.
So it's like trading adjacent. It's more like lessons and how to get discipline, stuff like that.
Yeah, trading psychology and
exactly. Ryan Holiday is great because he's more of like that stoicism writer, right? Which is great. I mean, it's a great mindset to have in your trading because I agree with you. Like, you need to go through those obstacles in order to ultimately find out how bad you want this, right? And see how much you're willing to kind of persevere to just keep pushing forward.
Yeah, I think I listened to like 20 minutes of Atomic Habits and then I stopped. But I feel like that is telling me something.
You got to push through that. That was a great video, man. That was a good one.
Yeah. J-Mac saying my audio is not good. Is that true? Is my audio actually bad for the mic? My mic is pretty far away, man.
Sound okay to me.
Yeah, my gain is like almost all the way down. So Dakota, you're still in your trade. You're about break even. Looks like crude oil here is rolling over.
Let me see. Wait, I haven't been watching.
You're down $60 or something.
Looks like I'm still in my trade. So that's always a good thing.
Yeah. You guys like being in trades for a long time, or do you guys get like impatient?
My average trade time is about 4 to 6 hours. Mostly because of my overnight strategy. And you're kind of seeing an example, right? The market could go sideways till the end of the day. And if it doesn't hit my stop loss, I'll still be in it. Or if it rallies up. So it depends on the market for me. But I will say my average length of trade can be about 6 hours.
Jeez.
That's long. So you're sleeping through most of your trades, so...
Yeah, that's a different story, right?
Yeah.
Between sitting here and watching them versus sleeping.
Right.
Really important to preserve that mental capital when you're just sleeping through the trades.
Yeah. And then you don't run the risk of over trading or managing your trade the incorrect or doing something you shouldn't.
Right. And then Eric, do you hold your trades for a while?
I hold my trades for 30 minutes because I enter on the 5-minute chart, so I need a little bit of time for the trades to play out. I've tried going in on like 1 minute because it's so flashy and good looking, and that's where all the YouTube traders trade, right? But I can't do it. It's too whipsawy for me, and I feel like I get faked out too much. So I stick with the 5 minutes. I need a little bit more time for my trades to play out.
Yeah, I like the 5 minute. I could do like an hour sometimes if it's really good. Maybe like 20 minutes to an hour is for me a nice hold time.
Exactly. If I'm like pretty in the money and it's looking like it's running in my direction, then I'll keep it open longer. But yeah, I would say average is like 30 minutes.
Yeah, that's good. I think the average. I wonder what the Topstep average is for hold time.
And you're talking about trades in general, right? Not winners versus losers. Because
just
that
trades
is
in
great
general.
Statistics on our dashboard where it will show us how long we hold our winners versus how long we hold our losers.
See that?
Yeah, that is a good stat.
I would say that changes it because my losers are usually a lot quicker than my winners.
Yeah, same.
That's good.
Yeah, because if I'm doing like the range thing, so if the range breaks out, like you get stopped out very, very fast, like 5-10 minutes. But if it goes in your favor, and now you're like going to trade for like half an hour.
Right.
So that's nice. We got 1:30 here. Let's see. The pit session for crude oil has closed, and we're ended up at about 69.40. So if you're in crude oil, probably shouldn't expect too much for the rest of the day as it is pretty much closed up shop. But a wild day in crude, and now we can kind of switch our focus over to equities. And also it's 1:30. We're gonna have a support rep come in here, not just any support rep. Nick A. He's coming back. He was so popular that he's back. Back again. Isn't there a song? Oh, Backstreet's back. Where is he at?
How am I on? I'm on here till 3. No, today's Wednesday. Let's see.
Today is a Wednesday. Yeah, it's like Dakota. We have you until 2. Nick A is supposed to be joining us at 1:30 for ESO support rep. Looks like it's going to be a lot of questions about Topstep X, if I had to guess, and I don't blame you because Topstep X is pretty freaking cool. But we'll get there when we get there.
Topstep X. I think if you caught my session with Hoag, I was saying my favorite thing about Topstep X is I could use the same username and same password.
Yeah, that's great. I'm really looking forward to using it full time. We're just a couple things away. At least personally, everyone has like a thing that they're waiting for. That's like the make or break for them to switch over.
Which is, I mean, it's so nice too, because like the platform when we first saw it was a great platform, and it's really nice to see just improvement after improvement after improvement on that, right?
Oh, it happens fast too.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like in real time. Like you could chart the changes in real time on like a 1-minute chart. It's insane how fast that goes. Look who we got. Nick A is in the house.
Howdy, folks.
Howdy. Nick A, can you tell all these wonderful people what is going on? What do you do?
I am the support. I mean, the title changes like all the time, but basically the support training operations training coordinator. Easy for me to say. Maybe get some more coffee here real quick.
How many cups of coffee do you have?
I've cut back. I only have like 3 or 4 a day, but they're like gigantic cups, so it's probably the equivalent of like 8 to 10 like ounces of coffee.
That is a lot of coffee.
It's yes. I used to be doing like a pot plus. Like I would do a pot and then I would do a Keurig and then maybe like something else at the end. I have 2 kids, so I think that I get a little bit of a leeway, but so I cut back a little bit, but it's too much. It's too much. I understand. Or is there such thing as too much coffee? Let's be honest.
I don't know. I mean, I didn't
question.
Nick, I'm with you, man. I don't think there's ever such thing as too much.
Yeah, exactly. See,
doctors say under 400 milligrams of caffeine. Sure.
What do doctors know, though? Really?
Under 400? Oh my god, a monster is like 160.
That's a lot of coffee, man. You
Celsius is 200.
NASDAQ is starting to break up. Sorry to interrupt you guys' coffee. I don't drink coffee. I drink this. Maybe it's probably a lot worse for you. Some V8 energy drinks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but it has vegetables, so you're fine.
I mean, sure. That's my excuse for having my vegetables is it's in my energy drink. It's mango, some peach and some mango.
Yeah, I should just blend up all my vegetables and just dump it into a pot of coffee, and then it's totally justified. JD Cardiac arrest like a word with you. Yeah, Nick A, do you have a health insurance policy on your heart?
I do. Yeah. Just on the
heart. Chat wants a piece of that if possible. Yeah. I didn't have a monster today, so look at me go. That's my second win of the day.
There was a guy that I worked with once that went right from coffee to beer. He didn't drink any water during the day. He would drink coffee until it was time to quit, and then he would go into beer. I don't know how he stayed alive, because that's a lot of things that you're not supposed to be drinking all at the same time. But, good for him, I guess. Good for him.
If you're going to talk about me on live on TopstepTV, Nick, I'd like you to at least bring it by me first.
Wanted ambiguity, James. I wanted ambiguity.
But on that note, I think we got some questions for you from our chat.
We most definitely do. We have a lot of questions. Should we ask some questions? Yeah. Okay. So, Nick A, when can I possibly use Topstep X? I'm so interested to explore its trading features.
Yeah, that's a great question. So please join the waitlist. We are sending out invites every single day. So please jump on there. It's a control burn, right? So you were not sending out to everybody all at the same time, but definitely please feel free to join the waitlist, and we'll get you as soon as we can. It's a very popular platform, and there's a lot going on, but we're also making updates based on trader feedback. So the more that you can, the longer you wait, the better product you're going to get with less bugs and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, we're just releasing it nice and slow to make sure it's not overloaded. But so far, the feedback has been incredible. It's been really, really positive, actually. So.
And they move so fast on the feedback. There's features that like I log in the morning and I place a trade. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that was a feature. So they're moving extremely fast on getting things updated. So hopefully sooner rather than later, that'll be out to everybody.
Yeah, it's great. Okay, another question. If your internet goes down mid-trade, is there a way to close your trades on your phone or through the Topstep dashboard?
Great question. It depends on the platform. So some platforms do have a mobile option. Some don't. You can also go under Discord. There's a Get Flat channel in the Discord, so you could pop it in there. There is a support rep watching that at all times that you can. They will just be there. You just let them know. They'll ask you to DM them their username, and then you could do that, and they'll get you flat. So yeah, that's what I'd recommend. I'd also double check. Our help center does have some pretty good information on if your platform has a mobile version. If not, then you might have to go through Wendy in the chat. But I would say Get Flat would be the next thing that I would do.
Yeah. The Discord's great. That's where Dakota's at. That's where all the platforms are at. That's where all of the products are at. So there's a lot of good stuff in there. And you can get support, which is relatively new, actually. Maybe in the last 4 months about. We started actually offering support in Discord, and that's been going very, very well. Okay.
A lot of good Topstep X feedback has been gone through Discord too. I keep an eye on that channel from time to time, and there's a lot of good stuff that we're getting directly from traders.
Yeah. Oh, actually, we need to update that because the onboarding process should now include Topstep X as one of the platforms that you get to choose. But when you do join the Discord, you get to kind of pick what platform you're in, and that way only that platform will show up in Discord, so you don't have like all 8 or 10 platforms in there. So it's a way to organize it a little bit better. So more questions. Combine trading rules require the trader to be flat before the end of the day. Does this rule also apply when trading the London session?
Good question as well. So you have to be flat from 3:10 to 5 for most products, Central Time. If you're trading like hogs or any of the grains, something like that, that's a little bit different. You have to be flat a little bit earlier. But for a vast majority of the products that the vast majority of people trade, you only have to be flat between 3:10 and 5 p.m. Central Time. You can trade any other time. So you can trade the rest of the London session, no problem. You don't have to be flat during that time. It's just that hour and 50 minutes.
Yeah. And then a good way to actually check that, if you're in Tradeovate, if you go to the upper left and type in a ticker, you can go to quote info, and it'll actually show you all the information about that ticker symbol without having to go to the CME website, which is kind of confusing. But you can also go to that site as well. Mm-hmm. How do you place stops on Topstep X?
There are like 4 or 5 different ways. So if you have a trade in the chart, you can actually just click on the trade and drag and drop, which I think is the easiest. So once you place a trade, you can do it that way. You can also preset it. So there's a settings tab if you have a dome on the very top, there's a settings bar. And then on the very far left of your Topstep X platform, there's a settings bar there too, where you can preset those as well. We do have a great Help Center article on that as well. If I can look that up if we need to, but that it really goes through. There's 3 or 4 different ways that you can do it. Once, especially prior to a trade being placed, and even after a trade's been placed. So there's a couple different options there.
And if you are new to Topstep and you're coming from maybe a different prop firm, our Help Center is actually helpful, unlike a lot of other prop firms who have a very, very skin and bones sort of help centers, or they're just insanely verbose and it's impossible to find information. Ours is actually very well organized, and I think we take a lot of pride in making sure that's up to date.
Definitely, and building on it. If you don't see an article that you want, just let a support rep know, and we can pass that feedback along to build, the article.
I've had stuff updated within an hour.
Yeah.
If it's a typo or a little thing that's wrong, we update it all the time. It's awesome. So we've already got that one. Let's go down to the next one. Okay, a lot of people want to know how to place a stop in Topstep X. Let's keep on going.
There was, just so the community knows, there was a small issue with stop not being able to be put past break even earlier today. And I don't know if maybe that's where it's stemming from, but that has been fixed. And that came through Discord. So a lot of people in Discord had that issue. They let us know in the Topstep X channel, and the people behind the scenes did a really, really fast and quick job of picking that up.
Amazing.
So yeah, it was really fun to see that happen.
Yeah, and how many reps do we even have in Discord? Oh, we have 23. There's 23 people who are either who work for or affiliated with Topstep who can help you out in our Discord, which is absolutely incredible.
Yep.
Okay, another question. I got an invite to Topstep X with a free 50K combine for a month. I currently have 2 combines that I use with a TradingView with. Will I be able to trade all 3 of my combines on Topstep X with this invite, or just that one account?
Just one for now. Currently, we're not moving any other accounts over either. So I think I saw another one. I might be jumping ahead, but I think I saw another one asking if they could switch their current combine to Topstep X when they get funded or go to the Express funded account. Currently, no. So you would have to sign up for just one 50K account, or at least that's what the promo code will be good for, is one 50K account to test it out. We will eventually be allowing more than one trading combine at a time. So even when we do, though, we're not going to allow people to switch over. You can't roll over your P&L and stuff to the Topstep X one, but you can purchase a new one, or if you're in an XFA, you can purchase a second one. So we won't switch over to anything that's currently active, but you can purchase another one. In the future, you'll do more than one, but right now it's just one. Sorry, that was a little long-winded way to say just one.
Yeah, just one for now, but we will have a trade copier built into Topstep X. So if you had all 3 in the same place, then you could trade one at a time or do the trade copier. Can I combine 2 FX Express accounts for better risk management?
You cannot at the moment. We don't have that at the moment. I would say, I would challenge this specific one and say that if you're got 2 XFAs, you probably should just use the same risk management that got you there. Sometimes I think people, let me not say people, me, I'm thinking, I'm doing great with one contract. Let me put on 5. I'll just do 5 times better. And for some reason, it never works out that way for me. So I would say just continue to use the same risk management that you had in the first one. And that should allow you to, be successful as you're in your XFAs as well.
Yeah, awesome. And we do have the waitlist link in chat now. Thank you so much, Vanessa, for putting that in there. A lot of people want to get in there for that. Did you place any trades today?
Did I?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Today was one of the, I'm glad you asked me today and not yesterday. Today I made money. Yesterday I did not. So this was the perfect time. Yeah, I placed a couple trades. Just working through. I did a little bit with crude oil. I kept trying to catch the bottom at first, and that was not a good thing to do. It's what does they call it? Falling knives, something like that. That's
something about catching knives. Yeah.
I caught some. So I had 2 accounts. So I guess one I lost on, and then the other one I was like, let me just ride the trend, and it actually worked with me. So
awesome.
Caught that downslope a little bit, and then I just called it a day.
Good. And I'm going to get some questions in chat here. Can you set up ATM strategies with multiple profit targets in Topstep X?
Not at the moment. What it will do is it'll just average you into the trade. So basically, if you have one lot and you are filled, and then you place another lot, it will average that trade out. To get you in and out.
Yeah. Can you put in bracket orders?
Yes. There's multiple different ways to do that. Yep.
Is there a practice account?
Not at the moment. There will be when it's fully launched. Right now, it's just the one account. It's just the combine. If you need to get used to the platform, my recommendation is to use micros. So just trade the micro NQ or trade the micro ES so that you can test out the platform and get used to it without having to, take big losses while you're still getting used to everything.
Yeah. Can you use a third-party trade copier on Topstep X?
Not that I'm aware of. I don't believe you can.
It's already
not 100%, but I don't think. Yeah, there is going to be a trade copier built in. We are still testing that part of it. There's a lot that goes into building a trade copier, more than I thought when I originally saw this. So,
another question: can I use my level 2 data subscription I already have with my new Topstep X, or do I have to buy a new subscription?
It would be separate. So yeah, you would have to get a separate one. Topstep X is kind of on its own feed, so you wouldn't be able to use a current to level 2 data with X.
Right. All right. Different pipes.
Correct. Exactly.
Our pipes going to the CME.
Yeah. Exactly.
No stops. We're going direct. It's a direct flight to the CME. Round trip. Other questions we got here. Can we ask for another invite if you already got an invite? I'm probably going to say no on that one.
Yeah. So we're hoping sooner rather than later to have more ability, like for people that have already tested it, or to add more accounts. But at the current moment, it's only if you've already gotten an invite, you wouldn't get a second one.
Yeah. Scott, if I've blown the free 50K Topstep X account, how do I sign up for a new 150K Topstep X account?
So if you are already in the combine, you would only be able to continue with that 50K. So you'd have to reset it and just continue. If you are talking about you are in an XFA, currently that's something that we're looking into for people that made it to the express funded account and may have broken a rule. Right now, you're not able to go back in and purchase a new combine with Topstep X. So you would just have to wait until it goes, until something changes or it goes, public.
Nice. Awesome. And I think, any other questions?
I do see a couple in the Slack. There's a couple in there.
Couple in Slack. Okay, sweet. Let's check out Slack. Is it possible to get around first in, first out in X?
No. From my understanding, I think that's legally we have to. Like, I think isn't that the way that I don't know the legality of it, but you have to do first in, first out, as far as I'm aware.
Oh, that's interesting. I was not sure about that.
When I don't quote me on that. I could have misunderstood. I know in 4X that's something at least US wise that you have to do is first in, first out.
Yeah. Does Jack know? Is Jack playing God right now? Maybe Jack knows.
Yeah, I'm here. I can look into it more. I know that when I traded bond futures, they were all first in, first out, except for I believe the 2-year futures were filled on a percentage basis of the order. But we should look into that so we give the right answer. But
yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that, but it's I love being able to talk to people who used to work in the biz because they know.
Mm-hmm.
Francisco has a really good question. Can we bring our Pine Trading View scripts to Topstep X?
That is a good question. I know that there will be some sort of setup with an API type setup. To be honest, I don't know that one for sure. I can definitely look into it and see if we can get that back out. I'm not 100% sure with those setups if you're going to be able to bring them. At the moment, I don't think it's set up that way, but I'm sure that they, people smarter than me are working on stuff like that.
Can I use a 2-minute chart?
At the moment, I don't believe that I think it goes 1 to 4, but we are taking feedback like that. So definitely put that either in the Discord or right into the support team. And we're taking all this feedback of what you as traders want in Topstep X, and we are passing it along. And that's kind of how they're building it. So they started with a very minimum product, and then we've been building based on trader feedback specifically.
Nice. And now I actually have a question for Dakota. Dakota, how does someone get access to the recorded videos?
On Discord, right? You're talking about
in Discord. How does someone get access to the previous content?
So there's a guy that you must meet back behind this one place. You give him some money under the table, and they'll give you access.
Yeah, Cash App.
Yep,
does he wear a big jacket too, like one of those hey buddy kind of things? Is that what he does?
Yeah. It's my buddy Pablo. Nice guy, very nice guy. Wouldn't harm a fly. All jokes aside, on Discord, when you guys log into Discord, we have what is called a coach's library. And once you get in Discord, if you feel a little lost, reach out to anybody there in the Topstep lobby or any of those channels and it looks like you just put that link in there, Nick. But you'll be able to eventually find a place called Coach's Library. And that's where any of our recording sessions, any of our sessions that the coaches do live, will post a recording there. And I do all my slow markets. Every time I finish a slow markets class, I'll post my class there. Same with Coach Jay, Coach Paul, or any of the other coaches. When they hold a class, they'll post it in the coach's library in Discord.
Perfect. That's awesome. Thank you so much for that. And also thank you so much for providing all that wonderful content for the Topstep community. Question from Jason. If I pass my 50K account around 5 or 6 p.m. Central Time, let's say, how fast can I get my XFA?
Good question. So if you pass, 5 or 6 Central Time, that would be the next trading day. So trade reports won't upload until that night. So if you pass today at 5 Central or 6 Central, then when trade reports upload the next day, so Thursday night is when trade reports would upload. That would include that pass. And then it's 1 to 2 business days from there. So it would be Friday or the next Monday. If we're slow or something happened with the trade reports or something, maybe Tuesday at the latest. But that's kind of the time frame that you can expect with that.
1 to 2 business days is pretty fair. Looks like Sean Cunningham got his within 24 hours.
Yeah, I just
cool.
I've been playing around with a combine and passed it during slow markets, and I got it 2 hours ago, and I passed it yesterday. So
wow, that's awesome.
They are getting really efficient with those. So if there's a hang up at all, 1 to 2 business days usually covers it. But sometimes we are like you saw there, it can be pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm saying anything from 12 to 24 hours, so pretty fast. I mean, guys, if this is like 2 or 3 years ago, you'd have to wait like
7 to 10 business days.
7 to 10 business days.
And that's from when you got your agreement in. It could have taken a couple days to get
Oh yeah, I mean, if you messed up your forms.
Yes.
God,
yeah,
I remember some of those calls.
They've gotten good. The funding team does a really good job with that turnaround.
Yeah, they're epic, and they've been very busy recently because we've brought in some excellent traders. We've got a lot of people passing, and a lot of people taking payouts, which is fantastic. A couple more questions. Can we expect to see more assets in Topstep X other than futures? Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, that is a good question. I was ready to say yes, but I'm not quite sure. I think eventually they'll add what Topstep has. So, if Topstep is just focusing on futures, I believe that's what they're going to stay with. I would be interested, is that person thinking like to monitor, like have stocks in there so they can check that, or do they want to trade other assets?
I don't know. It could be stocks, could be option ladders. I don't really know. That's probably a good question for Casey, and probably what they want to do with the platform going forward. Bitcoin futures, you can trade those at Topstep. You're just not in Topstep X right now.
Yeah, so my assumption, and this with no background knowledge, but my assumption is they'll try to get all the products that we offer first, right?
Yeah,
so they'll build that based on feedback from traders. What do you want to see? Those kind of things, and then more than likely, build into that. But I don't have a look at the roadmap. I think that's just more kind of my guess on that one. But if there is something you want to see, once again, reach out to Wendy, reach out to everybody in the Discord, and put that in there to see like, hey, can we add this? And we'll definitely take that feedback.
Yes, we will. And what about the DAX?
DAX, I think that would fall in that same brand. I think Eurex is definitely, it's a niche market for US traders, but I feel like we do have a loyal following of people who like that the Eurex. So it's something I think we can look into. I can't promise one thing or one way or the other, but I'm sure it's something we'll look into.
I thought I heard rumblings of a DAX. I think it is possible. We used to offer it a long time ago, but just not enough people traded it.
Yeah.
But we were also small fries back then.
And it only comes in what is it, the pound? Like that's the only dollar amount it calculates in. So we had to do the conversion for all of the, I think.
I got
it. Of it. So
I got it. Yeah. Magic Mike, is there any plan to work on speed of Topstep X? The fill alert is quite annoying and I tried to turn it off, but I could not find any option to do that.
Yeah. Also, another thing to pass along the feedback for, it's funny because it's one of those 6.5, or, we had a lot of feedback that they wanted a fill alert, but now that we added it, there's no way to mute it. I'm sure you could mute the browser, but I'm not sure if you can mute specifically for Topstep X versus, if you're watching TopstepTV, I don't know if you can mute one or the other, but that would be more of a Chrome or whatever thing. But yeah, it's one of those things. I think that'll be, and the next iteration is an option to be able to mute those, when they come up.
And I think they just added the alerts. I think I asked about it 2 days ago, and then the day before, we just put it in. I'm like, okay, well, that's incredible. So I think the option to maybe turn it on or off will probably get implemented relatively soon.
Agreed. Yep.
Sean Cunningham, will we be able to have more than one instrument in a Topstep X window? Yes. That's
that is coming.
Top of the list. I talked to Casey because I wanted to share my charts for you all, but I'm on Quant Tower and I only trade crude, so I don't have all the data. So I was like, let's use Topstep X. That's all the main products, but we can't display different products in the same window right now. So it is coming. It's top of the list. What else? 5 minutes left. Man, time flies when you're hanging out with customer support. Trading, your trainer, sorry.
Yeah. support.
You're on the team.
Yeah.
You're on the team.
Yeah, I'm on the team.
Also, you were my former boss. So
I was, yes.
Yeah, those are good times.
A lot of fun conversations, you and I.
Dante, how do I do that? Oh, sorry. For Discord, hop in the Discord, and then when you're in Topstep lobby, you can ask an ambassador, an admin, to get your role changed. We'll just ask for some sort of proof. So you could be like an email that says, "Hey, I passed," or if you've gotten a payout, then you get the yellow name. So yellow is funded, green is funded and paid out, and then the most coveted would be the teal or blue, which is a live account. So 3 different roles you can get in Discord to kind of show off where you're at.
I do see a couple questions about Topstep X and the like chart annotations disappearing. For those people, there's 2 different ways to save. So you can save the layout of your platform, and then on the chart itself, you have to save that specifically. So on the chart, when you make a change in the top right corner, there should be a save button. You will have to change. So the layout, if you save the layout, it'll keep the chart where it is, but it doesn't save the individual drawings. So if you are having issues with the drawings, you'll have to make sure you save it on the chart itself, not the layout.
That's a good point. That's really, really good. Shifted a question about, can we show the 3 different ways to enter in a stop? I wonder if we could like shoot a loom or something, and then
we do have that
in the help
article.
center. Oh, we do.
Let me see if I can find that help center article. There's a loom in that.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, let me get that to you real quick here.
Yeah, let's do that. So Shifted, we're going to go ahead and get you this help center article. That's going to have all the ways you can do that, and it's going to be a video as well. I think stock market orders are coming. Oh, here it is right here. So here's the intercom.help link. So click on that, and that will give you some information. Perfect. Is there an auto center feature that you can toggle in settings for the dome, not double click?
You just, not double click. Yes. So on the very top of your dome, there is, if you click the settings button on the top of the dome, it will actually bring up something that will allow you to click auto center. There's a checkbox that you can have that will automatically apply those.
Perfect. Fantastic. 2 minutes to go. So if you guys got them, put them out there.
There's one that fills on the chart. You just right click. If you right click on your chart, there will be an option there to show fills. There, I just saw that in one of the chats. So
yeah. So Aaron says, what if I have 10 charts, I have to save it 11 times?
That's a great question. I believe it's by chart. To be honest, I haven't played around with it too much with multiple charts. I'm more of I look at multiple time frames, but I usually do one chart. We can test that out though. Yeah, at the moment I would say probably, but I do understand where that would be really annoying if you added, one thing and had to save it 11 times.
Yeah, and first off, Topstep X is still in beta. We're still testing it out, so we're not even at 1.0 yet. So I would assume that when we do decide to release it, it's going to be released with the vast majority of features that people are used to having.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And we've got 1 minute. 1 minute. Eric, how we doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Just
how's it working with Nick A?
Oh gosh,
I don't know if we want this on a live stream.
Oh yeah, we're putting this on a live stream.
No, actually, Nick. You know what? Nick was great. He was in charge of training me, and man, it was. I've worked for a few companies, and this was by far one of the best ones to get onboarded with. So yeah, I have nothing but good things to say, Nick. And I promise you, I would say that even if we weren't live streaming.
I appreciate that. It was a lot of fun. We did when we moved to One Step, we had a lot of people that joined the company to be traders with us. So we hired a lot of people at the same time, and it was a lot of fun to get through all that. So
we actually hired a lot of people from Discord too, which was awesome. So if anyone was in Discord between July and August and was helping out in chat, there was a really, really good chance that if you submitted a resume after you put in your 2 months, that you probably got hired at Topstep as a customer service rep. It was honestly absolutely incredible to see the Topstep community just rally around us during that July-August time.
It was great. And Discord, man, I tell you, I poked my head in there one day and I thought that, something was broke, but it's just the way Discord is. So those people that can hang in Discord is, you got my respect, because there's a lot going on in there.
And we got Patrick Weiland in chat. Life is a beta, just testing it out every day. But Patrick Weiland, you're an alpha. You're testing it out every day. Come on, buddy. You're not a beta. But that's it. We're going to move into Power Hour. So that's it. Thanks, everyone, for coming in and sticking around. Okay, that was fantastic. Thanks for answering those questions.
Absolutely. It was a pleasure. I'll see you guys next Monday.
Thanks, guys. You know, my chart. I'm just going to do a brief summary and I'm going to sign off here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, because you were in that trade.
Yeah, I'm still in that trade. I'm in another trade. You said you're an oil trader. I have an oil trade now up. I'll wait till my chart's showing for everyone.
Would you
do a brief chat about it? So over on the left, I have a 5-minute oil chart. I entered into 2 contracts down here at 69.32. I'm still in my NASDAQ trade. Most likely going to get stopped out on this one. But I have a few traders in the chat asking me about this oil. Very similar to this NASDAQ, where we've had a really big sell-off on oil last night, where we've just been selling off. We're down almost 4%, right? 3 3/4. We've had this huge sell-off. I can make this a little bit bigger for you guys. But we've had this huge sell-off last night during slow markets around the London session. We were talking about this consolidation up here in the 72s, and if we did break down, we will definitely have a bigger sell-off. This is a lot bigger than I expected. Pretty sure a lot of traders didn't expect this big of a sell-off. We've started to show some of that
Dakota, we got
support here. And
Dakota, we got to switch over to the new
on NASDAQ. We started to show.
So we got to switch to the new segment for
that?
We got to switch to we got a new segment coming up. So we're a little bit behind. But if you want to hop in Discord to finish out describing that trade, that would be fantastic. We got so the producers want to just go ahead and switch over to the next segment.
I'll do that. You guys can see this here and meet me over in Discord, and I will send it there.
Bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. I do roll like a Mack truck. Country heart, I might cop a farm and go act up. Lot of scars, I was cold-hearted, now I'm backed up. Keep it real, I do this once a month. I don't rap much. I just take the money and go stack up. Only buying cards so you tat it up. All that other bull, it don't matter much. You only climb me, I put the ladders up. No fault, I done doubled up on the workload. I think I fell in love with the bankroll. Pray up, get money, then we lay low. Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up, bankroll, euro, peso, add it up. I'm just doing me, everything is on me. Oh, you matter what? Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up. Add it up. Told her if it's all me, everything is on me. Gon' back it up. Matter what? Told you I'ma do me. Why you hating on me? It's not adding up.
Hello, everybody. We're back for the Power Hour, the hour in which the power is made for powerful people making powerful trades. We have MP himself is back from the slopes. Andre's back at his place. Hoag and Dolby sticking around because he refused to leave. So have fun, guys.
All right, let's go. Thank you, Jack. What are we looking at?
That was a banger, by the way. Whoever put that song on got me hyped for this Power Hour.
Yeah, right. I know. That's good. Hey, Hoagland, help me out with some NASDAQ stuff. We got an hour left. We all know you guys. I'm just joining you guys. You guys have already been doing Power Hour this week.
All right, welcome to the pirate ship, Michael. This is where things get wild.
It's a little bit crazy here. That is true.
I'm sharing my screen. So if we want to do that one too, as well as John's.
Yeah, we reward all the real ones that stuck with us through the entire day and want to shut this baby down with some power.
Shut it down with see if we can make some
What DMX say? Shut them down, open up shop.
Yeah. That's right.
Hey John, just before we got on, Delta, how we looking?
Negative.
Negative what?
25,000 in the S&Ps.
25,000.
However, my good friend,
it
is congruent with direction. So those sellers are succeeding in bringing price to lower levels. Oh, wait a minute. This is not what I want. I want this.
Yes.
So you see, I mean, the opening range is still the dead ass high in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps.
Okay.
Always looking for shorts on days like that. It is getting pretty deep as far as the delta is concerned. I mean, we're negative 25,000, almost 25,000 right now in the S&Ps. So there may be a community of shorter time frame traders that are holding on to shorts. Every time the market has come down here, though, boom, boom, boom. I don't know what's going to happen today, but
Hey,
I see here on the 5 minute
Actually,
chart,
I think we got a boom coming up.
Before on the boom, John, 872s, right? Weekly kickoff low.
Weekly kickoff low.
That's 10 handles right below here. So what are we thinking on that one? Just because the weekly kickoff low, it's been riding your weekly kickoff low.
Thinking? Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
What? Firming up?
Yeah.
Feels like it.
Yeah, I mean, we're just below it. We've been trying to put in lower lows. We haven't been successful at it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
The NASDAQ is negative 2,000.
Yeah.
So
I don't have anything on tilt. 50-50 on tilt. Delta's way short, which means
I think we kind of switched it over to Delta in this last hour.
you guys have been watching that. Bice has been short until we break 890s. Is that Troubled Trader said that? 890s, but Bice is 50-50. Bice has been long though quite a bit. I know I
can go with him. At 890 level is where, I mean, we've got, if you put this on a 5 minute chart, where's all the highs? 890.
I still I took a trade right before I went snowboarding, and
boarding today.
Went boarding today.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to work a different muscle. I got long 4 at 47, 46, 46, and 48, and the lows was 44 for the day. So that's what took me from 700 up to 1,700 ish.
Nice. MP, what's going to be your strategy as far as risk management goes going into the second half of the day? You're already up 1,700. What's your plan?
Don't lose more than half.
Perfect.
Don't eat more than you can lift.
Yeah, and don't lose more than half puts me at where I ended the day on the fast markets. And then, that's what I'm looking at. What do you guys? I think everybody here's up money. Yeah, we're all money.
Couple bucks, yeah.
A little bit.
I'm gonna try to make
I'm not, but
sorry,
okay.
sorry, Dobby. Did you catch that short, Dobby and Crude?
I did, but then I wanted more, and I didn't get it. So I should have had 40, didn't take the 40. Then I got 8, and then I made a losing trade, and I made another one. So negative 30 ticks on the day, so lessons learned. But it's really just about, sticking to your personal daily loss limit.
100%.
As long as I do that, I feel happy. I meditated this morning. That was on my checklist. So we're going to get back into the routine. The goal is just to feel as good as Michael in the morning. He wakes up.
Do you ever meditate? Do you ever meditate midday?
Midday? During the session?
I don't know. I mean, morning, and do you regroup and go for a walk? I know my sister
I just went for a walk.
Yeah, that helped, right, Andre?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, it does.
It's a good idea. No, I'm more of a morning and then after night guy, like right before sleep, maybe do like some breathing stuff. But I think breathing is different than meditating.
Do you do guided meditation? Are you listening to something, or is it on your own?
No, I'm just like set a timer for 15 or 20.
You guys want to talk about trading or what?
Yeah, I know. You guys want to talk about trading real quick?
Michael brought up the meditation part.
Okay.
Hey, we're at last week's low and below Johnny's weekly kickoff low. Is what I'm hearing.
The NASDAQ for sure. Look at the liquidity down below in the S&Ps. 500, 400, 500, 500, 500. Kind of getting some more liquidity down here around 58. If we're going towards the liquidity, I think we make new lows here coming up.
Well, we have that in the poll, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, polls out. So put in your answers. Are we going to make new lows?
What are we at right now?
For the poll?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
64%. 64% making new lows.
Yeah, and I said yes. I think we're going to.
All right. So Johnny, you want to share any levels of an ES for anybody sticking around?
Well, I mean, this whole area here, I mean, down below where we are, let's call it from 45.55 weekly kickoff low to 45.65, that 10 handle range there has been support. I mean, for the last week, every time it's come down there or through there, it's been rejected. I don't know if that's going to happen again today.
There we
Whoa.
go.
There we go.
The results of the poll question.
Hey, what's your divergence now? What's the divergence now?
Well, there is no divergence because direction is congruent with negative delta, which is not negative 27,600 right now.
Isn't that a lot?
That is a lot, but it doesn't mean that it has to. Nothing has to happen, of course. But
nothing until
it's saying that the short time frame are pretty short here, and they're up against demand. Demand here, demand here, demand here.
Here what, John? Price levels.
Well, we got 45.55, which is weekly kickoff low, to 45.65 is really the area that I'm focusing on, because every time it's come down into or through that area, it's been rejected to the upside. So
45.55 is S&P weekly kickoff low?
Yeah, that's weekly kickoff low.
Put that on your charts, folks.
So we've got, anywhere short of that, I think, is where our demand is.
What is the weekly kickoff? That should be in your inbox. If you're signed up at Topstep and ever signed up for anything here, you should see it in your inbox on Monday morning. And then there's weekly kickoff levels. We can share it, pin it to the top of the screen if you want to sign up, or direct link right to John's weekly kickoff levels. So whomever's helping us in the chat, jump in here. Let us know who that is at Topstep so we can give you some props.
Props to JD for putting that together every week. It is a wealth of information.
Yeah, it is a great email.
It really is. And also, Discord is going to be getting an update soon. We're actually going to have the weekly kickoff levels have a webhook tie into TradingView, so when they get hit, you can get a notification. So we're just waiting on a premium sub, and we're going to get that back up working again.
My goodness.
Oh, yeah. Discord's amazing.
All right, so we just made new lows by, 11 handles. No, 37s to 44s. That's only 7 handles. Okay, all right.
I got a little scalp in NQ. I picked up 41 evens and got like $50 off of it.
Nice.
I'll take it. It's on TopstepX. The coolest trading platform out right now.
Hey guys, just so you know, that's sim only right now, but it will have live. It will connect to live very, very soon when we're going to make that announcement. I'll be switching to trade on that platform, which will connect to my CTS T4 Cunningham brokerage account.
That's going to be a cool day. That's going to be a very, very cool day.
I'm excited. It's getting very, very close to that day. Nothing until. Okay.
We're in the closing trade, guys. We're kind of watching how the setup develops going into the final half hour of the trade, correct? Or are we trying to jump on moves right now?
Well, I'm there's, I don't think I would sell at this level with your money, especially in the S&Ps, because, we are in a demand area, a demand zone, all the way down to 45.55. So somewhere between where we are and 55, this is where the buyers have been. They've been here. We had delta divergence yesterday. Those were longer time frame buyers. We had delta divergence this day. Those were longer term buyers down here. We had delta divergence on this day. That was the day we popped. Remember that, Andre? And so we've got some relatively consistent. Look at this is the daily profiles, regular trading hour session only. Negative delta, values overlapping to higher. Negative delta, direction not really. Negative delta, price pushed lower but closed higher. positive delta on that day, but negative delta here. This was the really big spike, late spike to the upside day. Remember, we were down. We were like negative 33,000, 35,000 in delta on the lows here, and it kept making lows, but not by much.
Right.
And that's when we whirled around and took out the high of the day. Negative delta here. This is congruent.
How did it close on
Negative
that
delta
congruent?
here, but it's all above 45, 55 for the most part.
Okay.
Hey, yeah. I'm long right now from 37, just really, really light.
Yeah, I got one at 41 again. 42.
John, you got feedback that you if that CTS profile can have a dark background, that'd be great. I know you have dark in the other one. Yeah, we might want to flip to that if it looks good.
Ooh.
It's kind of harder to see if you ask me. I'll flip it right now.
No, don't. I'm not.
Shot of MP scouting trades for the last 10 minutes, James. If you want to put that up there real quick.
Scouting trades. What am I doing? You got some of that nest.
Oh, the last
time I was just waiting for you to get in there. I knew it was happening.
Somebody told me somebody told me on the street there's a little delta divergence going on.
Now, that meme around. I think I'm gonna need it again and again.
John, yeah, I know. Just let it roll, John. We should make a little book with all the Top Step memes we've been rolling through lately.
Yeah, that'd be cool. All right, here's your sell-off. Continuation. That was
here it is with the dark background. I don't know.
Let's do the dark one.
So we're making new lows right now on the NASDAQ. Can you jump to the NASDAQ? You have what levels down here, John? 675 is what that's way far away. 29s. We got your 20s play. You got your Matthew Miller 80-20 play.
I don't want to sell it, but I'm not ready to buy it yet. So,
yeah. On your charts, on your trading view charts, I see a band of like red dots and green dots. What is that indicator got?
Opening range.
Opening range.
Yeah, but it's not really. It's not necessarily presenting as correct. It's doing it on the wrong. This is on the right bar, so that's the opening range from yesterday.
Right.
Okay. What happened yesterday at this level? Pow.
Yep.
So we gotta wait till the market. We gotta wait till the market gets into this demand zone before we start looking for longs.
And then what is that? Oh, that's when you look for longs and down there.
Yeah.
Right.
You gotta let
this one isn't presenting as correct.
Okay.
Because we know that the opening range in the Nasdaq is also the dead high of the day, so this one isn't representing as correct. But when the opening range is the high of the day, and whatever the delta does, I would much have preferred a positive delta divergence because price is moving lower. That would have given us our signal that the short time frames were too long, and we'll look for the move to the downside on the close. But I don't get to choose that. So if we're not in this, I don't want to sell it in the hole because this is demand. And so we're going to see if we get an opportunity. And if this thing does whirl around, there's a lot of shorts.
That's what I'm thinking, John.
29,000 in delta. So if it does whirl around, there might be decent upside move to this. If.
John, you said 29,000?
Yeah.
Damn, that just grew 5,000 in the last 19 minutes.
No, 28,000. Sorry. I can't see it on the black background.
Thanks for that one, Chad.
I got a question in chat. Ankit Patel, is that the opening range high-low of a 1 minute candle?
Yes.
Thank you.
In the equities, that's 830 to 831.
Perfect. Thank you for clearing that up, Hoag.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, crude is 8 to 801. 8 to 801.
What's crude trading right now, just out of curiosity?
It is
69.34.
Down 4%.
Yeah, huge. That's why crude's a fun trade. You get a day like that.
Why is it down 4%? And people in the chat, please share your thoughts as well. 4% is quite, and don't say more buyers and sellers. Is there any, I know the news came out today. Was that
the inventories triggered this big time sell off?
Is that where
per Deanna, per the conversation we had earlier? Yeah.
Well, there was a draw in inventories, 4.6 million barrels less than we had last year or last week at this time.
Yep.
That should mean the market should go higher, right?
That'd be bullish, correct?
Less supply.
You would think. What Deanna was saying was that the big boys just use that number as an excuse to push price where they want.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's Deanna's answer to that question.
It's all about the scale. Remember,
we talked last week that the global production is about $80 billion, 80 billion barrels, 80 million barrels a day, right? So if they cut one or two, that's not big compared to weakening demand in China. And the U.S. is actually producing more oil than it has, I believe, ever.
Yeah, and exporting quite a bit of it. Yeah, I'm on oilprice.com right now, and the main headline is that crude oil tanks nearly 4% as U.S. output overshadows OPEC.
There you go.
Well, that's a pretty specific website.
Yeah. Number one source for oil and energy news, MP.
Is it good?
Oh, yeah, it looks nice. Yeah, this is good. It's high quality stuff. It's a good site.
Okay.
Alrighty, making new
real quick poll question. We want to know who went red to green today and who went green to red today. So we can do that poll: red to green or green to red. How'd you start? How'd you finish?
Great poll question.
That's a good one.
Should be up there shortly, but yeah.
What about me? I went from green to red to green.
Green. I mean, that's yeah. Oh, there we go. Good job, production.
Very Christmassy.
Yeah. Who made a Christmas tree today?
Oh, that's the next question. Who has their Christmas tree up? I just put mine up yesterday.
I do.
All right, on our lows again in the NASDAQ. Can't catch a bid.
Cannot catch a bid.
Nothing on tilt.
Brandon, how about red to redder? Oof.
Yeah, there's that too. But
that can happen.
Ouch.
It can happen.
Now we're breaking into this damn thing.
Okay.
John, what was that level of demand in the S&Ps? Around 55s, 56?
55. Yeah, between 65 and 55.
That would be nice, Andre, to have a nice big sell-off that touches that.
And then what I'm thinking, man, that's the setup I got.
With that really nicely.
That's what I'm thinking here.
Yeah.
Hold on, JG, you were down 2K. Now you're up 25K.
Whoa!
Please give us your story. That's really nice to hear. Okay, selling off more.
Yep.
I have no levels down here.
55s and the S&Ps. Come to our party.
I'm watching them, but that's 3 handles away, I guess. So yeah.
All the liquidity is below in the S&Ps. All the liquidity. I mean, we've got 450 on the bid at 7.5. We've got 472 on the bid at 5.5. And then it pretty much dries up down below that. So that bodes well for our 45-55 area there.
Can those in chat? We're coming up with a plan here, game plan to see if it does take place. You know, if we get to that level and we see all those bids get filled and there's nothing beneath it in terms of volume or liquidity, this could be a good place to get long.
Can somebody help me out in the chat on what levels they're looking at down here in the NASDAQ?
Oh, Patrick Whalen just chimed in.
Whelan.
Bro, parachuting in. What's up, Whelan?
792.
Yeah.
792. All right, we got 20, 30 more handles to go for that one. Yesterday's low in ES. Is that right here?
All right, we're at. Oh, yesterday's low.
And then we got Hoop wishing he was short.
RTY is rolling over right now. Maybe even approaching a quadruple bottom on the 15-minute chart at about 1855. So that could be an interesting level to look at.
We're pumping in some levels for you, Michael.
Okay, cool. 817 down.
Part of the problem here is the dollar has been rallying all day.
Now, tell me why that's a problem.
Weak equities?
Yeah, because a stronger dollar, it takes few of them to buy things.
So what does that mean for prices? For S&P?
It definitely affects oil. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
Oil does not like a strong dollar.
What's that?
So oil does not like a strong dollar.
Correct, as we're seeing today, right?
Yeah. That could be part of the pressure that's being put on it, right? You have a lot of confluence things going around in the world, and That's how you get the market.
100%. We got volatility on the rise now. We got the dollar screaming.
We're starting to put the puzzle together here.
Sitting on our lows. Yeah, we're sitting on our lows too.
Aaron Korn has a question for us. Why is the DXY important for us?
That's what we were just talking about.
Yeah.
The Dixie, John.
Dollar index.
Why?
Well, I mean, a stronger dollar is going to purchase more goods for less.
So what does that mean to the NASDAQ? What does that mean to the NASDAQ and the S&P? Does that mean it would do what to the
well,
index?
I'm no economist, but a strong dollar is going to purchase more goods. You're going to be able to buy more stock with a stronger dollar.
Okay. So it should strengthen.
But it weakens it because you're not going to have to use as many dollars to buy the same amount of stock. Am I saying that right?
You are. I think it's more applicable to oil since it's priced in dollars. But I guess so is the equity index.
Or stocks, yeah.
Ooh, Anne-Marie Band just chimed in. Pricing power is diminished by U.S. companies trying to sell their goods.
That's another one. Yep, exports.
Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie's been
somebody
all
smarter
day.
than me. Knew somebody smarter than me was going to be able to answer that.
Funds will, Patrick, P-Dub, funds will buy the dollar and sell the indices. Very important for the NASDAQ.
I know Whelan watches. Speaking of which, I do believe we got Patrick Whelan joining us next. It could be right or it could be wrong. I think he might be joining us.
Yeah, no, he's definitely joining us.
All right, Danielle. Well, I already spilled the beat.
Yeah.
Sorry, Danielle.
Oh, someone got a Slack message.
Yeah.
No, Patrick's coming on. Hopefully, we're working on a schedule right now to sync up calendars. I don't know what it is quite yet. Danielle owns our broadcast channel schedule. So we have still sitting on our lows, grinding lower.
Do we want to tell them who we have tomorrow?
Yeah, that would be great to let everybody know what our schedule is tomorrow. Are we buying to sell?
Yeah, who we got?
Oh, I just got a very good
Anne-Marie Band is going to be on Fast Markets with us.
Wow, awesome.
Nice. I'm down with that. And that will be fun having you on here. End of the day, give us some of your sage advice. Is that what you use, John? Sage advice?
Yes.
Man, we cannot get off these lows. So tune in tomorrow, Power Hour, 24 hours from now. 23 and a half.
We're in the witching hour now. The witching half hour, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
It's like in Red Zone that Hansen guy talks about the witching hour.
Oh, so good.
Yeah, that show. Yeah, and the next thing, like every team does. It's crazy. NFL puts on the best product in the world right now as far as entertainment and coming down the wire.
Pretty good.
It's crazy, man. He's on there all day solo.
No bathroom breaks.
No bathroom. That's incredible to run a stream like that.
I mean, his production team is absolutely incredible. Like, they must all be sports fanatics.
Longs here.
All right. Touched 18s, bounced off to 18s. So if you wanted to stick with this downtrend that we've been in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, whatever bars on the 5 minute.
Yes, I'm looking at that as well.
Then your little selling opportunities coming up here. But you also look at this blast off that could happen with what we were talking about earlier. Kind of coiling up.
30,500 now.
What is it at, Johnny?
Negative 30,500.
Shit, dude.
But I've seen this happen where, I mean, it just keeps going and the delta keeps getting deeper and deeper in the hole. I've seen it like 45,000, negative 45,000 on a market that just would not bounce.
No profit taking into the close, though?
No.
Yeah.
No. So, I mean, I think a lot of this is that dollar, and Anne-Marie's got a little secret, but I can't tell you.
What do you mean a little secret? You can't tell us. The whole show's been telling you.
I can't tell you anybody's secrets. I am sworn to secrecy.
Volume in ES is rising, I'm hearing in the chat. Let the algos run, I'm hearing in the chat.
55.5 is the last little bastion of liquidity that I see in the S&Ps down there.
All right, 55 bid it is then.
I mean, is 57 close enough to your weekly kickoff low, John?
I'm thinking the same shit.
I know.
Right? Everything's a zone. I mean, it just depends on how much you want to risk.
Yes, you're correct.
What kind of size you got queued up, Michael?
Only 100 lots today.
Oh, baby. Oh, for those that
I'm going to be a 100 lot trader. Next year, I will be a 100 lot trader in here that you'll be able to. If you're trading anywhere else and you're watching the NASDAQ Dome, you're like, oh, that must be Patak over there at Topstep. Then you come over to Topstep and you're going to see me on the floor crying.
In the fetal position.
In the fetal position. No, but definitely. You can definitely notice those 100 lot traders in. I don't know how many there are, but there's one that plays in there.
Yeah, well, we saw 1,600 lot yesterday, and we saw 800 lot today.
And the S&P, yeah, the S&P's been having some big players. Now, question is, that S&P guy or girl or firm or whomever is up in the money, right?
Yeah, right now he is.
On all of them.
Yeah.
Even that 800 lot, which is probably 1,000 lot or whatever. So 1,600 got sold the day before at 76, 45 something, 40 or
45.76 approximately, right, Andre?
Today, yes, ish, yes.
What was yesterday's? Do you recall?
76. It was yesterday.
Okay, so that's some big players getting short up there. That's interesting.
And just keep in mind, though, you don't always know what they're hedging against with that trade.
That's
So
true.
someone could be doing 100 lots to hedge an options position for an institution or something.
That is true.
Like I traded 100 lots before, but it was always against something else.
Okay, I'm getting short.
Uh-oh.
One lot, 74% long. Big longs right now. Big longs right now. Big bias. I'll risk 10 handles on this one. So tilt is getting a little tilty. Bat phone, my wife.
Uh-oh.
Casey said, get out.
Get out. We got a birthday party
Oh, nice.
for my little one. I don't like this.
Holden, right?
Yep. No, Whitney.
Oh, Whitney.
Yeah. All right, I was out of that one. Okay, 33.
Tom,
It's not going to give me my. It's not going to come to my level, is it? Just not going to happen.
Hold on, well.
Johnny, hold on.
One more push lower.
You just can't give it to me. Jesus.
Come on. Show some weakness here. Find Johnny's level. That would be nice.
Hook up Patak with some ticks and break it lower so we can get in.
Yeah, I'm short.
Hey, everybody.
Yeah. So tilt is long. Now the longs have been long all day, so they could pay them at the end of the day. The bias folks, not John's big shorts that he has over there.
NP quote, I'll be on.
Dolby, you short?
I flattened it. I didn't like how it was moving.
All good.
Yeah. Since I'm trading on Sim, I get to kind of be a little bit more like not impulsive, but maybe like intuitive because it's not real. So I get to kind of practice this a little bit, which is nice. Using Sim for what it's supposed to be used for. Practice.
Practice, evaluation, getting yourself in tune, developing good habits, all that good stuff. Well, if I could say timber, I'd want to say timber right here. But
31,000 now.
31? Well, we just keep growing.
Yep.
I know this thing's so ready to just pop.
24 at top of the hour. Started 24 down up to 31 or down to 31, however you want to look at it.
I'm out right now. If it shows a pop to the upside, what's the level to the upside? If it shows something, it's very long right now in the tilt.
Do you see covering in indices like you do in like crude oil when when the market's about to close? Maybe people start unwinding their positions and
sometimes, yeah.
Catch a bid.
They might be starting early though, right here.
Yeah. Then you get that little conga line out the door.
Yeah, yesterday the covering started around 2:45.
Got it. Short 5, 32s. Come on, man. I just saw the S&Ps fall out of bed.
Yes, it did.
Come on.
You watching the 5 minute?
Yeah, I'm watching the 5 minute. I was watching the dome, and it just like fell out like like a handle and a half right away. There you go. There you go.
Like that. Come on.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Come on. And I'm cheerleading my position on, so I'm going to take at least one off. Show me a sell-off. Show me a sell-off.
Wyland's calling the dump to the minute. He's saying 350 dump, so that's 250 our time.
Okay.
Show me the 55s. I want to see weekly kickoff level, John.
Hey, got a bid just beneath it.
All right, it's pausing. Okay, got 3 on. Took 2 off, 3 on. Give me something. Give me
a man.
Okay.
I see the 500 lot sitting on 55s, John.
Yep.
Okay, I took 1 more off. I'm going to ride 2.
For 55 halves.
Yeah, and then there's nothing really
It's staggered every 2 ticks staggered.
No, nothing really below that though.
Okay, well, that's
taking another one off. I'm going to keep 1 on.
It just crossed my mind, Hoag, that with these large orders is how do the calendar spreads affect this since we're going into roll? There could be a lot of people trying to.
It's a really good question. Most of the time, the liquidity is usually based on options strikes that are.
John, really quick, yours is 55.50, right? It's going to come up to right here.
Right.
Okay. All right, I'm covering mine.
Yeah, I like
56.50s right here, and if you guys got a coil and we got a weekly kickoff level sitting right here, I am very curious and interested to see if this thing pops hard to the upside. Given all that,
the thing about this 55 level is you're going to find out cheap if you're wrong.
And what by cheap you mean? Patrick's going short for the low break. Okay,
you don't have to risk a lot.
Basically, what does that mean? Getting long in front of it, or no?
You want to act in the zone. We're in the zone right now.
Okay, I'm going to sit here and watch just a little bit. Patrick's looking at the what? Patrick, you're down here in the 90s. Didn't he say that?
1 push.
The 790s. John is weekly kickoff levels right here, right now. Weekly kickoff levels are pretty good for me. You can find out if they're good for you by giving them a shot.
This is by no means a recommendation.
Everybody's just looking for this thing to go lower, aren't they?
Yep.
What does that mean to you, Andre, when everybody's looking at the same way? Hardest trade to me right now is getting long down here.
Hardest trade?
Well, no, sorry. Hardest trade short. You're right. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Yeah. I mean, I agree with you.
At the very least, there's got to be some sort of profit taken going in this close.
Well, that sell-off was nice. And guys, I got short because of the tilt. It was pretty damn strong long bias.
32.5.
Here we go. If we can buy.
Right here, right now, 40. What is it? 55 even?
55 hook, 55 even.
If it comes and touches us, John, I'll buy you a Porsche.
So we post this all over social.
Convertible Porsche, John, and it's going to say weekly WKO levels.
Here we go.
To the T. We'll see. We'll see. Okay.
What time is it? 39?
Yeah, if the NASDAQ wants to fall out of bed, Patrick could get his level. And there's your 55 halves.
There we go. 1 push. Fill those.
NASDAQ still 6 handles away for the low.
More bids came in on 55 hook.
Don't get long, Michael. You just got long.
Y'all making me nervous, Adam G.
Okay.
All right, well, I got to try this. So long 675.
Yeah.
My exit's going to be probably.
Come on, baby. Pop.
51.
If Johnny's off by a half, I'm totally cool with that.
I got these 55 hooks. They're going to.
Long from 27 right now. 827 quarter. Just a one guy.
Yeah, I'm just a one guy.
Took
I feel
five
like
down.
I'm jumping in front of a bus here.
It's
But
all right, Johnny. I'm about to jump in with you, my man.
took five down, covered them right away because the 55 level that John was talking about in the S&P was an interesting level.
What time we got?
Felt as though it gravitated towards it. 15, 20 minutes, no, 19 minutes before the close. Really, it starts slowing down. You guys have been watching this longer than me. 5 minutes before the close is this week. I mean,
well, you get the MOCs at that time, so
Exactly. I'm getting greedy here.
all right, show me a pop. I'll hold this one all until the close.
what are you, short, long?
Not long, 27.
Shit, you guys are long. I'm fucking die. Well,
You might be okay.
I missed the entry.
You might be okay. Look at how long tilt is getting right now. Again up here, but they do a late day payday for the folks that have been getting one sided. So the longs have been the majority of the bias today.
It's like Anne-Marie peeled, taking half off at 15.835.
15.8 what? 55? All right, Ann, I'll be right there with you.
Half.
I'll do that with you, Ann.
I missed it. You guys long?
I'm long from 27.
All right. I'm
15,
not going to chase. I'm going to watch you guys.
I just did a one lot because it was
Okay.
scary.
You're getting in front of a freaking freight train.
It was scary. Come on, done. Come on. John's levels are holding so far.
Jim Dalton says
this.
the best trades are often right in the face of the most recent market activity.
Yeah. We're cheerleader right now. Just watch the floor. Watch the floor fall out for 81%, man. I want to take this off so bad right now. 81% are long right now. 81% are long. Just big time right now. Big tilt. Big tilt.
242. Got 18 minutes.
Big tilt. Got a spike. This is totally like. Yeah,
we've taken off 1,000 in that negative delta on this. It'll push back.
I would be getting short right now on the tilt.
What is the energy on the floor like when you get a big down move like this and all of a sudden it catches a bid? Is the energy changing?
I've seen a guy turn.
Even changes.
Yep.
The what's that, Johnny?
The sound even changes.
It gets louder.
There's up noise and there's down noise.
I've seen a guy turn, put a position on, get hit with it, go right against him so bad, held on to it, kept going against him, and he fell down, and they had the paramedics had to come.
Damn.
Eddie would know that guy. TMBR, Timber.
That's ironic.
Yeah, right. Ironically. Yeah.
Did you set that up, or is that funny?
That's exactly 100%. I will talk to we'll talk to whatever. Get your Porsche keys ready, Hug, because like that was it's holding. Everything on the tilt's telling me to get short if I was out though. But I'm going to hold.
Bets are off at this point with tilt.
Yeah. Towards the end of the day, I'd agree with you.
I think so. Yeah.
It kind of goes. It drifts its own direction.
Negative 31,000 now.
Oh my God, this thing could. If this pops.
Oh, dude.
Anne-Marie's looking at
these shorts. Got to buy it out, or they got to cover.
NQ to 856, then short. James says 56. Ann says 55. Tilt's telling us everybody's getting long right now.
That scares me.
Which one?
The tilt says everybody's getting long.
What does that mean that you're thinking?
Well, only, what is it, 68% in the S&Ps?
Yeah. The Nasdaq 75, and when it's a little lighter on the S&Ps, a lot lighter, I'd say. If it's like 50% on the S&P long and then 75 on Nasdaq, it usually goes the long way. But right now, they are fairly close.
All right.
45. How many people are in it?
That's true.
30s waiting for 350. See if we can take the low. Patrick, you're still looking for that low. So Patrick's looking for the low. I'm sitting on Johnny's weekly kickoff level. Area of importance. I don't like calling it support, but paused on.
I'm taking a short in NQ.
I would take a short, Dolby.
It's a nice little range in the 5 minute. We've got the top of it. Might as well.
75% are long Nasdaq. It's pretty heavy.
Very well.
That's why I'm nervous.
Yeah, watch this. Watch it. We're all kind of
Shit, I gotta get it now.
And Marie's
John,
flat.
what we got Delta?
32,000 negative.
Shit, what we got?
we got CP saying Gamblers Anonymous.
Yeah.
We're talking out the
We're
trade.
trading, man.
We're talking out the trade. I got a 1 lot.
Yeah, he's a one.
Gamblers is where I put a 10 lot on right now.
Hey, if your risk is managed, it's not really gambling.
Yeah. Yeah, mine's very, very tight risk.
Well, it's a hypothesis. It's a educated guess.
Here we go.
Okay, so we are. John says Chop City. John said Chop City says John Houghton. Dolby, you're short, probably in the money a hair, right?
Oh yeah, I've taken like 0 heat on this trade at this 39.25s and NQ.
Yeah, if tilt holds up to you for you, then it's going to be a really nice sell-off. But if it doesn't, and the weekly kickoff level holds, and then all those shorts that are in there, like Andre keeps asking John about.
Something, right?
Could be.
Negative 31.4.
Growing. Come on. I'm getting greedy with this entry.
What are you looking at entry at? I'd buy 57.
I don't know. I'm trying to find the perfect one.
10.
Slowly starting to give up on this trade.
MP, are you a move your stop to break even guy, or are you just like, I'm done with this trade, I'm out?
He's in a trade right now. Or do we lose him?
He's also frozen.
Trading trend.
He's also frozen.
It's that Snowman's internet. Oh shit, he's got a position on.
Someone ring up Mick.
Yo, for real.
Now this is tradertainment.
Yeah, here we go.
Yeah,
Get those heart rate monitors on, boys.
You guys thought I kicked the cord to go skiing yesterday.
His platform is still moving, so he's all right there.
Oh, okay. Good catch.
Michael, if you can hear us from the beyond, leave rendezvous. Come back.
We're still really long in tilt.
Yeah. Yes. I got you, John. It's not an ES. No, it's 64%.
All right. I'm tired of this. My heart is pounding. I can't handle it.
You're in the money, right?
Yeah. It was. Still am.
Yeah. Hey, Pete's trying to get back on rendezvous. Come on.
All those longs are in short time frame. We're congruent direction. This thing could just keep going. I'm out.
All right.
We'll see what happens. I mean, if it starts screaming, I'll close my eyes, click and pray.
Feel you, John. The chat's loving it, though. I'll give you that. You got 1 minute.
This old heart of mine.
1825s is what I'm going to look for, this NQ one. Just like the bottom of that last 30-minute candle.
Yeah.
To be fair. I think
It's kind of right where it runs out of volume down there, too.
Yeah. Maybe just a little stop run or something and see what happens. Or I could make it a $420 profit target for Eddie.
Wink, wink.
I will do 400. DC, do I have any pets? Yes, I do. Actually, if you see that, there's a little kitty cat right there. Helps keep them company.
Let's try to get in.
This thing pops, I'm going to feel like a real weasel.
Yeah, if it's gonna have, we got 1 minute.
Why is it that just right now?
There we go. I'm in.
Whoa, what was that?
Long. All right, long for 57.
I've been in a million huge
Long for
positions,
57.
and this one was making me fucking crazy. Or pardon my French.
After hours.
Oh,
Don't tell
Patrick
anyone.
Weiland gets in chat, and all of a sudden, Hoag's dropping F-bombs. Jeez.
Don't tell anyone.
Jeez.
Take it safe with me.
Yeah, so I'm out of that short, so that got hit super fast.
Yeah, that was a good exit.
Yeah, that was good. I like that one.
John, what do we got on there on that Delta?
Negative 31.5 still.
Okay. I'm long from 57.
Oh, my
You guys
God.
probably puked out all the shorts. Or all
the longs.
All along. Yes. That's what I meant.
So
See, now we got liquidity above 8 1/4, 60 half.
The chat's loving it right now.
Good.
Oh man, you don't rendezvous yet.
What time is
Here
it?
we go.
51.
God, it's totally distracted.
250.
Totally distracted. You're gonna get stopped out again.
It was NASDAQ.
Mother bird.
Yep.
Get stopped out again. Can't even. I don't even have my screens up because I do everything. All right.
Oh.
Well, at least this level's being very difficult.
55 is 55.
55 is a tough spot.
I touched it.
There it is.
Oh, we're going through it.
Well, nothing's precise. Remember, Andre.
Okay.
Nothing is exact. Everything's a zone.
Whatever. I mean,
yeah, followed through.
That's what I'm doing wrong. I am okay. So it's pushing on Johnny's level. It's coming down to Patrick's a bit. 90s.
Yeah, Patrick called that to the minute. The 250 flush. That was pretty.
What was
rough.
that for?
Yeah.
Did you guys all see the flush?
Yeah, that's when I got in.
That's when I got out. That was my profit.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
take profit. Plus,
You got in to get long?
You could. This is a flush.
Flush out down to the downside?
yeah, the downside.
Sitting at the 37s and it just ripped down and stopped me out at 21 in a second. And
We're
then
not even out of the weekly kickoff zone yet.
oh yeah, no, I agree with that. But the 10 handle, 15 handle quick sell off. I don't know if you were watching NASDAQ, but Dolby, did you see it?
I did. Yeah. I mean, I saw it flash in front of my face, and then I heard a sound. I mean, it just like teleported down to my
It's like
level.
a 5-tick move in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
Are you short, Dolby?
I was. I had a take profit at about 200 or 20 even in NQ. I was short about 40 even, and I got it at 20 even.
How'd you get out?
Yeah, that's fair.
Time we got 53.
2-1.
Yeah. Negative 33.4 now, Andre. It just keeps going.
Yeah, they might be getting paid today. We'll see.
I don't know how you trade this NASDAQ. I can like feel my heart.
Oh my God. Imagine me. You're a young man.
I do cardio. Damn, I'm still got a high heart rate. Lots of love for PW in chat. That was a great call.
Yeah, nice job, P-Dub. Patrick Wheeler.
Yes, well done.
All right.
Still pushing.
Here's your sell off.
No.
Yeah, I'm about to get stopped.
I had a good high watermark there for a second.
Crude oil is still asleep, as it typically is at this time of day.
Right, I'm picking bottoms, which is stupid, but I'm still liking that Johnny's zone play. So
yeah, I was in it, and the tilt made me nervous.
Yeah, tilt was the play.
You know, when I kind of reviewed the nuances of what I was looking at, it just didn't look like it was gonna stop. It still might. We got to see where this thing closes, but I keep hearing in my head, okay, opening range the high of the day. You're only looking for shorts. We're in a directional market. Don't fight a directional market. And for a minute there, it looked like we had a good one on. For a minute, it looked like, you know, Dalton and the best trades fly in the face of the most recent market activity. And in the same voice, we're also thinking, don't fight a directional market, right? So we'll see how this closes.
5 minutes till close. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
33,000 in Delta, brother.
Did you guys see that? I mean, the tilt, that was the play. You know, I was looking for Emirates 55s, and it did come close up there within, I don't know, 10 handles. But the tilt was so long, and we're talking about it being so long, that I'm like, hey, if I wasn't in this trade, I'd be short. Nobody got short, and I go, I like your trade. I got stopped out, and it's been a sell-off since.
Little tug of war going on right now.
End of day. Trust the tilt. Yeah. Hopefully you guys are finding some value in it.
Mm-hmm.
If it works for you, it works for you. If it doesn't, don't use it. Just like anything. Oh, hell yeah. Curtis, you're down 770 and close the day minus $60. That's a scratch day.
That's how you fight back, Curtis.
Fight back, Curtis. I mean,
am I the only one with position on? Yeah. Look at this.
You long right now?
I am.
From where?
57.
Let's see here. We're negative 33,000, 33.4 now.
They're just going to stay short in the close.
I'm throwing in a chew the minute the show gets over.
Walk, man. This show's been very high energy.
Yeah.
Do that rant, by the way, Michael.
No rants in the afternoon. I get exhausted.
No, I said that rant from earlier.
Oh, I just said do a rant. I'm like, no way.
On-demand rants.
Yeah, I gotta pump the brake. I get a deaf.
You're not like a piano bar, dude.
I'm ranting too much. I can get on my soap. Get off this box.
I need.
I can't wait for MP to do a 6-hour Twitter session.
I don't go on there.
It's like those DJs in Ibiza that do those 7-hour sessions.
Oh my god!
I love the rants. I used to call them getting Patak.
We'll rank them on 1 to 5 Pataks and have some sort of overlay.
Yeah, okay, yeah. No, but,
that was a 5 Patak overlay.
I mean,
earlier.
John, you can relate. We've been doing this shit for so long that you're like, we're here to help. I'll be wasting 13 years of my life if I just like whole industry changes to some, boom, 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 nickel slot trading type world.
No, right? Something sterile.
Something.
It wasn't scripted, man. You weren't reading a teleprompter.
No, that comes from the heart.
Yep, it's the only thing that matters.
John, you've talked to thousands of traders. I bet you by now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We never told them to size up and trade more accounts, have we?
No.
Here I go. I just started spitting.
You're gonna get me on a rant.
I'm done. Patrick, if it comes and hits your 90s, my friend, that's a good call.
Patrick's on a boat. He's bounced apparently. He's gonna go boating.
Remember that? Was it Blue Island Boys or something?
That's the Lonely Island Boys.
Lonely Island.
Oh yeah, I'm on a boat.
Yeah, those guys are hilarious. Do they do those SNLs anymore where it's like a music video that's just like kind of cheesy and funny?
Kinda. They have a new group on there right now called Please Don't Destroy. They're kind of like the current version of Lonely Island, and they sometimes do musical sketches like that. Yeah, digital musical ones.
All right, guys, we're coming into the close. 2 minutes. Don't expect.
Yeah, I don't expect much now, huh?
Well, right when we say that, then 50.
MOCs are $2 billion to the sell side.
I'm gonna grab a long. Let's see what happens.
Love it, Dolby.
Is that because you're also trying to get long, or are you trying to get short?
I am long. I've been long. I've been taking heat this entire time.
Yeah, I'm gonna end the day right now where I'm at.
Good fortitude. Andre, good fortitude. I gotta tell you.
One time.
Oh, it's just gonna be
a couple more of those.
Yeah, a couple more oops. I might do the trick.
I mean, I'll end the day after this long.
We're still negative 33,000 in Delta. I mean, you got all those market order sellers.
Give me a pop with Andre. Andre,
I appreciate the vibes.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Here you go.
Into the close. People closing all those shorts. All those shorts. Come on, all those shorts.
You turned green for a second there.
I did.
Come on, all those shorts.
My stupid mouth.
Come on, all those shorts.
Wait, where'd you get your long at?
Come on, all those
57.
Shorts.
Long for 57.
Come on, all those shorts.
Put more on, Chad. Chad, don't be a Chad, man. We're good.
Very nice. So three points through the weekly kickoff low, and I closed above it.
I was like that.
I'm gonna flatten this long and get like $200 out of it.
Beautiful.
Where'd you get long from?
It was it's closed. I think it was 07s.
Holy
in NQ.
All right, I'm out. Fucking one big scratch.
I'm out too.
Right.
80% on the bias. You scratched your trade, Andre. I wanted to help. I thought my one law would help push that.
I felt you guys blowing on the market, like pushing it higher. So I appreciate the.
I could have guaranteed you a win if I sold it in the hole.
Yeah, right.
Wow, what a day! I hope everyone liked that.
Look at tilt right now. It's really, I mean, it's low, much lower open positions. Great trading today, Andre. You're up money. John's up money. I'm up money. Dolby time. Where you set?
Oh, I on my Topstep X account here, I finished up 450.
Nice.
Finished down 30. Finished down $30 in my personal,
shit,
but it's a personal.
What about you, Hoag?
I'm up about, I don't know, 300, I think.
Plus a Porsche though, because MP gave you one.
Yeah, less the Porsche.
Yeah.
It didn't hold, John. It didn't hold.
You know,
we were looking for exact amount. All right, I'm liking my. I'm just kidding. I like my.
Hope everyone enjoyed that. That was some good TV right there.
Yeah, I'm done for the day. Good trading with you guys. Appreciate it.
Go for a walk. It's getting a little warmer here in Chicago, so go get some fresh air.
I'm gonna go hit the slopes.
I'm gonna go. Don't beat me. I'm gonna go to a birthday party. Happy birthday, Holden Patak.
Enjoy, Michael. Your lady says hi, Michael. Bye.
Tell her what's up.
And
Take care.
everyone, be sure to come back at 8 a.m. tomorrow. There will be more.
8 a.m. tomorrow. I'll see you guys, and I'll be on at 8:30.
We should have Eddie back.
All right.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh hell yeah, Eddie's gonna be back. All right, cool.
Awesome.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, James. Thanks everybody helping out today. Danielle, you're awesome. Robert Cooney, you're awesome. Everybody.
Yep, everybody's awesome.
Roll the credits.
All right.